Normally, if a martial artist wanted to condense a phantom image, they would need to obtain a corresponding beast spirit, that is, the spirit of a demonic beast, to refine their martial skill. Xianxia's Azure Dragon Phantom was because he had obtained a drop of dragon cleansing blood. And what happened to Yu Donghai's Black Tortoise Phantom? Fragmentary Void, Heavenly Arch. Yu Donghai's second strike came. The speed of this move was extremely fast, and the speed at which Yuanqi shot out was even more astonishing. That Yuanqi was so fast that Xianxian could not even see it clearly. Xianxian had no time to dodge his flight, so he could only use the shadow steps again as a way to dodge. Boom! A violent Yuanqi shockwave shot out, once again collapsing the Beast Spirit Island by about 1/8 of its area. At the edge of the Beast Spirit Island, there were already 2 large, semicircular gaps. Large amounts of huge rocks fell into the ocean, causing a monstrous wave to rise. Fragmentary Void, Heavenly Arch. Yu Donghai's third strike came. Yin and Yang are useless. Xianxian drew a circle with both hands and condensed a diagram of the 8 trigrams formation. Yu Donghai's Yuanqi immediately exploded into the 8 trigrams formation diagram, causing the Yin fish in the diagram to shine. Xianxian pushed back and the Yang fish charged towards Yu Donghai with the power of Fragmentary Void Heavenly Arch. Fragmentary Void, Heavenly Arch. Yu Donghai didn't dodge or dodge, and sent another blow towards the returning Yuanqi. The 2 Fragmentary Void Heavenly Archers collided. Buzz! A shock wave that surpassed the speed of sound engulfed the entire battlefield in an instant. Before the explosion could be heard, the incomparably wide forest canyon in the center of the 4 spiritual mountains was instantly flattened, turned into flat land. All the plants and rocks that spat out from the ground had been smoothed out. At the same time that Xianxian pushed out the yin-yang incorporeal technique, he quickly merged the index finger of his right middle finger and was about to release a tribulation-free finger at Yu Donghai. With a whoosh, Yu Donghai transformed into a flash of light and flew out. Then, with a whoosh, his figure made a turn in the sky. He flew again, turned again, and continuously moved along the Z-shaped movement trajectory, dodging the tribulation-free finger. Too fast. Xianxian was completely unable to grasp Yu Donghai's route. Even though he had predicted Yu Donghai's next trajectory with his momentum, he had just predicted that Yu Donghai's second turning point had already ended. The most troublesome thing was that Yu Donghai dodged several times in the air and actually moved towards Xianxian. Xianxian could only temporarily withdraw his phaseless tribulation finger and chop out a dragon spirit saber light towards Yu Donghai. It's useless. It's useless. Yu Donghai suddenly appeared in the air. He spread out his arms and used his chest to welcome Xianxian's attack. Boom! Dragon Spirit Break fiercely hit Yu Donghai's chest, but it exploded. The terrifying backlash shattered the little azure dragon. After the fire wave dissipated, only a faint red line was left on Yu Donghai's chest. Traces of blood flowed out, only cutting through his skin. Xianxian frowned. He raised his right hand and shouted, "Dragon Subduing Slash." The Dragon Subduing Slash had evolved from the Prajna Palm. This move could directly increase the offensive power of Xianxian's third-layer minor realm. However, after Xianxian's realm had reached the 8th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm, the 3rd level of the minor realm was reduced to 2 levels. Theoretically speaking, Xianxian's Saber Strike already possessed the power of the Heaven Scryer realm, but in reality, it was impossible to achieve it, because the power of the Heaven Scryer realm's first stage was Dipper Chi, not Yuan Chi. Skyrocketing blade light rose from the ground. He swiftly slashed into Yu Donghai's body. After Yu Donghai received the powerful impact of the Dragon Spirit Break, his movements slowed down for an instant before he was struck by the Dragon Subduing Slash. Clang! A metallic collision sounded. Yu Donghai's entire body was smashed into the ground. The ground in that area immediately collapsed, and a large amount of seawater was squeezed downwards, causing it to spray into the sky. Yu Donghai, on the other hand, was sliced into the depths of the ocean. Pooh! Xianxian suffered a backlash from the Dragon Subduing Slash. He retreated tens of meters and had already suffered heavy internal injuries. The impact of internal injuries on martial artists was very serious. Not only could it slow a martial artist's movements, it could also slow down the smoothness of Yuan Qi in his meridians. I hope the price of this saber is not in vain. Xiangnan immediately turned around and flew towards Baimukin in the sky. At this moment, a beam of intense light suddenly shot into the sky from the land. Xiangnan quickly leaned sideways, the strong light pressing against his back rushing into the sky, piercing through a huge vortex hole in the clouds in the sky. Yu Donghai rushed up from the cracks in the land with a whoosh. He stopped in the sky right in front of Xiangnan, panting heavily. Yu Donghai's chest had already been sliced out by a ferocious knife wound that extended from his left collarbone to his right waist. His flesh and blood rolled out, and fresh blood spilled down, revealing even his white ribs. Not dead yet. Xiangnan's pupils contracted, and his heart pounded. Ha 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 ha. Good. Yu Donghai tore off his shattered robe. His skin was finally exposed. There was actually a very strange pattern on it. The pattern was diamond-shaped. At first glance, it looked like a turtle shell pattern, but it was black. Sure enough, it's black tortoise? Xiangnan frowned and stuffed another high-grade spirit stone into his mouth. His Yuan Qi had already fallen to a third of the critical point. This was a very dangerous limit. If he continued to fall, the Yuan Qi he used to replenish with spirit stones would not be able to catch up with the rate of consumption. Yu Donghai laughed loudly. Do you know why martial artists choose to normally absorb spirit stones instead of directly devouring them? Although the rate of recovery from swallowing is fast, your meridians will be crippled if you eat a few more of them. Your meridians will be crippled if you consume highly intense energy and replenish your Yuan Qi. Xiangnan chuckled. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, So what? Let alone crippling my meridians. Even if it crippled my life, I can't let Xian Qingzhu get what he wanted. Yu Donghai's expression was unhappy. He was fighting against Xiangnan, but Xiangnan was actually focusing on Xian Qingzhu, not him. Is that a black tortoise pattern? Xiangnan pointed at the turtle shell patterns on Yu Donghai's body. Yu Donghai said, I know you are stalling for time to recover your vitality, but I can answer you. That's right. You can find a drop of azure dragon blood. I also obtained a drop of black tortoise blood with the help of the profound sky sect. My defensive capabilities are beyond your reach. Black tortoise's body represents absolute defense, while black tortoise's poisonous snake tail represents speed. Yu Donghai shook his arms and shouted, You and I are both seriously injured. It is also inconvenient for us to move, but my Yuan Qi flight speed is not affected. Let me see how you can dodge this time. Fragmentary Void, Heavenly Arch. Yu Donghai shot another Yuan Qi shock wave at Xiangnan. That's right. Yu Donghai didn't need to dodge any of Xiangnan's attacks. Even if he couldn't move, it didn't matter. However, Xiangnan had to use his speed to dodge. With his Yuan Qi blocked, Xiangnan's time to release the flash shadow steps increased, and there was no way he could dodge the void fragmentation Heavenly Arch. At that moment, Xiangnan suddenly raised his left hand. Boom! The tyrannical Yuan Qi shockwave was blocked by Xiangnan's left palm. What is it? Yu Donghai was suddenly shocked. You are very confident in your defense. Xiangnan narrowed his eyes and quickly flew towards Yu Donghai. Both of them slowed down due to their injuries, but relatively speaking, both slowed down at the same time, which meant that the difference in speed between the two of them was still the same. Xiangnan used his left hand to pinch Yu Donghai's neck. Yu Donghai's body flickered and he arrived behind Xiangnan. He used his elbow to violently smash down on the back of Xiangnan's neck. The Yuan Qi on this elbow was highly condensed, like a meteor falling from a short distance. Xiangnan had already predicted, so he suddenly leaned his left hand behind him and grabbed Yu Donghai's arm. With his left hand, the heaven-swallowing demon palm pinched Yu Donghai's elbow with a cracking sound. Strong fragments kept falling off Yu Donghai's arm. This power! Yu Donghai was shocked. He smashed his head into the back of Xiangnan's head. Pong! The two of them separated at the same time. Xiangnan moved his left hand and was shocked. Even a heaven-swallowing demon could not instantly crush Yu Donghai's defenses. It was such a pity just now. As long as he was given 2 seconds, no, 1 second, he could crush Yu Donghai's elbow. Almost. Yu Donghai looked at Xianxia's bandaged left arm in confusion. In this battle in highly intense, your stupid bandage actually wasn't broken? What exactly happened to your left hand? Xianxia, you only have 30 minutes. Beneath, Feng Xian reminded. Xianxia hurriedly rushed to Yu Donghai to end the battle. He grabbed Yu Donghai with his left hand. Yu Donghai's body trembled. Shattered void. Lu Yao. A giant turtle shell-shaped shield appeared. Xianxia grabbed the shield with his left hand. He used all his strength and the shield shattered with a cracking sound. More than one floor? Xianxia was stunned. That Yu Donghai's Yuan Qi shield was actually multi-layered. Fragmentary void. Heavenly arch. Yu Donghai took the opportunity to blow a circle towards Xianxia, and the tyrannical Yuan Qi shockwave smashed towards Xianxia's face. Xianxia predicted ahead of time, raising his left hand high up and wrapping it around Yu Donghai's fist. Before the Yuan Qi shockwave could be released, it was wrapped around them, causing the shockwave to explode between their palms. Boom! The terrifying energy waves sent Yu Donghai flying, while Xianxia blocked the energy waves with his left hand, only backing up a dozen meters. Damn it! Damn it! Yu Donghai shook his body and shouted, "Demon body! I've finally transformed." Xianxia's expression became even more solemn. However, strangely enough, Yu Donghai's body did not continue to expand, but instead shrunk. This was unprecedented. All martial artists with demonic bodies would have their body heights increase by leaps and bounds. Only Yu Donghai had changed from 3 meters tall to about 2 meters tall. He was almost as tall as Xianxia. And Yu Donghai's physique was also very unusual. There weren't many non-human characteristics on his body. He was still a complete human. However, his skin had turned black and cracked. Magma was flowing through the cracks. This represented a purgatory-level demon. The crack was actually the shape of the black tortoise's shell. Behind Yu Donghai was a thin black tail. Yu Donghai's aura had also changed, becoming incomparably deep and heavy. His Yuan Qi was no longer violent. It was more like a moment of tranquility before the storm. A human-shaped demon. Xianxia's heart trembled. What Yu Donghai had absorbed was actually a human-shaped demon. This kind of thing was extremely terrifying. Female humanoid demons could even tear apart spatial rifts with their bare hands. Yu Donghai squatted slightly and rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia immediately raised his left hand and grabbed Yu Donghai's fist. Pong! Xianxia used his left hand to try to crush Yu Donghai's fist, but he found that he was unable to do so. Yu Donghai smiled coldly. "My black tortoise defense is perfectly fused with my demon form. You can't break through my defense." Xianxia's dragon blood was absorbed by the saber, while Yu Donghai's black tortoise blood was absorbed by his body. The heaven-devouring demon was indeed formidable, but after encountering Yu Donghai, who had a combination of humanoid demon and black tortoise blood, he was actually neck and neck. "You only have your left hand. Do you possess the power of a heaven-swallowing demon?" Yu Donghai smiled coldly. "That's right. I can already feel that the power in your left hand is the heaven-swallowing demon you stole from me." Yu Donghai grabbed Xianxia's left hand with his right hand and smashed his left fist towards Xianxia's chest. Xianxia held the giant saber in his right hand horizontally to block it. Clang! An overwhelming force was transmitted through the blade to Xianxia's body. The power frantically engulfed Xianxia and sent him flying. All the bones in his body crackled as he grabbed the giant saber. 2 fingers had been broken and a crack had been made on his forearm. If I had obtained the heaven-swallowing demon, I would have been able to easily crush a heaven-scrying first-stage martial artist by now. Yu Donghai licked his lips and said, "Give me back my heaven-devouring demon." Yu Donghai turned into a streak of black light and instantly arrived behind Xianxia. Xianxia grabbed Yu Donghai's fist with his left hand. On the other hand, Yu Donghai's knees heavily rested on Xianxia's spine, sending him flying again. In an instant, Xianxia's spine suffered a setback. He lost his instant movement ability, and his entire body became numb. Yu Donghai rushed up again. He grabbed Xianxia's left hand again, and his fist smashed towards Xiang Nan's right shoulder. Xiang Nan predicted ahead of time. He used his left hand to restrain Yu Donghai, raised his saber in his right hand, and slashed at Yu Donghai's body with a clang. However, with the saber strike, the Bai Yen blazing lightning shot everywhere, but it was bounced away. Xiang Nan turned around and wrapped his legs around Yu Donghai's neck, using his scissors feet to throw Yu Donghai away. However, Yu Donghai's body was too heavy. Xiang Nan's swing did not move. He immediately released his legs and slashed the huge saber on Yu Donghai's back. Clang! It was bounced away again. The sharp blade could not pose any threat to Yu Donghai's skin. Secondary light fist. Xiang Nan used his left hand to release his light fist. His left hand was wrapped in lightning, and a fist with the speed of light smashed into Yu Donghai's back. Boom! The earth-shattering shockwave instantly engulfed the entire Beast Spirit Island, causing the sea outside the island to soar into the sky. Xiang Nan used 60% of his essence. The other 4 layers were used to protect his left arm. Strong as a heaven-devouring demon, it was not invincible. It was similarly unable to withstand a heavy blow at the speed of sublight. Xiang Nan's entire left arm instantly shattered, and the bones on his left arm were broken inch by inch. Fortunately, his left arm did not explode. As long as it remained, there was a possibility of recovery. The power of this punch was simply indescribable. That Yu Donghai was smashed to the point that his entire chest stood up. His chest suddenly exploded, and all his internal organs were ruthlessly brought along by the power of the speed of light. His chest was completely shattered, and before his ribs could shatter, they were completely erased. Xiang Nan panted heavily and was so tired that he couldn't even move a finger. You won! The audience cried out in alarm. Yu Donghai lowered his head and floated in midair. There was a big hole in his chest. From the bloody hole in Yu Donghai's back, one could see the sky opposite. Xiang Nan slashed down, wanting to cut off Yu Donghai's head. However, after the blade hit Yu Donghai's neck, it was still bounced back with a clang. East China Sea. Xian Qingzhu was so angry that she knew nothing about it. She roared angrily, Xiang Nan, I'm going to cut you into thousands of pieces. Xiang Nan frowned. He kicked Yu Donghai's corpse down and then staggered towards Bai Mukin. There are still 20 minutes left. There is still plenty of time. Feng Xian nodded. You have enough time to stop Bai Mukin's corpse. I won. Haha. I won. The audience burst into wild laughter. At this time, everyone's hearts were all placed on Xiang Nan alone, and not a single person went to cheer for the Profound Sky sect. Even though they knew that the Heavenly Profound sect had committed an extremely heinous crime, they would still be excited for the Heavenly Profound sect. However, it was only when the Profound Sky sect threatened the lives of their audience that they were willing to place their hopes on Xiang Nan. This was the kind of people who had nothing to do with themselves. I've won, I finally won. My 9 Firmaments Imperial clan has been preserved. In the 9 Firmament Imperial Palace, the first prince roared happily, Someone, serve wine. This prince wants to drink a lot. On Beast Spirit Island, everyone was already cheering for victory. Xiang Nan also felt relaxed. He did not disappoint the Hao Ransek's hopes. He completed his mission. Whoosh! A black light suddenly pierced through Xiang Nan's left leg. Xiang Nan had already sensed the arrival of killing intent. He had dodged, but he had not been able to dodge it completely. His left leg was pierced through and blood spurted out. The entire Beast Spirit Island instantly quieted down. Everyone's gazes turned towards the direction where the black light was coming from. They saw that Yu Donghai was actually standing on the ground. He actually raised his arm. That beam of black light was Yu Donghai's finger power. Not dead. Xiang Nan swiftly tapped the acupoints on his left leg twice, then took out a high-grade spirit stone with his Yuan Qi and stuffed it into his mouth. The side effects of consuming high-grade spirit stones were great, but Xiang Nan could no longer care about them. The bloody hole in Yu Donghai's chest still existed. His heart exploded along with his chest, but he was still standing there. He's alive. It's not possible. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and said. Yu Donghai narrowed his eyes. his face full of anger. Xianxia hurriedly displayed his lightning-like gaze, but this gaze made him feel unimaginable. In Yu Donghai's spine, near the tail vertebra, there was a beating heart. 2 hearts? This Xianxia was shocked. He only knew that some ancient beasts that were too large would only have 2 hearts. Because those ancient beasts were too big, 1 heart was no longer enough to quickly push blood all over their bodies. But Yu Donghai also had 2 hearts? That second heart must have been given to him by the body of a demon. Yu Donghai gasped violently. He no longer had any lungs. On his neck there were actually 4 fish gills. That thing directly sucked air into Yu Donghai's skin and used it to absorb air. I won't be hit twice by the same move. Yu Donghai was incomparably furious. He stomped on the ground and rushed forward with a loud boom. Xianxia's yuan qi was replenishing, but his stamina was almost exhausted. He watched helplessly as Yu Donghai rushed forward, but he did not have enough body speed to dodge. Even the flash steps were released too many times, causing the time needed for the next release to accumulate even longer. Xianxia's left hand had already been crippled, and he had lost the only reason to resist Yu Donghai. That Yu Donghai punched Xianxia in the face, smashing Xianxia's entire body into the clouds. A cloak of blood spilled down from the sky. Yu Donghai bent his body in midair, and then rushed into the clouds with a whoosh. Boom! Boom! After 2 explosions, an afterimage descended from the sky. Boom! The afterimage fell to the ground, shattering the earth. The high-pressure energy was squeezed into the land, and after a short downward pressure, the cracked land suddenly soared into the sky. The entire battlefield area was blasted apart. Endless seawater gushed out and drowned the canyon. Only 4 more sturdy spirit mountains escaped the calamity and stood firmly on the broken island. In the sky, Yu Donghai slowly descended from the clouds. This meant that it was Xianxia who smashed the beast spirit island just now. Within the broken island, Xianxia's body slowly floated to the surface of the sea. He was lying flat on the surface of the sea, unable to see whether he was alive or dead. Yu Donghai flew into the sky and roared. Shattered void, heavenly arch. He crossed his hands and aimed at Xianxia below. The yuan qi that was polluted by the demonic energy turned into a black yuan qi shock wave and ferociously rushed towards Xianxia. At that moment, Xianxia suddenly stepped on the sea and stood up. His entire body had turned pure black. He had glowing blood vessels on his body. He lowered his head and raised his saber with his right hand. Boom! The black yuan qi shockwave struck the blade. Such a fierce attack actually failed to kill Xianxia. It didn't even knock Xianxia to the bottom of the sea. Xianxia was still standing on the surface of the sea. With his saber in one hand, he resisted such a fierce blow from Yu Donghai. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Yu Donghai laughed crazily. I knew you had absorbed my heaven-swallowing demon. I knew that your left arm was only partially demonized. Look! Ha 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 ha! All of you. This is your great hero, Xianxia. This is the man who speaks up for justice. He's the same as me. He keeps crushing us for cultivating the half-demon body. Even he has cultivated the demon body. This is truly a great irony. Everyone looked at Xianxia in shock. They couldn't accept this fact. Xianxia. Shi Beihong's eyes were red with anger. He angrily said, "Explain this matter to me." Xianxia, Xiaojun, Yuan Meng, and the others were also shocked, not knowing what to say. Anyone could demonize, but Xianxia, who represented justice, could not. If he was demonized, then how did he teach others a lesson? Didn't he become a self-deprecating thief? Xianxia sighed and raised his head. His eyes were pure black and he could not see any white eyeballs. There was only a faint sadness on his face. He knew that he wasn't a demon, but so what? He didn't want to face his master in such a ghostly manner and face the people of the world. But now he had been forced to release his demonic body. This was the last thing he wanted to see. Xianxia smiled in Su Caiyue's direction, tears streaming down her eyes. Master, this disciple has disappointed you. Xianxia, Su Caiyue said expressionlessly. Is this an explanation you gave me? Xianxia laughed with tears in his eyes. Although this disciple did not cultivate the body of a demon, I did borrow the power of a demon. I have no face for you. I will continue to fulfill my mission. From now on, I will treat you as if you don't have a disciple like me. Su Caiyue's father was killed by a demon. The heavenly yang force that Su Caiyue had cultivated all her life was also to fight against the demons. She ignored all rumors and taught Xianxia the cultivation method she trusted the most. However, Xianxia, her most beloved disciple, had borrowed the power of demons to fight and the power that Su Caiyue hated the most in her entire life. Xianxia raised his right hand and said, "Quenching the sun." A black sun appeared in the sky. At that moment it was dark, just like Xianxia's heart. A beam of fierce black sunlight descended from the sky and landed heavily on Xianxia's back. Xianxia looked in Su Caiyue's direction painfully and said, "Master, I will complete my mission, but today, this disciple will apologize with death." With that, Xianxia roared and turned into a streak of black light that suddenly rushed into the sky. Fragmentary void, heavenly arch. Yudonghai seemed to have gone crazy. He poured out a vast amount of yuan qi and condensed an unprecedented black light shockwave. The shockwave was much thicker than the previous ones. Boom! The shockwave directly hit Xianxia's saber. However, Xianxia managed to hold on. The complete body of the heaven-swallowing demon gave Xianxia the strongest power. Not only did he withstand the shockwaves, he even flew upwards against the shockwaves. "It's not possible!" Yudonghai shouted hysterically. Xianxia leapt up. His right leg turned into a streak of black light. Peng's voice landed on Yudonghai's chest, sending him flying. Xianxia flashed behind Yudonghai in an instant, and then he slammed his foot on Yudonghai's back, turning Yudonghai from flying backwards into flying straight. Xianxia's figure appeared above Yudonghai's head in a flash. The giant saber in his hand erupted with a blazing black flame. The blade was sharp and the saber light pierced through the air. The saber landed on Yudonghai's chest. Yudonghai's entire chest was split open. He was almost cut in half by Xianxia's saber. There was only a pitiful spine, which was still maintaining the integrity of his body. Yudonghai was struck down by the heavy saber, and his body rushed into the ocean with a pu sound. Xianxia's body bent slightly, and he suddenly disappeared. With a loud explosion, Xianxia rushed into the sea at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Immediately after, there was another boom. Endless waves were washed up outside the clouds, and Yudonghai's body was knocked out by Xianxia. Xianxia also chased after Yudonghai from the depths of the ocean. He turned into a ray of black light and flew towards Yudonghai in the sky. But his flying speed was getting slower and slower. Because of his complete demonization, he had already used up a large amount of yuan qi and finally reached the bottom. Xianxia hurriedly took out 2 high-grade spirit stones and stuffed them into his mouth. He forcefully chewed on the high-grade spirit stones and directly chewed them into powder before swallowing them. His meridians finally reached the critical point, and cracks began to appear. Yudonghai had a chance to catch his breath. Xianxia was unable to chase him. He slowly lay in the air, his stomach rising and falling violently. He didn't even have the strength to move. Xianxia almost ran out of fuel and stopped in midair. He desperately wanted to fly up and catch up to Yudonghai. However, the harder he tried, the slower his body began to descend. High-grade spirit stones were playing a role in his body. Ah! Xianxia grabbed the giant saber tightly, only Yudonghai in his eyes. He desperately wanted to kill Yudonghai and save everyone from the 6 great sections. Even if everyone didn't understand and criticized him, he still didn't forget his responsibility. "I will definitely finish what I am supposed to do, even if it is pointed out by thousands of people." At this moment, Su Caiyue's voice suddenly came from the distant mountain peak. "Knives can kill and save people. Xianxia, I forgive you." "Master!" Xianxia suddenly looked at Su Caiyue. "Xianxia, I forgive you." Elder Shi Beihong sighed and said, "Xianxia, I forgive you." Someone from the primordial chaos sect shouted. Xiang Nan, I forgive you. In the direction of each sect, a large number of elders and disciples began to speak like this. Star-gazing city also erupted with a wave of shouts from the audience. Xiang Nan, we forgive you. 9 Firmament Imperial Palace. The first prince shook his head with a smile. Xiang Nan, I forgive you too. At that moment, all the spectators and people in danger said the same thing. This was the voice of the world. Xiang Nan raised his head to look at the sky. He looked at the black sun in the sky, which represented evil, and tears shed into the sky. Xiang Nan, do it, Xiao Jun shouted. No matter what you become, you will always be my brother. Xiang Nan, brother, Yuan Meng roared. Xiang Nan, charge. The cries of the disciples and the audience of Star-Gazing City shocked the 9 heavens. There are still 12 minutes left. Feng Xian calculated the time and said, "Ah!" Xiang Nan roared as he flew into the sky ferociously. He used his right hand to press down on Yu Donghai's stomach, and the Yuan Qi in his palm spurted out. When Yu Donghai was hit by Yuan Qi, his eyes bulged and blood shot out from the corner of his eyes. Xiang Nan's palm landed, and then he grabbed the saber with his back hand. He raised the saber in his hand and landed. A black light flashed across the horizon. That Yu Donghai was directly split into 2 and completely sliced at the waist. Cheers and cheers resounded through the clouds. Xiang Nan picked up the huge saber and flew towards Bai Mukin. Win. He was finally going to win. However, in the next moment, the cries from the entire Beast Spirit Island abruptly stopped. Boom! A violent explosion came from below Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan lowered his head and saw that Yu Donghai had actually flown up again. The 2 parts of Yu Donghai's body were actually connected together, and they were stuck to each other by a layer of black light. However, his life force had already come to an end. This crude method of repairing his body would not be able to save his life at all. However, the surface of Yu Donghai's body was still burning with a layer of raging flames, and the flames carried an incomparable pressure. Black tortoise blood. Xiang Nan's heart trembled. Yu Donghai was burning the black tortoise blood in his body. He's already dead, Feng Xian said thoughtfully. This Yu Donghai burned the only drop of black tortoise blood in his body to maintain his life for a short period of time. He can only live for another minute or 2 before he is completely dead. However, his strength has greatly increased as a result. Xiang Nan, Yu Donghai roared. Even if I die, I will drag you to my grave with me. Yu Donghai instantly exploded, transforming into a black light that shot into the sky, sending Xiang Nan flying with a kick. The turtle shell patterns on Yu Donghai's body were no longer patterns. Instead, they had truly appeared and turned into a substantial turtle shell armor. The black tortoise blood gave Yu Donghai terrifying combat power in the final flames. As Xiang Nan flew backwards, he slashed down a streak of black light that Yu Donghai fiercely used his shoulder to charge forward. The black tortoise shell on his body shone with light, forcefully shattering Xiang Nan's black saber light. Pong! Yu Donghai grabbed Xiang Nan's shoulder with one hand and smashed his fist into Xiang Nan's stomach, causing Xiang Nan to open his mouth and vomit large mouthfuls of blood. However, Xiang Nan did not surrender. He raised his saber and landed heavily on Yu Donghai's head. He wanted to cut Yu Donghai in half. This time, it depended on how Yu Donghai repaired it. However, with a clang, Xiang Nan's huge saber was actually bounced back by the turtle shell above Yu Donghai's head. You can't break my defense. You can't break my defense. Yu Donghai grabbed Xiang Nan's shoulder, and his right fist pierced through Xiang Nan's stomach. Blood-sparkling fists rushed out from Xiang Nan's back. He he he. Yu Donghai's face was close to Xiang Nan's. He smiled sinisterly. If I die, you won't be able to live. Since the title of the number 1 expert of the same age in the southern domain doesn't fall on me, then don't even think about it. Yu Donghai was already crazy. He knew that he would die soon, but he wanted to drag Xiang Nan to his death. No matter what, he couldn't let Xiang Nan complete his mission. Ah! Yu Donghai roared with a heart-wrenching roar. With a cracking sound, he actually tore off Xiang Nan's left arm with his bare hands. Xiang Nan endured the intense pain and slashed his hand back at Yu Donghai's neck. Clang! The giant saber was bounced back again. Right now, I already have the Black Tortoise defensive power of the heavenly Yuan realm. Yu Donghai laughed wildly. Can you split open the armor of the heavenly Yuan realm Black Tortoise? Yu Donghai pulled out his right hand and used it as a knife to hack down on Xiang Nan's forehead. This hand knife was determined to split Xiang Nan's entire head in half. Xiang Nan reacted quickly. He stepped on Yu Donghai's stomach with his foot, and then he flipped his body backwards with a maximum backward somersault. Swoosh! Yu Donghai's hand blade failed to hit Xiang Nan's forehead, but it cut off Xiang Nan's right leg. Ha 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 ha! You can't break through my defense. You'll never be able to break through my defense. Yu Donghai laughed wildly. He grabbed Xiang Nan's left leg, preventing him from escaping and preparing to give him a fatal attack. Xiang Nan suddenly calmed down. He quietly looked at his right hand and the knife in his hand. You know, Xiang Nan suddenly said, I once met an enemy who possessed the ability to shake his weapon to the point of breaking through the defenses that he was unable to break through. Xiang Nan's right hand trembled, and lightning instantly filled his entire arm. Yu Donghai was stunned. You dare to use the light fist? Haha, the damage to your body is already unable to release the light fist. Before your fist hits me, your right arm will collapse early, Xiang Nan said expressionlessly. I was inspired by that person. Perhaps my body is no longer able to release the attack of the speed of light. But my lightning power can flicker at the speed of sublight. What? Yu Donghai's pupils contracted. Xiang Nan raised his saber high, lightning wrapping around his arm and blade. At that moment, the dense lightning suddenly went berserk. The originally crackling thunder and lightning possessed the speed of a flash of light in Xiang Nan's insight. The tyrannical lightning suddenly disappeared. The speed of the sublight caused the lightning to flicker so fast that the naked eye was unable to catch it. The dense lightning arcs turned into a hazy layer of white light, and the red dragon blade emitted a heaven-shaking dragon roar. Say goodbye to the world. Xiang Nan coldly commented on Yu Donghai. You lost this battle. No! Yu Donghai waved his fist in horror, wanting to smash Xiang Nan's shoulder. However, Xiang Nan had already raised his saber. The lightning that jumped at the speed of sublight itself was like an invincible blade. The saber light cut through the sky, easily cutting off Yu Donghai's arm, cutting open his chest, splitting his entire body into two. Xiang Nan leapt up and slashed down again. The lightning at the speed of sublight caused the air to boil, and a cloud of fire appeared in the sky. He slashed down with a single saber. Yu Donghai was split into two. In an instant, the black light that Yu Donghai used to stick to his stomach also disappeared. His already half-body was divided into 3 parts. Through Xiang Nan's top-down slash, he was split into 6 pieces. Yu Donghai's broken corpse finally fell. It's over. Xiang Nan no longer looked at Yu Donghai. He flew straight to Bai Mukin's side and covered his forehead with one hand. He quickly assimilated his willpower with Bai Mukin. He wanted to stop Bai Mukin's corpse and continue to control the entire arena. But at this moment, Feng Xian sighed and said, It's too late. There are only 8 minutes left. Before you assimilate Bai Mukin, the profound sky sect will be able to control everyone from the 6 great sects in advance. After hearing this, Xiang Nan was still unwilling to accept it. He desperately tried to assimilate Bai Mukin, regardless of everything. However, as time passed, the light gray light emitted from Bai Mukin's body began to intensify. The limit of an hour was approaching. In just the last 3 minutes, Bai Mukin's corpse would be fully powered, controlling everyone and being driven by the profound sky sect. At that moment, Xiang Nan suddenly let go. He turned towards Su Kaiyue, smiling and tearing. Master, it seems that this disciple can't accompany you through the final journey. Xiang Nan, run. Su Kaiyue smiled. The farther away the better. Find a peaceful place to live and enjoy the rest of your life. Don't ever come back. I don't want to personally deal with you under the control of the profound sky sect. Go, don't look back. Xiang Nan shed tears. He resolutely smiled. I won't leave. Senior brother Yunfan is grateful to me, and you have feelings for me as a master and disciple. He looked at the Divine Feathers sect and said, Mother treats me as if I were my own, while my brothers are willing to give their lives to me. Xiang Nan, you stupid child. Hurry up and leave, Lan Yun cried. Xiang Nan took a deep breath and said, I will die with Bai Mukin, but at the very least, I will not leave anyone I care about. At least this time, I didn't let anyone I cared about be slaughtered helplessly in front of me. Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun was suddenly stunned. Xiang Nan, don't do anything stupid. Calm down, calm down. Damn it, Xiang Nan. You bastard. Don't leave me behind. If you want to die, take me with you. Bastard. What did you say back then? It was agreed that brothers would live and die together. You can't do this. Xiang Nan, fuck your 18 generations of ancestors. How dare you? Xiao Jun cried, wailing loudly. Everyone cried. Xiang Nan cried, Xiao Jun, I'm leaving. Take good care of Master and don't let her suffer any grievances. After saying that, Xiang Nan turned to look at Xian Qingzhu and said, Are you satisfied? Xian Qingzhu, even if I die, I will not let your trick succeed. He hugged Bai Mukin's corpse and roared, No one can blaspheme Bai Mukin. Never again. Heavenly profound sect. Go to hell. After saying that, Xiang Nan infused all of his willpower into Bai Mukin's body. At that moment, in their previous lives, the two of them exploded together. In the endless light, Xiang Nan was quickly erased. He looked at his beloved world and said faintly, Goodbye, my world. Boom! The entire Beast Spirit Island was blown up, sinking into a vast ocean. In that instant, everyone from the 6 great sects regained their ability to move freely. Countless people cried out, Vengeance for Xiang Nan! Destroy the profound sky sect. The peace that had lasted for 1,000 years had finally been broken in a great war. Xiang Nan was gone, and the people on Beast Spirit Island inherited his will and continued to fight. A burst of light flashed, and Xiang Nan opened his eyes. He immediately grabbed the knife with his backhand, but he grabbed it empty-handed. He wanted to condense his yuan qi, but he found that there was no yuan qi fluctuation in his body. Everyone, Xiang Nan shouted. Then he could clearly see that there was no one around. What's going on? Xiang Nan was stunned for a long time. His memories suddenly began to flow into his mind. He suddenly recalled the Beast Spirit Island and the Heavenly Profound sex plot. He remembered that a moment ago he had already killed Bai Mukin's corpse with him, but in the next instant, everyone was gone. On the calm sea surface, there were a few seabirds soaring in the azure sky, occasionally letting out cries. Xiang Nan looked around and found himself floating on the surface of the sea. The surroundings were calm and peaceful, and even Beast Spirit Island was gone. Am I dead? Xiang Nan touched his face. The feeling was very real. He hurriedly checked his body and found that he was intact. Not only did he not die, he even had his lost arms and calves completely healed on his body. Could be said that he did not have any injuries at all. I'm still alive? Where are my memories? Didn't the 6 great sects already launch a general attack? Why did everyone disappear in an instant? This was a question worth thinking about. Xiang Nan immediately realized that he had to calm down and think about his current situation. Right, the resurrection pill. Xiang Nan let out an "oh" and came to a sudden realization. He should indeed be dead, or rather dead. However, when he was in the Devil's Sea, he had once swallowed a resurrection pill. That pill could allow a person's body to regroup after death and revive again. That's right, that explains why my body is intact. Xiang Nan thoughtfully groped his chin. Looks like the sect war has ended and the Beast Spirit Island has been blown up during the time I was resurrected by the resurrection pill after my death. I wonder how long it took for my body to regroup. He looked at his hands. He could not know how long he had been dead, but he was sure that he had just revived because his hands had not been bathed in the seawater until they had turned white. At this time, his stomach rumbled. It was a severe hunger that he hadn't felt for many years, and it appeared again. He subconsciously reached out to touch the storage ring, only to discover that the storage ring had actually disappeared. This was the most frightening thing for him. There were many treasures in the storage ring. The dead sword and the mirror of the moon and cosmos were inside. Then he realized that his saber was gone. Was it when my body was blown up that I sank to the bottom of the sea? Xianxia took a deep breath, held his breath, and plunged into the sea. However, in less than half a minute, he rushed out and said with a shocked expression, "My realm is gone. Damn it. You're not going to start over again, are you?" Xianxia nervously looked inside. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that his realm was still there. Not only did he not lose his realm, but because of that fierce battle, his realm had actually risen to the 6th level of the heavenly origin realm before he died. Solve the stomach problem first, then think of a solution. Xianxia raised his head to look at the sky and muttered to himself, "Seabirds cannot fly deep into the sea. There are birds here, which means there should be islands nearby." He carefully discerned the direction the seabirds were going to and fro, and swam in that direction. He didn't know why he couldn't use his yuan qi, but now was not the time to think about it. He was already a little hungry. After swimming for half a day, he finally climbed onto a lonely island that was lush with plants. This island was not small and was probably much larger than Beast Spirit Island. There are some coconut trees growing on the edge of the island. Xianxia climbed up and easily picked a few coconuts. Then he looked for a stone and knocked it open. He poured a few large mouthfuls of sweet juice into his mouth. Only then did he alleviate the hunger and thirst slightly. As he wiped his mouth, he continued to look inside his body. He discovered that his cultivation base was still there, but he was still asleep. After careful analysis, it could be concluded that the resurrection pill had indeed resurrected him, but it could only resurrect a person's physical structure and everything that he possessed. The truth proved that this was indeed the case. His spiritual sea was also there, and the 2 divine lightning bolts were still sleeping in his spiritual sea. Logically speaking, a heaven-swallowing demon should have died in such an explosion. However, the resurrection pill was just a medicinal pill. It was impossible to distinguish which organ belonged to Xianxia and which did not belong to Xianxia. Therefore, the resurrection pill not only revived Xianxia, but also revived the heaven-devouring demon. It actually thought that the demon also belonged to a part of Xianxia's body. However, the resurrection pill's effects were limited to this, because it was unable to recover Xianxia's cultivation technique and martial skill. These 2 things were not part of the body of flesh and blood, but were skills that it had learned through learning. However, it didn't matter. Xianxia didn't care. He had already learned the martial techniques he had mastered. Now, he could use the same body and a higher realm. If he continued to study, it would only take 3 or 2 days for him to reach the previous level. The only thing that annoyed him was that he had lost his storage ring and the red dragon saber. After I recover my cultivation base, I should be able to find it by going to the bottom of the sea. I'm not dead. I'm still tied to the artifact spirit of the red dragon saber. I can vaguely sense that it is not far from me. Who? The first step is to learn the spirit qi sensing chapter first. Otherwise, you won't be able to awaken your yuan qi. Xianxia sat cross-legged. It took him less than a minute to sense the existence of spiritual energy. But it was also at this moment that his expression suddenly changed drastically, and his entire face turned pale. Shit! I can't continue to circulate. Once I awaken my yuan qi, I will undoubtedly die. Xianxia realized a terrifying situation. It was the 9 transformations of thunder. He had absorbed a total of 2 divine lightning bolts, which meant that he had already learned the 2nd level of the 9 transformations of thunder. However, after his body was reconstructed, the 9 transformations of thunder technique had already disappeared from his body. He had to learn it again. Of course, this repetition speed was very fast, about a few hours would be enough. However, the crux of the problem was that the 2 divine lightning bolts were still sleeping in the spiritual sea. He used the 9 transformations of thunder to absorb the divine lightning. The divine lightning had already become a part of his body. As long as he used his yuan qi, once the spiritual sea circulated, the divine lightning would awaken. However, he had yet to learn the 9 transformations of thunder. Theoretically speaking, he would be blown into powder by his 2 divine lightning bolts. Damn it! This situation is too awkward. Xianxia shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Was he learning to control the divine lightning with the 9 transformations of thunder? However, Jinglei 9 had become 1 layer at a time, even if his learning speed was unmatched. However, he could only learn the first layer before learning the second layer. The first level of the 9 transformations of thundershocking could only control 1 type of divine lightning, and the other divine lightning would still explode and destroy his body because it was out of control. What the hell? What should I do? Xianxia poured another mouthful of sweet juice into his mouth, feeling a little upset. It would be great if he could spit out the 2 divine lightning paragons, but if he wanted to spit out the divine lightning, he had to rely on Yuan Qi. Using Yuan Qi was equivalent to circulating the spiritual sea. When the spiritual sea circulated, the divine lightning awakened, and the divine lightning awakened, killing Xianxia. This is a very difficult question. Xianxia forced himself to calm down. He found that his analytical ability was not enough to solve this problem. If only Feng Xian was here. Xianxia touched his index finger. There was supposed to be a storage ring there, and there were many messages stored in the storage ring. One of them was stained with Feng Xian's blood. To find Feng Xian to solve this problem, he had to find the storage ring first and send a message. Fuck! Xianxia angrily waved his fist. Even if we find a messenger, it won't do. Without spiritual energy, he would not be able to open the storage ring. Looks like I can only think of a way to solve this problem myself. It's better to find something to eat now. Immediately after, Xianxia discovered a situation that caused him even more headaches. That was, his physical strength had also disappeared. His physical strength came from the 9 transformations of thunder, the Sun God technique, the Great Freedom Scripture, the Purification Scripture, and the Unbreakable Golden Body. Unlike others, he didn't use flames or pills to refine his body, which meant that before he could recover his cultivation technique and martial skill, he didn't possess the strength of a human's body that far exceeded that of an ordinary person. However, restoring a martial skill required Yuan Qi, and using Yuan Qi allowed the spiritual sea to circulate. Xianxia and rubbed his temples and walked into the island jungle. He found a thick branch and chopped it down with a palm. Fortunately, I used spirit herbs and pill furnaces to train my body. Although that was to increase my resistance to electricity, my physical strength has also increased slightly. Xianxia judged that his current physical strength was roughly equivalent to between the 5th and 8th levels of body tempering. This small amount of strength seemed to be only a few hundred kilograms, more than enough to deal with ordinary ferocious beasts. Xianxia was walking in the dense jungle, looking forward to encountering a ferocious beast so that he could slaughter it for food. There were a few large coconuts hanging on his waist, and his body was woven into a simple skirt with broad leaves. That's right, his clothes are gone. He climbed up a hillside and looked into the distance. Crossing the hillside, the cries of birds and wild beasts seemed to be heard in the forest ahead. Upon hearing this cry, Xianxia's saliva immediately went out of control and flowed down the corner of his mouth. Meat! Haha! Meat! Xianxia excitedly danced and excitedly said, "Damn! I'm actually so corrupt. I'm so happy just because I can eat meat. But I'm really happy." He sharpened the thick branches of the tree on the stone and jumped down cheerfully. 2 hours later, by the sea, Xianxia cursed as he bit a large piece of raw meat, his expression extremely dejected. On the wooden shelf beside him, a small beast had already pierced through it, and a pile of firewood had been arranged below. However, the awkward thing was that Xianxia could not start a fire. He could only wash the fresh blood off the raw meat with the seawater and swallow it alive. It was already dark, and Xianxia was still competing with the large piece of raw meat in his hand. Suddenly, a chaotic roar came from the depths of the island. "Demonic beast!" Xianxia shuddered and said, "Damn it, with my current physical strength, it's simply not enough to kill demonic beasts. I can't even use spiritual energy, not even the simplest martial skill. What was even worse was that a large number of shouts rushed in this direction. What are they being driven away by? Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there was a king among the demonic beasts on this island? Reason told Xiangnan. Run! Xiangnan threw down the stick, ran wildly, and kept telling himself, he must not die. He must not die here. He had killed Yudonghai, saved the 6 great sects, and even saved the entire southern domain. Could it be that he would end up dying at the hands of a stupid low-level demonic beast? Doesn't that make people laugh? Rumble! A large number of demonic beasts rushed onto the beach and split into 2 groups to flee. One wave was rapidly approaching Xiangnan along the beach. It's broken. I'm afraid I'll be trampled to death by so many demonic beasts. Fuck you. Who was the one who was chased out of the forest by 1,000 knives? Xiangnan let out the most helpless shout of his life. Ja! A crisp bird cry resounded through the sky. The moment he heard the bird's cry, Xiangnan was suddenly stunned. He stopped and his eyes turned red. He suddenly turned around and saw a fiery red bird behind the group of demonic beasts. It was the bird that drove the demonic beasts out. Little sparrow. Xiangnan's throat caused the red bird to tremble. It immediately discovered Xiangnan. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! You damn little bastard. You're actually alive. Oh right, you also ate a resurrection pill. Xiangnan ran towards the bird excitedly. The bird also flew towards Xiangnan excitedly. One person and one bird hugged each other, their joy overflowing in their hearts. You're still alive, little bastard. You're really still alive. Xiangnan's eyes were red as he used his 2 fingers to stroke the bird's furry forehead. The little bird intimately rubbed its head against Xiangnan's face. When the horrified demonic beast group saw the little bird, they hurriedly turned around and ran in another direction. Xiangnan touched Little Sparrow's head and said, You little bastard doesn't eat demonic beasts. Why are you chasing them? You must be too cheap. You can't bully them if you're idle. The little bird proudly straightened its chest, and a sinister cold light flashed through its eyes. It's great to have you here. Xiangnan put the bird on his shoulder and said, The situation is a little complicated now. I can't recover my strength for the time being. For a period of time, you will be responsible for protecting me. When the little bird heard this, it was happy. That's great. That person's mind was relaxed. It raised its head in a domineering manner and patted Xiangnan's face with the tip of its wings. That means that you need my protection at some point. It doesn't matter. Leave it to me. Spit out fire. Xiangnan picked up the branch. The little bird lit up the tree branch with a puff, while Xiangnan happily burned the pile of firewood and finally roasted the damned raw meat. After a delicious meal, Xiangnan rubbed his bulging stomach with satisfaction and said, You birds all have the ability to locate areas in your heads, right? You should still remember where Beast Spirit Island used to be. Go to that sea area and retrieve our storage ring and red dragon saber. Those treasures can't be cheated by others. Little Sparrow was anxious when she heard this. What? Always only this sovereign takes other people's treasures. How can there be a reason for their own treasures to be lost? The little bird immediately turned into a line of fire and flew out with a whoosh. It seems to have already reached the 1st level of the heavenly Yuan realm. It should be able to dive into the deep sea. Xiangnan nodded. Little Sparrow had drank the blood of a flood dragon, and then ate countless spiritual herbs and other things with Dream Butterfly. Until today, its cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, from the 3rd level of origin returned to the 1st level of heaven origin. But how can I solve my problem? Xiangnan fell into deep thought again. After thinking for a long time, Xiangnan finally came up with an imperfect solution. There was only one way to solve the problem of divine lightning awakening, and that was to find an even more powerful divine lightning. When he learned the 1st level of the 9 transformations of thunder again, he would immediately absorb more powerful divine lightning. This divine lightning must be stronger than the white flame blazing lightning and the little ice lightning, and it could suppress the 2 of them. In this way, he would have enough time to learn the 2nd and 3rd stages of the 9 transformations of thunder. At that time, his strength would recover perfectly and he would be able to increase by a large margin. If his predictions were correct, he should be able to take down the Heaven Scryer realm one by one. He had already reached the 9th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to absorb another divine lightning and directly break through the Heavenly Peaking Realm's entrance. Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. A few hours later, Lord Treasure-seeking expert finally returned. It had a sparkling ring on its feet and a snow-white saber about 1.5 meters in its mouth. Float! Lighten up! Xianxia's saliva spat out all over Little Sparrow's body. 2 days later, in the boundless sea, a small bird clumsily brought a person and was flying arduously. Little Sparrow could not use demonic energy, otherwise, the strong wind from its wings would shatter Xianxia. As for flying with pure physical strength, it would still be very difficult to bring a living person like Xianxia with it. This place should still be 10 days away from the 9 firmaments continent, about 500,000 kilometers away from the standard flying distance of a cargo flying ship. With Little Sparrow's current speed, it would take more than 3 months to fly back to the 9 firmaments continent. Finally, a giant cargo ship sailing on the surface of the sea appeared. Xianxia climbed onto the cargo ship and was rescued. This ship was used to carry goods and people. People called this ship were not qualified to use teleportation formations, nor did they have the money to call it a flying ship. They could only sit on a seagoing ship. Xianxia immediately found a crew member and went to inquire about the current situation in the southern domain. "How is the situation in the southern domain now?" the crew member said excitedly. "The situation is great. Right now, the Blue Tide continent at the southernmost tip of the southern domain is the sacred land that all merchants dream of. They are unprecedentedly demanding large amounts of spirit stones and demonic beasts. Spirit herbs. That's not what I'm asking." Xianxia hurriedly said, "What happened in the end in the sect battle?" "Oh, you mean that?" The sailor thought for a moment and said, "It's quite a commotion. The 6 great sects and the profound sky-flying cloud sect fought on the sea for a day and night. Both sides suffered heavy losses. In the end, the people from the heavenly profound sect and the flying cloud sect escaped. They still haven't found a trace. The people from the 6 great sects have also left. Both of us are injured?" Xianxia frowned. The heavenly profound sect was indeed very strong. After a deep battle with the 6 great sects, they were actually able to find a chance to escape. "Are we going to the 9 firmaments continent now?" Xianxia asked. The crew member nodded. Only then did Xianxia breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he stepped onto the 9 firmaments continent, he would have a chance to return home. Southern Domain, Blue Tide Continent, the Haotian Empire. Donghai Province, Haotian City, outside the Haoran sect. A few young men dressed in gorgeous clothes and speaking with a dense outer continent accent were standing outside the main gate of the Haoran sect. "Excuse me, is this the Haoran sect?" The disciple who was guarding the door nodded. "Exactly." The few young men were overjoyed. "Finally, we've arrived. Finally, we've found the nature sect." In front of him, a man continued to ask excitedly, "Is it really the Haoran sect?" The disciple frowned and said, "Yes." The man added, "Is it the sect where Xianxia is from, the Haoran sect?" Upon mentioning Xianxia's name, the disciple guarding the door suddenly became sad. He silently nodded his head and said, "It's the Haoran sect that Xianxia once cultivated." "That's great." Everyone cheered. "I finally found it." The disciple asked curiously, "May I ask where the brothers and sisters came from, and which sect they are from? Did they come to visit the Haoran sect?" The men were so excited that their voices trembled. One of them hurriedly clasped his hands respectfully and said, "We want to enter the Haoran sect." The disciple shook his head helplessly. "It's the 20th time this month that someone has come to join the Haoran sect again." The man said excitedly, "We admire Xianxia very much. A sect that can nurture a hero like Xianxia must be different. No matter how much you try to stop us, we must enter the Haoran sect, within the nature sect." All the people from the main peaks had arrived, including all the elders and disciples who had traveled outside. Everyone gathered at Haoran Peak. Elder Shi Beihong stood in the sky and looked down at the crowd. The entire Haoran sect was dressed in white. Everyone was sad and serious. Shi Beihong sighed, then tidied up his clothes and said, "Today, we will mourn the memory of a talented young man who came into contact with us. It was his courage and fearless spirit that saved the entire martial world of the Southern Domain and shattered the schemes of the Profound Sky sect." At this point, some of the disciples began to cry softly. Shi Beihong suppressed his sorrow and said, "He is worthy of his status as a disciple of the Haoran sect. He is worthy of the oath he swore in front of the ancestors of the Haoran sect. He defended justice with his life, stained our hearts with his blood." Shi Beihong turned around and took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then he faced everyone and said, "He was the most outstanding and proud young genius of our Haoran sect. Losing him is the greatest loss to our Haoran sect in the past 100 years, but his heroic soul will always live in our hearts. His name is Xianxia. He is a disciple of our Haoran sect, the Sun Peak sect, and also the personal disciple of our Haoran sect's sect master, Old Man Tian Dao." The vast Haoran sect was so silent that they could not even hear a single sound. Shi Beihong took a deep breath and said, "He left his flesh and blood in the endless sea forever. As for us, we have brought back his spirit and will. His heroic soul will forever follow the ancestors and protect our nature's nature sect." Shi Beihong took out a ranking with a few words written on it. Xianxia Sun Peak. Shi Beihong raised his ranking high and shouted, "The mighty aura is eternal, and the righteous aura is imperishable." At this moment, all the disciples of the nature sect shouted in unison, "The nature sect's nature spirit is eternal, and the righteous spirit is eternal." The cries shook the heavens. Sun Peak. Shi Beihong and the other elders arrived at Sun Palace, where Su Kaiyue had been cultivating. Kaiyue Shi Beihong looked at Su Kaiyue, who was sitting upright in the ring building. "You haven't moved for a month." Su Kaiyue closed her eyes and turned a deaf ear to Shi Beihong's words. Shi Beihong hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "It's not your fault. If Xianxia was still alive, he wouldn't want to see you like this." When Su Kaiyue heard Xianxia's words, she immediately opened her eyes. A trace of anger flashed in her eyes. "Why isn't it my fault? I'm his master. It's my fault that I failed to protect him. 6 great sects, so many high realm elders, so many old trash who have cultivated for hundreds of years, actually want a young man of the heavenly Yuan realm to save them. Tell me this isn't our fault. Whose fault can it be?" Su Kaiyue had never been so angry, nor had she ever shown such intense emotions. However, Shi Beihong nodded. Curse it out. You will feel better in your heart." Su Kaiyue suddenly burst into tears. She cried out uncontrollably, "Give Xianxia back to me." In the beast spirit battle, there were heavy casualties. The Sky Profound sect and Flying Cloud sect elders had suffered countless casualties. Nearly 50% of the elders and experts had been injured there. The combined forces of the 6 great sects were similarly heavily injured in origin energy, and the total number of casualties had already reached over 30%. The experts of the 9 Firmaments Imperial clan rushed over and participated in the great battle, and finally ended the curtain on repelling the Profound Sky sect. Afterwards, the Haoyan army rushed to the 9 Firmaments continent and joined forces with the 9 Firmaments Imperial clan's army. Together with the 6 great sects, they wiped out all the remaining geniuses of the Profound Sky sect and the Soaring Cloud sect in the entire the 9 Firmaments continent and completely drove the 2 sects out of the 9 Firmaments. In the same month, the Haoyan Imperial clan issued an order to capture all the 2nd and 3rd grade local sects that had once joined the Profound Sky sect on the Blue Tide continent. The elders and sect masters of these sects were all escorted to Haojing for trial. The beast spirit battle began with Xianxia's death and ended with Sky Profound Flying Cloud's escape. The Profound Sky sect that once ruled the entire martial world of the Southern Domain was instantly destroyed, dying and fleeing. This overlord of martial arts, who had run rampant for 1,000 years, finally walked towards dusk. The structure of the 8 great sects in the Southern Domain had undergone the greatest change in 1,000 years. The outstanding participating disciples, led by Yuan Meng, Xiao Jun, and Feng Xian, had joined the Haoran sect without hesitation at the beginning of the battle. In the next few months, the outstanding young martial artists from the various continents of the southern domain also arrived at the Blue Tide continent and the Haotian Empire through teleportation formations, flying ships, and even seagoing ships. Within a short month, tens of thousands of young martial artists had volunteered to join the nature sect. Within 2 months, this number had undergone an earth-shaking change. Nearly 106,000 young people under the age of 16 had come to join the Haoran sect in admiration. The structure of the martial world in the southern domain had changed. The Haoran sect, which had once been ranked last, had still become the new leader of the 6 great sects. As a result, the Blue Tide continent became the only sacred land of martial arts in the hearts of martial artists of the southern domain. The role of role models was unprecedentedly powerful. The Profound Sky sect had once planned by Mukin's role as a role model, but now, without anyone's help, a young martial artist named Xianxia had used his own life and boiling blood to break Bai Mukin's legend. Bai Mukin's sculpture, which had once stood tall in Tianyu City for nearly 10 years, finally collapsed, announcing the end of a martial Dao era. Everything that Xianxia had used had been crazily sought after. Immortal golden body was one of them. This kind of martial skill, which required the blood of demonic beasts to be used as a body-refining material, greatly promoted the economic development of commerce in the southern domain. The merchants who had killed the demonic beasts and only removed their fur and claws suddenly realized that the value of the demonic beast's blood had soared. The once impoverished demonic beast hunters had swollen their purses and lived a very glorious and respectable life. People in this profession even regarded Xianxia as their hero. This was a situation that no one could have predicted in advance. More and more young people with martial arts talent poured into the Blue Tide continent, accompanied by an even greater demand for demonic beast blood. Cargo ships and airships from all over the world sailed into the Blue Tide continent day and night. Within a few months, the Haotian Empire had urgently built 18 first-class deep-water harbors, as well as thousands of airships and airports scattered throughout the empire. A month after the Beast Spirit battle ended, elders from the Starsea sect, Primordial Chaos sect, Azure Nether sect, Profound Nether sect, and the Divine Feathers sect came to the Nature sect to mourn Xianxia's early death. Because the former city lord Hongjin had helped protect the Xiang clan in the early years, he had achieved great political achievements. He was promoted from a state official to a provincial general. He was also the general of the Southwest Town border and the deputy commander of the Southwest Town. Could be said that he was the ruler of the Xiang clan. For a time, he was in the limelight. On this day, the general's mansion of Wulong province. Hong Zhun received a secret order and hurriedly ran out of the general's mansion, saying, "Prepare the ship. Go to Bluestone City. Wulong province, Bluestone City." The expansion of Bluestone City had been completed, and the entire city had doubled in size. The Xiang clan, with the intentional help of the government, had become one of the largest clans in Bluestone City. The only person who could contend against the Xiang clan was the Wang clan that had been promoted by the Profound Sky sect. At this moment, the Profound Sky sect had escaped, while the Wang clan, a small clan in a remote place, had escaped because it was too insignificant. On the bustling streets of the new city, a well-dressed man, who was not dressed in luxurious clothes, was strolling down the street. Occasionally, he would stop in front of a stall and play with the small accessories in his hands with interest. In the crowd behind him, there were a few expressionless, steady-footed masters disguised as mortals. The man shook his hand. An expert immediately disappeared and appeared beside the man. He respectfully said, "Sixth Master." The man known as Sixth Master smiled and said, "It's today, isn't it?" The expert bowed slightly and whispered, "Yes, today is the birthday of Xianxiang and old hero Xiang." This subordinate is bold. "There's one thing I don't know." Sixth Master nodded. "Speak." The expert said, "If you want to reward the Xiang clan, just send someone over directly. You can even summon the Xiang clan into the capital." "Why bother?" Why bother risking your life to come here personally? It must be known that the remnants of the heavenly profound sect have yet to be cleaned up. They may have colluded with the night demon. The sixth master smiled faintly and said, I must make a gesture. I want all the martial artists in the world to know that my Haotian imperial clan will not treat people loyal to him unfairly. Even if Xiang Nan is dead, I must make sure that the Xiang clan's food and clothing are safe. Their son did not sacrifice himself in vain. A warm current flowed through the expert's heart as he said, Sixth Master is a wise and divine martial artist who serves the country and the people. All right, I won't eat this. It's getting late. Let's go. It was night. The city lord's mansion held a birthday banquet in honor of Xianxia and Wang Changhe. Countless guests came from afar to celebrate the birthday of the two patriarchs, but mainly to celebrate Xianxia. The new city lord was called Su Tao. He was a tactful man. Because he had made a mistake, he was demoted from the prefecture and became the city lord of Bluestone City. In Su Tao's eyes, Xianxia was his last resort. As long as he firmly grasped this straw, the day when he would return to his post would come. Ha ha ha! Old Master Xiang came early. Su Tao laughed heartily and trotted towards him. As a city lord, this kind of posture wasn't enough, but he admitted it. He knew how Hongjin got up. He knew what the Xiang clan could bring him. The Xiang clansmen were all overjoyed, but the clansmen closest to Xiang Nan were all silent. Even though Xiang Nan had already passed away for several months, they still hadn't emerged from the shadow of sorrow. Xianxia forced a smile and said, The city lord personally came to welcome him. This old man can't afford it. Su Tao hurriedly said, Ah, you can't say that. Xiang Nan has made countless contributions to the Haotian Empire. My respect for you comes from the bottom of my heart. Come, old master, please. At the entrance of the city lord's mansion, the Wang clan's people happened to arrive as well. Everyone from the Wang clan, led by Wang Changhe, had ugly expressions when they saw this scene. Beside Wang Changhe was the person with the broken arm, Wang Xiaoyun. Xianxia's birthday banquet alerted a dozen or so city lords nearby to rush over to participate. They were extremely capable of currying favor with Xianxia, wishing they could reveal their most beautiful smiles in their lives, all of them smiling as sexy as words. Seeing this, City Lord Su Tao scolded the street fiercely in his heart, but the smile on his face did not diminish. At the birthday banquet, everyone was overjoyed, except for the Wang clan. Today, Su Tao invited Wang Changhe over to give him a good look. He wants Xianxia to know that I, Su Tao, am firmly on the side of the Xiang clan. Watch how I deal with the Wang clan. At the liveliest time, when Su Tao looked at Wang Changhe's expression, which was getting worse and worse, Wang Changhe realized that something was wrong. At this time, Wang Xiaoyun suddenly stood out. Wang Xiaoyun cupped his fists and said to Xianxia, Old Master Xiang, do you remember that I had an appointment with your grandson for 2 years? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire arena became quiet. The word Xiang Nan had already become a sensitive word, and no one would easily mention it. Wang Xiaoyun. Su Tao was the first to stand out. He angrily pointed at Wang Xiaoyun and said, You still have the face to say such words. You really don't know what's good for you. Wang Xiaoyun knew that this was his last chance. If he didn't fight, the Wang clan would never rise to prominence. Wang Xiaoyun said, City Lord Su Tao, I'm afraid you're in the wrong direction. Xiang Nan has contributed a lot, but to be honest, he's gone. Wang Xiaoyun, shut up. The Xiang family members were furious. Wang Xiaoyun said, City Lord Su Tao, who is the next person most likely to become a hero in the Bluestone City? It's me, Wang Xiaoyun. How many Xiang Nan do you think that the Xiang clan can produce? He's gone, but I'm still here. After observing Xianxia's expression, Su Tao angrily said to Wang Xiaoyun, You traitor who has taken refuge in the profound sky sect, you are not qualified to say such words. Wang Xiaoyun said, It is the blazing fire sect that has taken refuge in the heavenly profound sect. It is not me, Wang Xiaoyun. I was just bewitched by the blazing fire sect. Now, I have already drawn a clear line between myself and the blazing fire sect. But the people present are very clear about my 2-year agreement with Xiang Nan. Wang Xiaoyun looked at Xiang Zhanxiong and said, Old Master Xiang, since Xiang Nan failed to keep the appointment, it would be considered as breaking it. According to the agreement, shouldn't the Xiang clan seek a higher position and leave Bluestone City? These words left everyone speechless. Even Su Tao didn't know what to say. The 2-year agreement was personally made by Xiang Nan and Wang Xiaoyun. If the Xiang clan broke the agreement now, wouldn't it tarnish Xiang Nan's face? Wang Xiaoyun said, It is not that I intentionally make things difficult for the Xiang clan during this sensitive period. Rather, I want to defend Xiang Nan's dignity. What he said personally, do you all take it as a sideline? Xiang Zhanxiong's heart was about to shatter. He let out a long sigh and said, I, son Xiang Nan, have made an agreement with you. Since the matter has come to this point, then the Xiang clan is willing to leave. The Wang clan was overjoyed when they heard this. But at this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from outside the door. General Zhan Bian, General Hong Zhan has arrived. The scene exploded, and all the guests hurriedly stood up to welcome him. However, a majestic figure had already rushed in ahead of time. It was precisely Hong Zhan. Old Master! Hong Zhan strode forward and grabbed Xiang Zhanxiong's hand. His eyes were red and he sincerely said, I'm sorry. Everyone was stunned and hurriedly ran back. Xiang Zhanxiong's eyes were red and he was speechless. I'm late. I'm late. Hong Zhan grabbed Xiang Zhanxiong's hand and said, I went to the Haoran sect to attend Xiang Nan's mourning. I didn't make it back in time. This old man is trying to atone for my sins. Xiang Zhanxiong shook his head and said, This old man is grateful that General Hong can still read about the Xiang clan. However, Wang Xiaoyun was confident. In any case, Xiang Nan was already dead, and his greatest enemy was gone. The number 1 young expert in Bluestone City was still him. Old Master Xiang, shouldn't we abide by the agreement? Wang Xiaoyun asked. Wang Xiaoyun, don't go too far. Hong Zhan said angrily. I only need 1 sentence, and your Wang clan will disappear from the horizon. Of course. Wang Xiaoyun smiled and said, You can do this, but what will the people of the world think? Look, Xiang Nan's family has bullied others. The prestige he built with great difficulty has been destroyed by you. You! Hong Zhan's eyes turned red. All right, you're bold enough to threaten my head. Wang Xiaoyun's eyes flashed with panic. He knew that his words were a bit out of line. Forget about General Hong. Xiang Zhanxiong shook his head and said, No matter what, we have missed our appointment. Our Xiang family will move out of Bluestone City. But Hong Zhan said anxiously. Xiang Zhanxiong said, There's no need to say anything. I've made up my mind. Old Master, you can't do this. The elders of the Xiang clan pleaded bitterly. This is the place where the Xiang clan took root and where Xiang Nan rose. If we leave this place, the Xiang clan will start over again. At this moment, a group of people suddenly came in from outside the door. The person leading the group was none other than the 6th Master. The Xiang clan does want to leave Bluestone City, but there's no need to leave here. The 6th Master walked in with a dragon and a tiger and said straightforwardly. The moment Hong Zhan saw this person, his expression changed drastically. He actually knelt on the spot and cupped his fists, saying, Greetings to the 6th Prince. 6th Prince. All the guests present were stunned, and some of them even fell to the ground in fright. The Haotian Imperial Clan. The 6th Prince of the Haotian Imperial Clan had actually come to such a remote city. Everyone hurriedly knelt down in horror and said in unison, Greetings, Your Highness. There was no one else in 6th Master's eyes. He walked straight over and solemnly supported Xiang Zhanxiong up with both of his hands. Old hero, please get up quickly, he said. The biggest official Xiang Zhanxiong had ever seen in his life was none other than Hong Zhan. With his status, he probably wouldn't have the qualifications to see the Haotian Imperial Clan for the rest of his life. I don't dare, Xiang Zhanxiong said in fear. Quickly, please get up. The sixth prince personally helped Xianxia up, and this scene shocked everyone present. The sixth prince kindly held Xianxia's hand and said, "All right, the old hero is indeed heroic. Only someone like you can nurture an outstanding young hero like Xiang Nan. Come on, hand over my gift." 6 people suddenly appeared in the hall. The 6 of them came silently, as if they had been standing here from the beginning. The 6 of them carried a huge blank plaque together. The sixth prince grabbed a large brush and stained it with golden ink in front of everyone. The words were written on the paper. Xiang Sek's loyalty. The dragon-flying phoenix dance written on those 4 words contained an unparalleled pressure, and it was filled with the sixth prince's imperial aura. The Xiang clan cried when they saw those 4 words. The sixth prince put down his ink and said, "According to the agreement, the Xiang family should leave Bluestone City. Then today, I will personally change the name of this Bluestone City. Xiang Nan, head south to Sunshine. From today onwards, this Bluestone City will be called Xiangyang City." Xianxia was already in tears. Wang Changhe's heart was dead. This time he was completely dead. Even the Haotian imperial clan had come to support the Xiang clan, and they had personally given the Xiang clan such a plaque. What are you resisting? Even if the Wang clan spoke of the great heavens, there would be no turning back. The sixth prince turned to look at Wang Xiaoyun and said, "You are Wang Xiaoyun." Wang Xiaoyun knelt on the ground trembling, not even daring to raise his head. The sixth prince's figure flashed and slapped Wang Xiaoyun's face loudly. He sent Wang Xiaoyun flying and smashed several tables in succession. The Wang clan was in a panic, but no one dared to say anything. Wang Xiaoyun even had a few teeth flapped away, but he hurriedly got up and knelt on the ground without stopping kowtowing. The sixth prince put his hands behind his back and said, "Being beaten by this prince is also considered a good fortune that you have cultivated in your previous life. Xiang Nan has just passed away. How dare you make things difficult for old hero Xiang? You are truly a shameless villain. The grass dwellers deserve to die." Wang Xiaoyun kowtowed. He was no longer a disciple of the sect, so he could no longer call himself a disciple. The sixth prince nodded and said, "Since you have an agreement with Xiang Nan, this agreement cannot be broken. I cannot treat your Wang clan unfairly. How about this, you leave tomorrow? I'll grant you permission to join the Haoran sect." What? Everyone was stunned. Wang Xiaoyun was overjoyed, but then he realized what had happened. His face turned extremely pale and he hurriedly said, This. Wang Xiaoyun was Xiang Nan's mortal enemy, and the Haoran sect was Xiang Nan's territory. Wang Xiaoyun entered the nature sect. One could imagine what awaited him. "What? You want to disobey my orders?" The sixth prince narrowed his eyes. Wang Xiaoyun sat on the ground and said absent-mindedly, "The grass dares not." "Yes." The sixth prince nodded. "Then it's settled. You leave tomorrow to report to the Haoran sect. Old hero Xiang, come and talk to me." The sixth prince pulled Xianxia and said, "Hongzhen, prepare a room for us." "Yes." Hongzhen was so happy that he could not help but smile from ear to ear. The sixth prince dragged Xianxia away, and none of the people present dared to stand up. They all knelt in fear. A month later, somewhere, Yuan Meng stepped on Wang Xiaoyun's chest, while Xiao Jun excavated the pit fervently. Wang Xiaoyun screamed repeatedly. No matter how he shouted, the two of them didn't stop. "Tell me about you. Tell me about you. Why are you so unbearable?" Xiao Jun patted Wang Xiaoyun's face and said, "I've buried you 7 times. It's not good for you to crawl out. We kindly asked you to cultivate the earth escape technique. Why did you disappoint us?" Yuan Meng said, "Looks like he has ADHD. How about this, Xiao Jun? Cut off both his arms and legs." Xiao Jun said solemnly, "How can that be? Wang Xiaoyun is our fellow disciple. Treating our fellow disciple like this is not allowed. We have to tear him down." Wang Xiaoyun's face turned pale with fear. You dare. I am also a disciple of the nature sect." Xiao Jun grabbed Wang Xiaoyun's legs with both hands, while Yuan Meng grabbed Wang Xiaoyun's hands. The two of them exchanged glances and said, "I'll shout 1, 2, 3. Let's work hard together. 1. Chi." Yuan Meng tore off Wang Xiaoyun's arm and even his legs were broken. "Yuan Meng, fuck you." Xiao Jun cursed angrily. "We agreed to trust each other. We agreed to a tacit understanding." Yuan Meng wiped off the blood on his body and said indifferently, "I thought you were going to count down, but of course you did it as soon as you shouted. So this thing is a puppet arm." Yuan Meng looked at a pair of arms on the ground. Xiao Jun gritted his teeth and said, "Bastard! Like Xiang Nan. You are a dishonest bastard. Come, senior brother Xiaoyun, climb in. Be good." Xiao Jun's expression quickly changed. He gently pushed the painful Wang Xiaoyun into the pit and said, "Obediently, you can't crawl out this time. Okay? Otherwise, I'll directly tear your head off next time." Xiao Jun slowly pushed the soil and bit by bit buried Wang Xiaoyun at a very slow speed, letting Wang Xiaoyun watch as he was buried alive for the 8th time. "Do you think he can crawl out this time?" Xiao Jun felt worried and stepped on the dirt bag where Wang Xiaoyun was buried. "How about crushing a rock?" Yuan Meng flew over with a boulder that was more than 10 meters tall and heavily smashed into the soil above Wang Xiaoyun. "You don't even have 4 limbs. What the hell are you crawling on?" Yuan Meng said, "I told you to kill him with a single saber. You insisted on doing so many tricks. I have always suspected that your brain has gone crazy. Looks like it's true." Xiao Jun said seriously, "I was discovered by you. Can I still save him?" Yuan Meng patted Xiao Jun on the shoulder and said, "No. Xiangyang City, City Lord's Mansion. The 6th prince has personally arrived. This old man is dead." Xianxiong said in fear. The 6th prince shook his head and said, "That the Xiang clan deserves this. Does old hero Xiang know how many young people with martial arts talent have come to the Haoyan Empire?" Xianxiong shook his head. The 6th prince said, "At present, there are already 350,000. So many." Xianxiong was stunned. This was only the number of youths with martial arts talent, not including adult martial artists. The 6th prince said, "If it weren't for the limited number of flying ships and teleportation formations, the 350,000 would probably have more than doubled. And all of this is thanks to Xiang Nan." Speaking of Xiang Nan, Xianxiong fell silent again. The 6th prince said, "I believe that if the Xiang clan can nurture one Xiang Nan, they can nurture a second. The Xiang clan will be the Haoyan Empire's priority. I promise that in the next 20 years, I will promote the Xiang clan to become one of the top clans in the Haoyan Empire. Old hero Xiang, this is my promise to you. Prepare yourself in advance." Xianxiong looked at the 6th prince in shock, not knowing what language to use to express his feelings. The 6th prince stood up and held Xianxiong's hands. "Old hero Xiang, I want more Xiang Nan. Please nurture the descendants of the Xiang family like Xiang Nan. This is my only request." Xianxiong knelt on the ground with a splash. "This old man is grateful." The 6th prince said, "It's getting late. It's time for me to leave. Old hero, keep that plaque. In the future, no matter where you move to, you must hang it at the entrance of the Xiang Manor. With that plaque, anyone who breaks into the Xiang Manor alone will be punished as treason. Remember that." After saying that, the 6th prince left valiantly. Xianxiong sat back in his chair in a daze. After a long time, he shed tears on the spot. "My grandson, the Xiang clan is about to rise. Your dream has come true. The 9 firmaments continent." Xiang Nan said helplessly, "Little sparrow, eat. The storage ring can't be opened. I can't afford it. These buns were given to us by the kind sailors. If you don't eat them, I'll eat them all." Little Sparrow raised his head and chest on Xiang Nan's shoulders, not even looking at steamed bun. Xiang Nan shook his head and said, "You little bastard, starved to death." "Who? I finally returned. This time I have to set my goal for the longer term." Xiang Nan looked around and saw that the outline of the 9 firmaments continent had faintly appeared in the distance. In his heart, he had a longer-term goal. This time, He had only crushed the Heavenly Profound sect's conspiracy and destroyed the entire Heavenly Profound sect. However, a large part of the reason was because the Heavenly Profound sect had committed suicide on its own. The next time, his target was not the Profound Sky sect, but Xian Qingzhu himself. Xian Qingzhu was already at the beginner divine martial stage. Xianxia needed to increase his strength even faster, find her, and avenge himself. Have you heard? The disciples who participated in the sect ranking tournament seem to be disappearing lately. Several inexplicable humans have disappeared. That's right. Those disciples all possess unique skills. They actually disappeared without a trace. I don't know what happened. The conversation between the sailors attracted Xianxia's attention. Somewhere in the southern domain, a white-robed man was standing at the door. He looked into the distance with his back to Xian Qingzhu in the hall. The Profound Sky sect has truly disappointed the Bai clan. Xian Qingzhu gritted his teeth and said, "This was all caused by Xianxia. Originally, our plan was flawless. It could—" "Shut up." The white-robed man narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed. "If you fail, admit it honestly. There is no excuse." Xian Qingzhu suppressed his anger and said, "Yes." The white-robed man said, "The Bai clan handed by Mukin over to your the Profound Sky sect for this day. But you've ruined our entire plan. Looks like it's time for the Bai clan to personally take action." Appointment. Xianxia looked at the queue in front of the official teleportation portal. Yes. The soldier in charge of guarding the teleportation array said, "Anyone who uses the teleportation array must make an appointment, especially after you choose to pay." Xianxia said, "Believe me, once I arrive at the Haotian Empire on the Blue Tide continent, I will immediately ask someone to help me pay for it." The soldier shook his head and said, "The rules can't be broken. Even if you have money, you have to make an appointment. According to the current usage situation, you have to wait for about 3 years before you can use it." 3 years. I've really seen a ghost. Xianxia muttered to himself. Looks like I have to take a flying ship to arrive at the Red Earth continent before transferring to the teleportation array and heading to the Blue Tide continent. The soldier said, "Let me kindly remind you that this is also impossible. The teleportation array of the Red Earth continent is also very tight, and it is not much better than are the 9 firmaments continent. How could this be? What exactly happened? Why are so many people going to the Blue Tide continent?" Xianxia asked curiously. He didn't know much about the current situation. The soldier looked at Xianxia like a fool and said, "Do you know how many people in the entire southern domain want to go to the Blue Tide continent to study? Do you know how many merchants are going to Kanglan continent to do business? How many wealthy people are going to visit Kanglan sect? And how many women are going to see places where Xianxia used to practice martial arts? You don't know anything about the current situation, so I advise you to give up. There's actually such a big change." Xianxia shook his head helplessly. He hadn't expected that his actions would cause such a huge turmoil in the southern domain. This was something he hadn't expected. In an inn, Xianxia tore off the human skin mask on his face and muttered, "Seeking help from the first prince, you should be able to directly use the teleportation array. But if the Battle of Beast Spirit Island taught Xianxia the greatest lesson, then he absolutely must not trust anyone. Let's go to the Plum Blossom Forest to find Mr. Rihua first. Slaughter Luck is still there." Xianxia put on his human skin mask and set off again. Along the way, he smelled the fragrance of wine floating out of the restaurant. This smell made Xianxia clutching his stomach and stopping at the entrance of the restaurant for a long time. He was reluctant to leave, and his mouth was full of saliva. His stomach growled, but there was nothing he could do. Who would have thought that Xianxia, who saved the 6 great sects, would end up in such a miserable situation that he couldn't even eat? Xianxia touched his storage ring and sighed in his heart. He finally understood what it meant to be a hero who could not be defeated by a penny. There were obviously tens of millions of gold coins in his storage ring, but he couldn't even take out a single one. He could not even hire a carriage and could only walk to the Plum Blossom Forest. At this speed, it would take him more than a month to arrive. However, within half a day, Xianxia was already starving to death. He had a body equivalent to a body-tempering realm, but he was unable to absorb spiritual energy. Hunger would become his biggest problem. He eats more than ordinary people. The most damning thing was that a bun shop by the side of the road had just opened its drawer. The steaming smell of meat bun drifted over, making Xianxia unable to move a single step. He stood at the crossroads and looked at the snow-white meat buns with envious eyes. His belly cries grew louder and louder. "Young man, you don't look like a beggar. Did you steal the money? Here, I'll give you 2 buns to eat." The ant's heart softened when she saw that Xianxia's eyes were glittering with stars, and she stared at steamed bun. Xianxia hurriedly wiped his hands off his body, then took the bun with both hands. At this moment, he felt that his hands were heavy. "Don't be discouraged. Things will get better. We have thieves here, but there are more good people. Look at how much trouble Xianxia is facing. He hasn't given up. Are the 9 firmaments continent is worthy of being saved and trusted." Hearing this warm words, Xianxia sighed in his heart. It was worth it. Even if it wasn't for the martial world, even if it wasn't for the 6 great sects, and only for these kind civilians, his persistence was worth it. "Thank you, Auntie." Xianxia respectfully bowed to the ant. "Eat while it's hot. It'll be cold soon." Auntie laughed and went back. Xianxia took a bite and his mouth was full of oil. He felt that he had never tasted such delicious food, nor had he ever been so happy. Ever since he lost his strength, he felt that his body was so fragile that he felt dizzy from hunger without eating a single meal. His thirst for delicious food had never been so intense. He felt that even a meat bun that had just come out of the cage was so delicious. However, after walking for a long time, he was hungry again. He really wasn't used to eating alone. It was so troublesome to eat 3 meals a day. He felt that his time had been taken up by eating a lot. In the past, he had only eaten a meal of meat mixed with spiritual herbs for more than 10 days, and that was enough. "No, I really can't hold on any longer." Xianxia shook his head. He found a pharmacy to borrow a pen and paper and wrote a letter to Mr. Rihua. He handed the letter to the little bird and asked it to take it to Mr. Rihua. The content of the letter was very simple. It simply explained his situation. He also said that he had greeted Slaughter Luck in advance. If anything unexpected happened in the sect ranking tournament, he would ask Slaughter Luck to go to Plum Blossom Forest to find Mr. Rihua. Hopefully, Mr. Rihua would be able to take in the slaughter shipment, but now that he had some inconvenience, he would not be able to take the slaughter shipment away in a short period of time. The little bird's speed was very fast. It had been hitting back and forth in half an hour, with a small parcel in its mouth. Looking at the way the little bird flew back, Xianxia sighed emotionally. "I really miss the days when I could fly." He took the parcel. Inside was a letter and 2 signaling orders. To Xianxia's particular surprise, one of the 2 signaling orders belonged to Mr. Rihua himself, and the other was actually Feng Xian's. Xianxia hurriedly opened the letter and wrote Mr. Rihua's words. After the Battle of Beast Spirit Island ended, Slaughter Luck had already gone to the Plum Blossom Forest, and Mr. Rihua had also accepted him so that Xianxia did not have to worry. In addition, Feng Xian knew that Xianxia and Mr. Rihua had a very good relationship. He also took a sliver of luck and went to ask to see Mr. Rihua once. He also sent a message to Mr. Rihua. If Xianxia was still alive, please pass the message to Xianxia. The last part of the letter was nothing more than greetings. Unfortunately, there was no money in the package given by Mr. Rihua. As an expert, Mr. Rihua did not consider such a small situation. Xianxia sighed. He took the signaling order. There was a flash of light on the signaling order, indicating that Mr. Rihua had injected spiritual energy. Xianxia only needed to throw the signaling order out. "I finally gained something." After Xianxia told the messenger about his situation, he released him. The messenger turned into a ray of light and flew straight to the horizon. "Next, it's time to solve the problem of food and clothing." Xianxia looked at Little Sparrow and said, "I know that you little bastard must have hidden a gem with you. Hand it over." Little Sparrow looked up at the sky and pretended not to hear. "Do you want me to starve to death?" Xianxia said seriously, "If I can survive, I can give you more gemstones." The little bird was extremely helpless. It could only open its mouth and spit out a small stone the size of a grain of rice into Xianxia's palm. The little stone glowed with double-colored fluorescence. The surface was red, and the outward layer was purple. "This thing seems to be very valuable." Xianxia's eyes lit up. "Damn, I actually felt like a little bird. I'm so excited when I see a gem." This kind of gemstone, the size of a grain of rice, was usually embedded in a ring. It didn't have any special attributes, but it was good-looking. Xianxia estimated that this small gem could probably be exchanged for 1,000 to 2,000 gold coins, so it should be more or less enough. He found a jewelry shop and put the gem in the shopkeeper's hand. "Take a look," he said, "and see how much it costs." The shopkeeper looked left and right and said, "I'm sorry, I can't see anything about this. I have to let the jewelry master in the background look over. Please wait a moment." The shopkeeper handed the gem to the waiter, who took it to the back. Xianxia found a chair and sat down. He said happily, "When we get the money, let's go thank the aunt and buy all her buns." Later, the waiter ran back and handed a small paper bag to the shopkeeper. He whispered in the shopkeeper's ear a few times. Xianxia said expectantly, "How much is it worth?" The shopkeeper shook his head and said, "Sorry, your things don't belong to gemstones. They're not worth much." "How is that possible?" Xianxia hurriedly took the gem, but when he saw it, he frowned. It was indeed the size of a grain of rice in his palm. Whether it was its color or shape, it was different from the gemstone he had brought earlier. "This is not mine." Xianxia held the gem in his hand and said, "Do you think there is a mistake? My gem has 2 colors, but this little stone only has 1. The shopkeeper was a little impatient and said, "I don't understand what you're talking about. Take your things and leave quickly. We won't accept them here." "Oh, I understand." Xianxia put away his smile and said, "You guys are looking at me with a foreign accent and don't have much strength, so you want to deceive me. Are you leaving or not?" The shopkeeper immediately raised his eyebrows and shouted coldly, "Don't come here without money to pretend. Look at your poor appearance, and you even ran into our shop to be a gemstone. What kind of gemstone can a poor guy like you have? Even if you do, it was stolen. Get lost, or don't blame me for being impolite." As he spoke, a few burly men squeezed out from behind the door. Those burly men hugged their shoulders and looked at Xianxia threateningly. "Haha, fine." Xianxia laughed angrily. He took 2 steps back and said, "When I count to 10, either give me back the gem or bear the consequences." 1, 2. Those people were hugging their shoulders, looking like you could handle me. 10. Xianxia nodded and turned to walk out. "Haha, don't leave." The shopkeeper sneered at Xianxia's back. "Didn't you count to 10 already? Do you need to do something? Leave shamelessly like this. Yo-yo, look at your shameless appearance. You still want to learn how to speak ruthlessly. In the end, you should give me a ruthless look." Xianxia went down the street and pointed at the jewelry store. "Bird, blow it up." The little bird immediately became excited. It opened its mouth, and the demonic energy in its mouth condensed into a small fireball. Immediately after, the fireball flew into the shop with a whoosh. Boom! The roof of the jewelry shop was blown away, thick smoke billowing out from inside, and the people inside, along with the shopkeeper, were blasted out by the fire wave. On the wide street, pedestrians immediately gathered to watch the show. Coincidentally, a group of strange carriages and horses also stopped. The eyes of the leading strong man shone as he looked at the little bird curiously. All the gemstones in the jewelry shop were destroyed, and the sturdy men and shopkeepers were also lying in a pool of blood, wailing in pain. Xianxia stepped on the shopkeeper's neck and said indifferently, "Do you think I'll leave after I blow up your shop? Let me tell you, I have to take what belongs to me. I'll count to 10 and hand over my gem. Otherwise, it will be you who exploded this time." The shopkeeper was no longer mad. He trembled and pulled out a small broken paper bag from his bosom with his sparkling right hand. Xiangnan's black gemstone rolled out of the bag. Xiangnan held the gem in his hand and turned to leave. Hey, this friend, wait. A muscular man grabbed Xiangnan's shoulder. Xiangnan turned around and said coldly, You want a medal? The strong man smiled and said, I was just passing by. Your grudge has nothing to do with me. Then let go. Xiangnan narrowed his eyes. The strong man let go of his right hand and smiled. Friends, don't be so rushed. We are from the Moonlight Tour. Your little bird that can understand people and spit fire is very interesting. Are you interested in joining us? Not interested. Xiangnan turned around and left. The strong man shouted to Xiangnan, Friend, it seems like you are short of money. If you join us, I will offer you 10 gold coins a month. Think about it. Not interested. Xiangnan waved his hand and disappeared into the crowd. We will stay here for 3 days. If you change your mind, please come to the octagonal tower in the east of the city and find us, the sturdy man said unyieldingly. When Xiangnan returned to his inn, the innkeeper saw that Xiangnan's expression was not good, so he smiled and rubbed his hands. Objectively, how many days are you going to stay? If you stay for a long time, why don't you hand over the money first? Xiangnan glanced at the shopkeeper and said, Before you leave, you won't be missing a single point. Don't look down on me like that. No, no. The shopkeeper hurriedly shook his head. After returning to his room, Xiangnan sat on the bed sulking and muttered to himself, When did I become so angry? In the past, I would only treat the people from the jewelry store as if they didn't exist. Now, I actually take them seriously. He came to the copper mirror and looked at himself in it, recalling his past. He realized that even though he wouldn't provoke others so easily after joining the Howran sect, at that time, his temper was still quite hot. He would do such a thing as directly finding someone else's academy and overthrowing them on the spot. But afterwards, his personality became smoother and smoother, becoming more and more edgy. Could it be because of the great freedom scripture and marrow cleansing scripture? Xiangnan frowned and thought to himself, it was very likely that he thought that he had cultivated the Buddhist technique, causing his heart to become clearer and clearer, and he no longer liked to fight with others. This time, when he was revived, all the Buddhist profound arts in his body had returned to zero, and his once youthful and vigorous personality had returned. Perhaps this is my original disposition. Xiangnan nodded silently. At this moment, a message hung outside the window, buzzing. You're back so soon? Xiangnan pushed open the window and received the signaling order in his hand. It was indeed Feng Xian's signaling order. According to the speed of this signaling, he should be near the Nine Firmaments continent. Xiangnan pondered for a moment before activating the signaling. Inside was a passage from Feng Xian. First of all, Feng Xian confirmed that Xiangnan did not seek help from the first prince, and believed that this kind of behavior was the most rational and correct. Feng Xian's meaning was very clear. The attitude of the Nine Firmaments' great prince towards Xiangnan had always been unclear. He liked talents like Xiangnan, but he did not like talents that did not belong to the Nine Firmaments imperial clan. Feng Xian solemnly warned Xiangnan that the reason why the Nine Firmament Prince was so polite to Xiangnan back then was because Xiangnan was a talented person. On the other hand, the Nine Firmament imperial clan was eager to obtain the support of the Haoyan imperial clan. But now the situation was completely different. After the Sky Profound sect and the Flying Cloud sect were driven out of the Nine Firmaments continent, the first thing that the Nine Firmaments Great Prince needed to do was to regroup and seize absolute control of the Nine Firmaments continent. After being oppressed by the two great sects for a long time, the ambition that erupted was unimaginable. If Xiangnan really went to find the first prince, then his outcome would be very tragic. The best outcome would be to be imprisoned by the first prince for the rest of his life. The reason for that was because the Haoyan Empire was no longer a partner in the eyes of the first prince, but a competitor. If Xiangnan were allowed to return to the Haoyan Empire, the outcome could be imagined. Xiangnan took a deep breath and said, Fortunately, with Feng Xian's reminder, he was considerate. Next, Feng Xian suggested that Xiangnan should never return to the Blue Tide continent. At least now was not the best time. Xiang Nan's death had already boosted the morale of the martial practitioners of the southern domain. Now was the time for the morale of the martial practitioners of the southern domain to rise. If Xiang Nan rushed back now, the tragic and stirring effects of the hero's death would also be discounted. The second reason was that there were too many people who worshipped Xiang Nan and wanted to see Xiang Nan. If Xiang Nan really went back, he would be surrounded by countless people, so much so that Xiang Nan could not do anything and could only meet people from all continents all day long. At that time, the sixth prince of the Haoyan Empire would also make every effort to surround Xiang Nan in Haojing and give him a high official to attract more people to join the Haoyan imperial clan. Xiang Nan did not know what his return to Haoyan would mean, but after Feng Xian's analysis, he instantly became enlightened. Feng Xian's next suggestion was that Xiang Nan had better continue pretending to be dead now. Only those who had already died would not be pursued by others. He suspected that the heavenly profound sect would not give up, and that they would even do something even crazier in the future. In fact, there were already quite a few geniuses who had disappeared for no reason. Feng Xian suggested that Xiang Nan wander outside as a dead person, which would be more conducive to finding the remnants of the profound sky sect. In the future, Feng Xian would unilaterally keep in touch with Xiang Nan. At the same time, according to Xiang Nan's strength, Feng Xian gave another suggestion. During this period of time, Feng Xian had consulted quite a bit of information about world-devastating divine lightning. He did not find any treasure map of divine lightning, but he traced back to the relevant records in historical documents. That was where the world-exterminating divine lightning had once fallen. Therefore, Feng Xian suggested that Xiang Nan make a trip to the eastern region. As early as 3,500 years ago, a world-exterminating divine lightning had landed in the eastern region, causing tens of millions of human deaths and hundreds of millions of casualties. According to this description, the divine lightning in the eastern region should be far more powerful than the white flame blazing lightning and the little ice lightning. Finally, Feng Xian suggested that Xiang Nan should not let the Haoran sect know that Xiang Nan was still alive. A person who gathered thousands of glory in one body, in fact, could not do anything big. He would be very tired and would attract everyone's attention. As for Su Kaiyue, Feng Xian would personally visit and personally tell Su Kaiyue that Xiang Nan was not dead, so she would not continue to be sad. After reading the message, Xiang Nan heaved a long sigh of relief. He thought to himself, although he had read a lot of books and grasped a lot of knowledge, it was not worth mentioning compared to Feng Xian. This brat's perspective on the problem was too tricky. It was so crafty that it made people feel terrified. Fortunately, Feng Xian was on his side. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. Xiang Nan gently tapped on the table and said, "Right now, there are 3 most important things that need to be done. First, recover your strength. Second, recover your strength. Third, recover your strength." The eastern region? Xiang Nan pondered. The eastern region was also extremely far from the 9 firmaments continent. From here to the eastern region, it was even farther than the central plains. What method should he use? Moonlight tour. Xiang Nan slammed the table. Octagonal tower. I knew you would come back. The sturdy man rubbed his hands excitedly and kept looking at the little bird. I hired you and your little bird. If I'm not mistaken, this is a mutated gale sparrow, right? I can give you a commission of 10 gold coins a month. At the same time, if you perform, I'll give you 2 gold coins for the performance. How about it? Xiang Nan was not interested in this at all. He said bluntly, "Will you go to the eastern region?" The sturdy man thought for a moment and said, "Not necessarily. We are cruising all over the world. The next stop will usually be decided immediately, but the eastern region. Originally, we were planning to go to the western region, but for a talent like you, it's not impossible for us to go to the eastern region." Yes. Xiang Nan nodded and thought to himself. They were prepared to go to the eastern region. No one would change their schedule for a young bird player. He said this just to win his heart. May I ask what the so-called tour team does? Xiang Nan asked curiously. The sturdy man laughed excitedly. Mr. Shua, do you know? What we do is essentially the same as Mr. Storyteller. We spread the story to the audience, but Mr. Storyteller uses language, and we use acting. You can see the specifics tonight. Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the leader of the Moonlight Tour, Lu Dongyuan. Xiang Bei, Xiang Nan said. Xiang Bei? Ha! It's very similar to Xiang Nan's name. The middle-aged man said happily. All right, your name can be considered a selling point. That night, Lu Dongyuan brought Xiang Nan to the performance. The Moonlight Tour had built a huge performance shed in the city. It was already filled to the brim with 2,000 spectators. Cheers and cheers could be heard from afar. At the entrance of the studio, there was a huge rehearsal. The last performance at the bottom of the box was called Iron Blood Heroic Soul. We're already a little late. Follow me inside. Lu Dongyuan greeted Xiang Nan politely. Xiang Nan. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the performance shed. Xiang Nan was shocked, and his right hand subconsciously grabbed the hilt of the saber behind him. However, the scene in front of him made Xiang Nan feel at a loss whether to laugh or cry. On the stage, a muscular man pointed at a man with a huge saber and shouted, Xiang Nan, the name of the strongest person in the southern domain is mine. The audience suddenly became nervous. Everyone held their breath and looked at the man with the knife in anticipation. The man with the knife waved his exaggerated cloak and shouted, Impudent! With me, Xiang Nan. None of you can touch a single finger in the southern domain, unless you step on my corpse. Do it, you Donghai. At that moment, the entire audience cheered like thunder, and the audience cried out loudly as they watched. How is it? How is it? Lu Dongyuan excitedly grabbed Xiang Nan's shoulder and shook it forcefully. Isn't it very similar? Xiang Nan helplessly looked at the stage and could only applaud. Yes, it's too similar. I want to ask one more question. Is this the performance of the Iron Blood Heroic Soul? Lu Dongyuan said excitedly. Of course. Who else could the Iron Blood Heroic Soul be if it wasn't Xiang Nan? At this time, a beautiful woman walked out of the stage. When the woman appeared, the audience cheered. They kept throwing gold coins, purses, and anything valuable they could find on the stage. This night belongs to Xiang Nan. Lu Dongyuan was so excited that his eyes were filled with tears. This night, the whole world only called out one person's name. At this moment, Xiang Nan and Yu Donghai on the stage had already reached the end of their battle, and Yu Donghai had died in battle. As for Xiang Nan, he stepped on Yu Donghai's corpse and pointed his hand at the peerlessly beautiful woman. Master, I did not disappoint your hopes. Can I ask you something? Xiang Nan pointed at the incomparably beautiful woman and said, Is she playing? Su Kaiwei. Of course. Lu Dongyuan said excitedly. On the stage, Su Kaiwei had already rushed to Xiang Nan and hugged Xiang Nan tightly. The two of them kissed each other affectionately in front of the audience. At that moment, everyone present cried, especially the young men and women. They couldn't stop crying, but they didn't forget to throw money on the stage. Xiang Nan himself looked extremely embarrassed and said, Is this appropriate? I remember that Su Kaiwei seems to be Xiang Nan's master. Is it really okay for them to kiss? Lu Dongyuan said excitedly. This scene is the voice of thousands of people in their hearts. We are just presenting the most perfect ending to everyone. But that didn't happen, Xiang Nan said. Lu Dongyuan said, What is a performance? What the audience wants to see is the best performance. Xiang Bei, you still have a lot to learn. At this time, beside the stage curtain, someone slapped the fan hard. The wind swept through Xiang Nan's long shirt. He held Su Kaiwei in his left hand and raised his saber in his right. He shouted, For the southern domain! The entire audience exploded. Everyone stood up and shouted, For the southern domain! The performance ended satisfactorily. The audience refused to disperse for a long time. They were still chatting endlessly, their hands still gesturing. A large number of young girls rushed to the grandstand and undisguised themselves towards Xiang Nan, releasing their youthful vitality and admiration. The little bird slapped Xiang Nan's face and pointed at the stage with the tip of its wings, which meant, Look at him! What kind of scenery does he have? You useless fellow, alas Xiangnan was speechless. Come, follow me backstage. Lu Dongyuan wiped his tears and took Xiangnan to the back. Backstage, the actors were removing their makeup. The handsome man who played Xiangnan pulled the hand of the woman who played Su Kaiyue and said, Xiao Wan, how was my performance today? That woman was indeed very good-looking. In terms of appearance alone, she was not much worse than the real Su Kaiyue. Xiao Wan looked at the handsome man absent-mindedly for a while, then sighed and turned to leave. Xiao Wan, wait. Let me introduce you. Lu Dongyuan rushed forward and grabbed Xiao Wan's hand. This is Xiang Bei, our new member. Xiang Bei, this is Xiao Wan, the pillar of our Moonlight Tour. Hello. Xiangnan shook hands with Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan did not seem to be in a good mood. She only forced a smile and turned around to leave. Lu Dongyuan said to Xiangnan, Don't worry. Xiao Wan's mood is low for a reason. She knows that the Xiangnan in front of her is just an actress. But the real hero of the Southern Domain will never come back. Hearing Lu Dongyuan's words, all the actors behind the scenes fell silent. They silently packed their belongings, not a single one of them speaking. The Moonlight Tour set off just like that. They had a crewed flying ship of their own, and they had booked seats in advance. The next day, they used the official teleportation array to travel directly to the distant eastern region. The eastern region was no worse than the southern region. Xiangnan did not have a clear goal. He did not know where to find the divine lightning, so he could only follow the team around first. Fortunately, the performance team would have all kinds of spectators, so it would be much more convenient for them to inquire about the whereabouts of the divine lightning. The flying ship docked in the eastern region, a place called the Exile Continent. This continent had different customs and patterns from the southern domain. There was no official power in the true sense of the word. The exiled continent was the homeland of the refugees. Criminals from all over the world, the pitiful displaced, and the homeless had gathered on this continent, forming a unique scenery. For thousands of years they had stabilized, but their customs were still strong. Because they had been persecuted, they no longer trusted their country, nor did they form a country. There was no country here, only a home. Freedom was the only main thought in the exiled continent. They were willing to give everything for these two words. On the flying ship, the man playing Xiangnan walked over with a plate of food. Guild leader, I don't understand. This brat was a big celebrity in the regiment. Right now, no one dared to disobey his thoughts. Even Lu Dongyuan was polite to him. Luo Xiao, just say what you want. Lu Dongyuan arrived. Luo Xiao frowned. Now is the most popular time for the Iron Blood heroic soul. We should stay in the southern domain and continue performing. We shouldn't leave the southern domain and come to such a damn place. No one here has heard of Xiangnan's story, and we can't make a lot of money. Xiao Wan, who was sitting beside him, frowned, but she did not say anything. Lu Dongyuan said, Because of this, we should come to the eastern region and show the story of Xiangnan to the people here. Let them know that freedom is worth defending and even paying the price of their lives. We can't just see money, we should also see responsibility. It's our responsibility to spread the story of Xiangnan. Xiangnan looked at Lu Dongyuan in astonishment. His heart had greatly changed. He didn't expect that he still had such great ambitions. He wasn't a businessman who entered the eyes of money. Who will cheer for me? Luo Xiao spread out his arms and angrily said, Nobody! Which girl would throw herself at me? Let me tell you, no one. Xiangnan can't eat here. Enough! Xiaowan slapped the table and said angrily, Luo Xiao, is that all you have in your eyes? Could it be that Xiangnan's death has not awakened your conscience? You have truly disappointed me. Xiao Wan threw down her chopsticks and ran away angrily. Ah, Xiao Wan. Luo Xiao wanted to chase after him, but he gritted his teeth and resisted. He said to himself, Women, you can't be too spoiled. Otherwise, you'll get kicked in the nose and face. Xiangnan sat by the side and watched all of this calmly, but he didn't have any thoughts in his heart. These things had nothing to do with him. Guild leader. Xiangnan said, Have you ever heard of world-slaying divine lightning? Lu Dongyuan said, Of course. This thing is an indelible pain in the hearts of people all over the world. Oh? Then do you know who in the eastern region knows the whereabouts of the world-slaying divine lightning? Xiang Nan immediately became spirited. Lu Dongyuan thought for a moment and said, then I'm not sure. However, there are many great collectors in the eastern region. Perhaps they have clues about the world-slaying divine lightning. Oh right, can you use a knife? I see you carry a knife on your back every day. Oh, you mean this thing? Xiangnan placed the red dragon saber on the table and said, this is an ornament. It's used as a pendant. That's true. Lu Dongyuan shook his head regretfully. How could there be such a snow-white saber? It seems like it is not used for battle. I see that you are tall and well-proportioned. Although you are not as handsome as Luo Xiao, you have a heroic look on your face. It is very suitable for you to be Xiangnan's number 2 male performer. I heard that Xiangnan often has a bird on his shoulder. However, it's settled like this. Lu Dongyuan seemed to be ruthless as he nodded and said, you are Xiangnan's number 2 male performer. Whenever Luo Xiao feels unwell, you can help him. But Xiangnan said. Then Lu Dongyuan shook his head. Don't worry. I will do Luo Xiao's ideological work. All right. Xiangnan sighed. I'll take a day off and go out for a stroll. Go, take a good look. Just remember to come back on time. Lu Dongyuan agreed. Xiangnan left the performing team and went into the city. This city was called the Carefree Sea because every 2 years, the Carefree Sea City would be engulfed by the ocean for 3 months, and would thus be named after it. Every time the Xiaoyao Sea was swallowed up, it would be when the sea race arrived. When the tide dissipated, the city would leave behind many strange things. Most of them were corals, fish, treasures, and spiritual herbs that had been washed up from the depths of the ocean. The area where this city was located happened to be the place where the world-exterminating divine lightning had fallen. At that time, the entire Xiaoyao Sea region had been smashed into pieces, appearing to be much more complete than before. Due to the special environment of the Carefree Sea, this place was filled with explorers, collectors, merchants, and martial artists of all sorts. Xiangnan was walking on the streets of the Carefree Sea, observing the pedestrians coming and going from time to time. He discovered that the number of martial artists here was truly astonishing, even more astonishing than in the southern domain. Due to their special background, the people here liked to practice martial arts and were better at protecting themselves. However, the average realm of the martial artists on the streets was not high. Xiangnan had specially arranged for shops that sold all sorts of rare gadgets to go around in an attempt to find some clues related to the world-exterminating divine lightning. As for the divine lightning, there were a large number of versions of the legends here. Due to its relatively long history, its authenticity could not be verified, so it was of little value. Xiangnan asked around and found 3 different legendary versions of the world-exterminating divine lightning within a day. One said that the world-exterminating divine lightning had been taken back by the heavens, which Xiangnan naturally ignored. Another said that there was a great hero who destroyed the heavens and the earth, destroying the world-devastating divine lightning. Xiangnan was also not convinced by this view. The world-exterminating divine lightning was basically eternal and could not be eliminated. The last legend was quite reliable. I heard that someone had collected the lightning source left behind by the world-devastating divine lightning. However, the exact identity of the lightning source is unknown. It's similar to what Lu Dongyuan said. The big collectors here are indeed very capable. Xiangnan was thoughtful. At this moment, a group of powerful troops appeared on the streets. All the pedestrians lowered their heads, and no one dared to look at the group. Curious, Xiangnan saw that there were 3 groups of martial artists in the front row of the line, holding a large plaque with the word General written on it. In the middle of the group of martial artists, there was a very large sedan chair that looked like a house. For white curtains hung down, unable to clearly see the exact appearance of the distinguished person inside. The team also noticed Xiangnan and quickly stopped. One of the martial artists in the front row walked out and pointed at Xiangnan and scolded, "You! Why don't you lower your head?" Xiangnan was at a loss. The martial artist said, Hang your face down. Either lower your head or die. Xiangnan laughed. I have never heard of such a rule. Even the prince of the other continents parades in the streets for the common people to watch. How dare you? The martial artist clanged his snowy saber and pointed it at Xiangnan. Do you want to lower your head? Impossible. Xiangnan hugged his shoulders and said, I can do anything, but let me lower my head. Haha, you're almost qualified. The martial artist was furious and was about to charge forward with a shout. Stop! Suddenly, a female voice came from the sedan chair. From this young master's accent, he doesn't sound like a native. It's fine if he doesn't know the rules. A snow-white hand stretched out from the curtain. Immediately after, a woman who had toppled the country and the city stretched out her head. The moment he saw this woman, Xiangnan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This woman's appearance was rare in the world, enough to be on par with Shen Qingzhu and Su Kaiwei, and could be called the peerless three beauties. However, no one else could see this scene. It was just that Xiangnan had this privilege. The woman looked at Xiangnan and smiled. What you said just now was quite backbone. I admire you, so I'll let you off this time. Let's go. The woman retreated again and the team slowly advanced. When the procession was far away, the pedestrians heaved a sigh of relief. A man tugged at Xiangnan's sleeve and said, You almost lost your head just now. You still don't know. Who are these people? Why are they acting so arrogantly? Xiangnanchi said. The man said, You don't know that they are from the Jiang clan. The woman who spoke just now is Zhang Yong's precious daughter, General Xuelu. Because she is too beautiful, it is difficult for anyone who sees her not to have bad intentions. So Zhang Yong has made a rule that no one is allowed to look at her face when his daughter shows her snow for fun. Otherwise, the consequences will be serious. There is such a thing? Then who is Zhang Yong? Xiangnan asked. The man said, You don't even know about Zhang Yong? He is a first-rate figure in this area. The most prestigious general family on our exiled continent is his backer. As for him, he is the patriarch of the Xiaoyao Hai clan's general clan branch. He can be said to be extremely powerful. Especially the treasures he collects. There are countless of them. The man suddenly lowered his voice and said, Legend has it that he has a world-exterminating divine lightning in his hand. Hearing this, Xiangnan was stunned and said, This is true. Legend has it, the man said. I heard it from someone else. Xiangnan rubbed his chin and was overjoyed in his heart. He didn't expect that the harvest would come so quickly. It was only the first day he had set foot on the land of the eastern region, yet he had actually found the whereabouts of the world-devastating divine lightning. He had to find an opportunity to get close to Zhang Yong. With Zhang Yong's power, if he forcefully snatched it, there was probably no hope. Then where is Zhang Xuelu going? Xiangnan asked. The man said, I heard that there is a performing team in the city. You know, the daughter's family likes to hear stories the most. Then the young miss of the Zhang family is going to the performing team to see the new things. Heaven help me. Xiangnan patted his chest. There was actually such a good thing. If he joined the Moonlight Tour, he would really hit the muzzle. Xiangnan really felt extremely fortunate. Joining the Moonlight Tour team was enough to get close to Zhang Xuelu, and getting close to Zhang Yong was enough to get close to Zhang Yong. His strength could be restored in the near future. This was an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. He was still randomly asking around in the streets. Xiangnan flew back to the tour team before Xuelu arrived. That night, the Moonlight Tour had a performance. Because Miss Xuelu had come, she directly booked the venue, cleared away all the miscellaneous people, and directly bid 20,000 gold coins to Lu Dongyuan. This made Lu Dongyuan extremely beautiful. In this era, listening to books was the favorite of the common people, but it was still a luxury to directly watch other people perform their stories in the form of performances. Each person's ticket cost 50 silver coins, and 2,000 spectators could earn 1,000 gold coins, while Xuelu was given 20 times as much as a full performance. In the huge performance shed, Xuelu sat in the VIP room. It was very quiet, and no one could see her expression or appearance. However, the actors on the stage were exceptionally diligent. Xiangnan stood beside the curtain and kept glancing at the VIP room, wondering how to get close to Zhang Shuelu. At this moment, a hand rested on Xiangnan's shoulder. Xiangnan turned around and saw that it was Luo Xiao. "Follow me." Luo Xiao's voice was very low, and his expression was very unfriendly. Xiangnan followed Luo Xiao to the dressing room. Luo Xiao shouted, "Get out!" The actors were so frightened that they hurried out, and the men and women cast sympathetic gazes at Xiangnan. Xiangnan noticed that Luo Xiao leaned against the door and locked it. This scene caused Xiangnan to shake his head speechlessly. Luo Xiao's expression turned cold. He quickly walked in front of Xiangnan and grabbed Xiangnan's collar. He said fiercely, "You! Let go!" Xiangnan said indifferently, "Get your hands off me. Do you know who I am?" Luo Xiao said angrily, "You alone dare to fight for a position with me. I'm not afraid of scaring you to death. I'm 21 years old this year, but I already have the first level of origin return. Do you know what this means? This means that with my talent, I can join any second-rate sect in the southern domain. 21 years old at the first level of the origin realm." Xiangnan nodded. "I repeat, take your hand away." Luo Xiao roared, "Xiangnan's character is mine. Whoever snatches it from me, I'll let him see. Also, don't think that I don't know. You and Xiao Wan flirt with each other every day. Let me tell you, if you dare to hit Xiao Wan's attention, Pa!" The little bird was so annoyed that it slapped Luo Xiao to the ground. Luo Xiao covered her face and looked at Xiangnan in disbelief. "You dare to fight back?" "I!" The yuan qi in his body condensed violently. The little bird suddenly landed on Luo Xiao's chest. It opened its mouth and a magma-like fireball condensed. Luo Xiao sensed the power of the fireball and was scared out of his wits. "Heavens! Heavens! 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 My heavens! Are heaven origin realm demonic beasts?" Xiangnan walked over and stepped on Luo Xiao's neck. "See this bird? This is a Tian Yuan realm expert. I want to kill you. Do you understand what I said?" Luo Xiao was so scared that she nodded her head repeatedly. Xiangnan hugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "If you want to hook up with a woman, then be fair. Don't use such a despicable method. Do you want to bully me to show that you are brave and tall?" Xiangnan squatted down and patted Luo Xiao's face, saying, "Young man, don't bother me without my permission. Otherwise I will make you really brave once." Luo Xiao was so frightened that she didn't even dare to say anything. She just kept nodding her head. Xiangnan flicked his collar, opened the door and left. Before he left, he said, "It's enough for a fake woman like you to play Xiangnan." The performance outside was still wonderful. Xiangnan stood at the entrance of the curtain and quietly enjoyed it. At the same time, he had been paying attention to the activities in the box. Everyone looked at Xiangnan with strange eyes. They felt strange in their hearts. How could he still walk out? After a while, Luo Xiao also came out, but he carefully looked at Xiangnan and hid far away, not daring to approach Xiangnan's vicinity. This scene caused the actors to be shocked, but they also felt relieved. Before the Iron Blood heroic soul, there were still many romantic love stories. This was an eternal topic, and it was also the most eye-catching. After the various performances ended, the Iron Blood heroic soul finally appeared. Luo Xiao was an outstanding young man. He did not suffer any damage because of Xiangnan's threat. Instead, he vented his hatred for Xiangnan on the stage and only begged for mercy from Yu Donghai. Everyone was very nervous, and they didn't know if this kind of performance could satisfy Miss Zhang Zheng. The private room was silent and did not send any signal. After the performance was over, a martial artist from the Jiang clan trotted backstage and found Lu Dongyuan. "Our young miss asks you, the story of the Iron Blood heroic soul is true?" Lu Dongyuan hurriedly said, "It's true. It just happened not long ago in our southern domain." The martial artist nodded and ran away. After a while, he ran back and stuffed a golden ticket into Lu Dongyuan's hand. He said, "This is a gift from our young miss. 100,000 gold coins." His Lu Dongyuan was shocked. All the actors were stunned. The martial artist said, Our young miss likes the story very much. She wants to ask you, is that Xianxia really still alive? Did he get together with Su Kaiwe? Lu Dongyuan sighed and said, the ending of the story is not so perfect. Xianxia died, but he defended the peace of the southern domain. Xianxia listened from the side. He didn't know why, but he felt very uncomfortable. He felt that his story was being publicized by others, and it was a bit different. I see. That's too regretful. The martial artist shook his head in disappointment. Our young miss feels that Su Tsayue's role is very good, but Xiangxia's role is a little too, how to put it, too pretentious. Our young miss will come back in a few days. If you guys go up to the next level, then young miss will invite you to perform another 20 performances in the general's mansion. Good, good, good. Lu Dongyuan was extremely excited. With old master's support, our story will definitely spread faster. Even Jiang Yong looked at the Iron Blood heroic soul, and the commoners came to take a look before they could fight for it. After leaving the family, Lu Dongyuan was very excited. He gathered all the actors together and held an all-night meeting. Finally, Lu Dongyuan said with a serious expression, the performance must not go wrong. Xiang Bei, you should also prepare well. If Luo Xiao is tired at that time, you will take the lead. Xiao Wan, you are most familiar with the story of the Iron Blood heroic soul. Tell Xiang Bei about it. Yes. Xiao Wan only replied indifferently. The night was still dark, and Xiang Nan and Xiao Wan were standing under the starry sky. No one knew what to say. After a long silence, Xiao Wan looked at Xiang Nan and said, I don't think you deserve to play Xiang Nan. Can you tell me the reason? Xiang Nanqi asked. Because of your cynical and idle attitude. Xiang Nan is the most serious man in the world. He definitely won't reveal even the slightest bit of it. You look like this, said Xiao Wan. Am I being cynical? Xiang Nan pointed at his nose and asked curiously, how can I tell? This kind of adjective landed on him, it was really new. Because I found that you didn't react to anything, and your thoughts weren't here at all, said Xiao Wan. That's true. Xiang Nan nodded. Xiao Wan said, that's it. I'll tell the guild leader to disqualify you from acting. Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. If he couldn't show himself in front of Snow, how could he get close to her? Xiang Nan hurriedly said, is there anything else to discuss? Think about it again. Xiao Wan was about to leave, but when she heard this, she turned to look at Xiang Nan and said, then tell me, what do you think of the Iron Blood heroic soul? Tell me the truest thoughts in your heart. Xiang Nan pondered for a moment and said, to be honest, I think this kind of performance is very ridiculous and unreasonable, but guild leader Lu Dongyuan's heart makes me admire him very much. Oh, why do you think it's funny? Xiao Wan's eyes lit up. Xiang Nan frowned and said, the Battle of Beast Spirit Island is by no means a beautiful battle. It has no value worth celebrating. On the contrary, that battle should be cruel. It should bring us some reflection and let us understand how terrifying the war is. Instead of preaching it like this as a beautiful story, I feel that doing so does not show enough respect to the heroic souls who died in the Beast Spirit Island battle. We should learn from the lessons of blood, not beautify it into a yearning for it. Xiao Wan grabbed Xiang Nan's hand and said excitedly, you have the same idea. That's what I always thought. Oh? Then why are you cooperating with them? Aren't you a pillar? You should have the right to ask them to change the show. Xiang Nan asked curiously. Xiao Wan sighed and said, that's right. But what the audience wants to see is not a tragedy, but a happy ending for all. We have to first make the audience willing to see it before anyone can see it. Yes, that's true. Xiang Nan thought for a moment and said, there is always a gap between reality and drama. Xiao Wan said seriously, then it's settled. From today onwards, I will personally take care of you. Although you are not as handsome as Luo Xiao, your figure is not bad. As she spoke, Xiao Wan carefully examined Xiang Nan with her chin on her back and said, take off your robe and let me see your body. Xiang Nan took off his robe and spread out his arms. Xiao Wan's eyes lit up and she said, sure. Your body is pretty sturdy. Your figure can be considered one of the best in our regiment. Your legs seem to be a little longer than Luo Zhao's. How much acting experience do you have? Xianxia shook his head. Xiao Wan said, then how is your line skill? Xianxia still shook his head. Xiao Wan frowned. So it's white paper. How about this? Let's go back to the rehearsal now. Rehearsal? Xianxia said. Of course we need to rehearse, said Xiao Wan. Otherwise, how are we going to perform? Follow me. As she spoke, Xiao Wan, regardless of whether Xianxia was willing or not, pulled him to the performance studio. At this time, the actors and actresses had already begun to remove their makeup, while Xiao Wan forcefully pulled everyone to stay and accompany the rehearsal once more. Lu Dongyuan nodded his head in satisfaction and thought to himself, although Xiao Wan's personality is a little strange, she is still very gratifying when she becomes serious. On the stage, the actors were ready. First of all, there was only one table on the stage. A storyteller sat down. He slapped the wooden woods and said, there are 8 great sects in the 9 heavens of the southern domain. This storyteller is called Bai Chong. He will first introduce the general background of the story, as well as the general history of the entire sect's ranking tournament. Then, the actors will come on stage and perform the most important part. Yu Donghai had already defeated many disciples and was standing proudly on the stage. It's your turn to play. Xiao Wan stuffed Xianxia with a huge knife and a line and said, for the first rehearsal, you can read the line. Go. Xianxia weighed the huge saber in his hand. This thing seemed to be made of wood. It was very light. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. Xiao Wan pushed Xianxia out. You! Xianxia! Yu Donghai pointed at Xianxia and laughed loudly. Come, you will become my loser. I, Yu Donghai, am the #1 expert in the 9 firmaments. Xianxia held a knife in his right hand and a line in his left, saying, Yu Donghai, you are indeed very powerful. But don't forget who I am. I am Xianxia, the 7th expert of the 7 tigers of the southern domain. Today I will represent the 9 heavens and the people. I will destroy you. What the hell is this? Xianxia shook his line and said, is this line teasing me? Stop! Xiao Wan shouted a stop and rushed forward. Xiangbei, what happened to you? Xianxia said, who claims to be an expert? Isn't Xianxia from the Blue Tide continent? Why does he represent the 9 firmaments? It's so childish to destroy you. Xiao Wan said, it is more righteous to say so. Xianxia is of course an expert who can defeat Yu Donghai. Xianxia wondered, but he hasn't defeated Yu Donghai yet. How can he know that he is an expert in advance? Don't be picky. Xiao Wan glared. Are you going to act or not? Acting. Xianxia was helpless and could only continue to read along the lines. As the actors watched Xianxia's performance, they frowned and whispered, Xiao Wan, this Xiangbei is no good. He doesn't have any acting experience at all. He doesn't even look at the audience. He keeps looking at Yu Donghai. Yes, Xiao Wan. Someone next to him said, look at him. He doesn't look righteous at all. Look at his expressionless face. By this time, the stage was already open. Yu Donghai ran up and threw a punch at Xianxia's head. Xianxia looked at the lines. There were even illustrations on them, and it was written that he would grab Yu Donghai by the collar and throw him out fiercely. Xianxia scratched his head and said, Xiao Wan, this action is a little strange. Xiao Wan said, stop. She walked over and said, what's wrong? Xianxia said, here. I'm going to throw Yu Donghai out and make him fall to the ground. That's right. Xiao Wan said. Xianxia said that Yu Donghai absorbed the blood of the black tortoise and was unable to cut through his defense with his saber. Why did he throw him out like this? Did he hurt him? Xiao Wan said, why are you doing so many things? Throwing him out is to show that Xianxia is tall and majestic, radiant and correct. But that doesn't make sense. Xianxia said, then, all right. Xianxia still wanted to defend herself, but Xiao Wan waved her hand and said, follow the lines. No more questions are allowed. Do you understand? Oh, Xianxia nodded. After a performance, all the actors agreed that Xianxia did not have any talent for acting. Everyone advised Xiao Wan to give up Xiang Bei directly. Xiao Wan was also helpless. She looked for Xiang Nan and said, "Don't sleep tonight. I'm going to give you performance training overnight." "There's no need." Xiang Nan was greatly discouraged. "I think my acting was quite good." Everyone went back to rest. Only Xiang Nan and Xiao Wan remained on the stage. Xiao Wan taught Xiang Nan hand in hand and even personally demonstrated it to Xiang Nan. "Acting is different from reality," said Xiao Wan seriously. "Acting is an artistic method. Many times, many actions seem to be unreasonable, but in order to set off the atmosphere and achieve the results, you have to do this, understand?" "Understood." Xiang Nan nodded. After a night of training, Xiang Nan had gained a deeper understanding of the art of performing. He finally realized that many of the things he was going to say to Yu Donghai were actually meant for the audience, because the audience needed to see Xiang Nan's expression and gaze. Xiang Nan's subconscious movements were also inappropriate. For example, when fighting, he would seriously stare at Yu Donghai and prepare for battle at any time. There were many such movements, because he wanted to make sure that he would leave his face to the audience, not Yu Donghai. Many of the things on the show had serious conflicts with reality, but there was nothing Xiang Nan could do. He could only follow Xiao Wan's instructions. 3 days later, eldest Miss Jiang Shuelu came to the private arena again. Xiang Nan was eager to perform, but was told that he was only a substitute and Luo Xiao was the main character. Xiang Nanqi said, "Since you won't let me go on stage, why would you make me train so hard?" Xiao Wan said seriously, 1 minute on stage and 10 years off stage. I believe that you will be able to officially take the lead in another 5 years or so." 5 years. Xiang Nan rubbed his temples. The performance had already begun. This time, Miss Jiang Shuelu did not sit far away in the private room. Instead, she went straight to the first row of the spectators' seats. She wanted to enjoy the performance at close range. The previous few performances had already been omitted. Jiang Shuelu was not interested in those performances. She only needed to watch the Iron Blood heroic soul. Xiang Nan stood at the entrance of the curtain with his shoulders crossed. He watched the performance while paying attention to the peerlessly beautiful General Shuelu. At the same time, Xiang Nan discovered a very noteworthy person. Bring Shuelu along with 5 personal bodyguards. These 5 people were all experts of the first level of the heavenly Yuan realm. If such an expert were to be placed in the western regions, they would be a small overlord who dominated the entire region. However, it was worth noting that a tall and sturdy bodyguard behaved strangely. The duty of personal bodyguards was very important. They protected Shuelu and came to an unfamiliar place. According to their professional ethics, they should immediately determine the escape route, as well as every possible corner of the Tibetan population. What should they do if an enemy suddenly launched a sneak attack? What should they do if someone was secretly observing General Shuelu? The other 4 bodyguards behaved in a standard manner. Only the tall and sturdy bodyguard, although he was also doing these things, paid more attention to Shuelu. No one could see the small detail out of the door, but Xiang Nan could see something from the guard's eyes that no one else could see. That person gave Xiang Nan the impression that Shuelu was not the target he wanted to protect, but his target. Xiang Nan's gaze did not escape the gaze of the tall and sturdy guard. The guard glanced at Xiang Nan and found that Xiang Nan did not have any spiritual energy fluctuations, so he no longer placed Xiang Nan in his eyes. Is it an illusion? Xiang Nan lowered his head and pondered. Was that tall and sturdy guard really harboring evil intentions towards Jiang Shuelu? Or was it just because he was attracted to her appearance? Both are possible. Xiang Nan's heart was filled with concern. The performance entered the Gao Dynasty Harmony stage. Xiang Nan on the stage had already begun to say something righteous. He was going to launch a fatal blow against Yu Donghai. Although she already knew the result, Shuelu was still extremely nervous. She tightly grabbed onto the corner of her clothes and her entire emotions were stirred up. Her eyes did not leave Xiang Nan's majestic figure for a moment. Even the guards were slightly excited. Everyone looked at the stage. Xiang Nan looked at Jiang Shuelu. He discovered that a tiny bit of starry powder flew into Jiang Shuelu's teacup. The powder floated behind her. right beside the tall and sturdy guard. Poisoning? Xiang Nan's eyes turned cold. Luo Zhao's performance today was exceptionally hard. In order to please Jiang Shuelu, he used all of his strength to suck up to her, and even the veins on his forehead were jumping wildly. Finally, Xiang Nan once again defeated Yu Donghai on the stage and ended up with a successful conclusion. The general stood up and applauded. All right. All the actors came out and headed forward under Lu Dongyuan's lead. When Xiang Nan picked up Shuelu's teacup and wanted to drink water, he shouted, "Don't squeeze, don't squeeze." Then he staggered over and knocked the teacup over. A guard quickly dodged over and placed the knife on Xiang Nan's neck. At the same time, he blocked Shuelu's body, preventing the tea from spilling on her. Xiang Bei. Lu Dongyuan was shocked. He hurriedly pretended to berate Xiang Nan and said, "Why are you so reckless?" Jiang Shuelu didn't care much about it. She waved her hand and said, "It's a small matter. Don't take it to heart." Guild leader Lu, today's performance is very exciting. Let's set it down like this. The day after tomorrow will be my father's 80th birthday. I will hire your Moonlight Tour team to come to my mansion to perform the birthday celebration. Lu Dongyuan felt refreshed and thanked Jiang Shuelu again and again. After everyone left, Lu Dongyuan scolded Xiang Nan. After it dissipated, Xiang Nan lifted the corner of his clothes and placed it beside his nose to smell it. His clothes were stained with tea and his sense of smell was used to analyze the poison in the tea. But after smelling it, he felt very helpless. The poison ingredients inside could not be considered poisonous, but a very faint aphrodisiac powder. Its medicinal properties weren't too fierce. At most, it made Jiang Shuelu feel hot and dry. Looks like I'm overthinking it. Xiang Nan shook his head and said, "Perhaps the bodyguard really admired General Shuelu and wanted to use some dirty tricks to get her." "What do you mean, aphrodisiac powder?" "Everyone knows that it can make women have strong lust. However, if it was placed less and more times, it would have another peculiar effect. That is, every time this woman drinks a small amount of aphrodisiac powder, she sees you and feels excited. She also has a faint feeling of wanting to be intimate with you, although this feeling can be suppressed. Over time, she gets the illusion that she's in love with you. Xiang Bei, you come. Today, I'll teach you how to put on makeup." Xiao Wan ran out of nowhere and dragged Xiang Nan to the dressing room. The girls were squeezed into the dressing room, chatting excitedly. They couldn't wait to open their eyes. Seeing Xiang Bei coming over, the girls immediately surrounded him. "Xiang Bei, Xiao Wan treats you well." "That's right. I think Xiao Wan has a crush on you. Don't disappoint our Xiao Wan's kindness." Under the teasing of the girls, Xiang Nan felt extremely embarrassed. Xiao Wan laughed and scolded. "You don't need to rest anymore? You're talking nonsense here. Come, Xiang Bei. Let me introduce you to the simple process of putting on makeup. Help me put it on and practice. When you become proficient in the future, you can put on your own makeup." "Huh? I'm wearing makeup." Xiang Nan was holding a small brush. Knife, he's holding it very steadily, but this kind of thing? It was the first time he had experienced it. After a clumsy massage, Xiao Wan finally changed from a beautiful girl to a slanted-eyed girl. The girls all laughed and burst into tears as they lay on the dressing table. Xiao Wan looked at herself in the mirror. She turned to look at Xiang Nan and said, "What do you think?" Xiang Nan looked at it seriously for a while and said seriously, "Not bad. It's pretty." Xiao Wan rolled her eyes helplessly. "You're right. I was wrong. I should have taught you how to appreciate beauty first." 3 days later, the general's mansion. Jiang Yong was a famous figure in the vicinity. The clans here were much more powerful than the clans in the southern domain. Because there was no political power in the exiled continent, it was a state of separatist rule. Almost all the martial artists on the continent were controlled by their clans. To a certain extent, the clans living in exile on the continent were equivalent to warlords and martial arts sects. Jiang Yong was not the great clan chief of the Jiang clan. He was only the clan chief of a branch of the Xiaoyaosi region, but his status was also very impressive. The entire general's mansion was overjoyed. All sorts of great figures came to celebrate their birthday. There were countless handsome men and beautiful women, mostly young people from prominent backgrounds. Although Zhang Yong was already 80 years old, he looked more like a middle-aged man in his early 40s. He had long black hair, bright eyes, and possessed the 8th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. Zhang Yong's 80th birthday was to be held for 20 days in a row, and the Moonlight Tour would also perform 20 shows in a row. During this period, Xiang Nan and the others would be staying in the general's mansion. However, against this bustling and lively background, Xiang Nan saw an unusual atmosphere. He couldn't say what was wrong with him, but he felt very awkward. This kind of feeling was akin to him breaking into a dangerous area with beast traps everywhere on the ground. Is something going to happen to the general's mansion? Xiang Nan thought for a moment. If he could save Jiang Shuilu or Zhang Yong, this would bring him closer to them. The meeting was scheduled for the evening. During the day, the actors had nothing to do and were free to move about in the general's mansion. The birthday banquet was held in the backyard of the general's mansion. The painting was very round and looked like a small town. Flowers hung all over the trees, petals scattered artificially in the sky, and rows of tables made of golden silk were filled with all kinds of delicacies for free consumption. Among the distinguished elders, almost no one touched the things on the table. Only the young people were chatting and laughing in 2s and 3s. They gathered at the table and picked out fruits and wine to eat and drink. Xiang Nan followed the Moonlight Tour. With his 2 pitiful commissions, he had eaten rough tea and light meals. At this moment, he could be considered to have entered heaven. For a moment, he ate heavily. He grabbed wine in his left hand and foie gras in his right. He kept stuffing it into his mouth. Occasionally, he would even grab a handful of spiritual herbs to decorate and feed them to the little bird. How embarrassing! The other actors were standing far away, afraid that they would get too close to Xiang Nan and be looked at strangely. She held Xue Lu's wine glass and smiled as she toasted to everyone. She had the demeanor of a young lady, and could merge into any small circle at any time to become one with everyone. He was calm and graceful, and his easygoing manner carried a strictly forbidden etiquette. As Xiang Nan stuffed meat into her mouth, she glanced at Xue Lu. In any case, she would not talk to a small person like herself. There was no need for her to act hypocritical and pretend to be a high-class person. Thinking of this, Xiang Nan was even happier. Is it that delicious? Suddenly, Xue Lu's voice suddenly appeared behind him. Ha! Xiang Nan turned around and his mouth was full of grease. Then, Xue Lu walked over and stood beside Xiang Nan. She took a small piece of meat from the table and put it into her mouth to chew carefully. She asked curiously, "Look at how delicious your food tastes. Why do I eat it?" "I don't think so." Xiang Nan wiped his mouth with his sleeve and muttered, "It's delicious." Then, Jiang Xue Lu covered her mouth and smiled. "That day, the person on the street was you, right? Young miss, do you still remember me?" Xiang Nanchi said. Jiang Xue Lu looked deeply at Xiang Nan and said, "Thank you." After saying that, he turned around and left. "Thank me? What is it, thank you?" Xiang Nan was a little confused. At night, the performance finally began. The general's mansion prepared tables and chairs. The guests sat down and accompanied Zhang Yong to watch the performance. As for Jiang Xue Lu, she sat beside Zhang Yong and occasionally said a few words to him. She also pointed at Zhang Yong on the stage, as if she was introducing the plot to him. On the other hand, Zhang Yong's face was full of doting affection. He truly had no resistance to his daughter, and his father's love was displayed vividly. As the story of the Iron Blood heroic soul progressed, the freedom-loving people of the eastern region were immediately infected by Xiang Nan. They yearned for blazing love, for freedom in exchange for blood and life. They liked strong men and brave and fearless battles. The audience cheered endlessly. The performance was even better than everyone had expected, and it was even a bit too good. Many great figures even stood up and whistled to the stage. Xiang Nan was far from expecting this scene. The great figures in the southern domain did not dare to laugh, and they always appeared to be arrogant and arrogant. The so-called big shots here were very grounded. They didn't care about their high status. They were good at expressing themselves. After the performance, Everyone surrounded the performers on the tour and greeted them warmly. In particular, Zhang Yong invited the actors into the banquet hall to attend an internal birthday banquet. Xiang Nan was also an actor. Although he was only acting, he had also obtained this honor and entered the banquet hall. Zhang Yong warmly received the three leading actors. A small character like Xiang Nan, especially if he hadn't appeared yet, naturally no one paid attention to him. He was also given full freedom to continue eating in the banquet hall. Damn. After losing his cultivation realm, he really looks like a starving ghost reincarnated. Xiang Nan muttered to himself as he ate. He noticed an acquaintance, but he didn't show it. In this banquet hall, there was a young martial artist from the southern domain. In fact, that martial artist was one of the people who had participated in the sect ranking tournament. That day, after Xiang Nan comprehended the new ability of momentum, it was this person who fought against Xiang Nan and asked if he could let Xiang Nan spare his life, but at the same time he also wanted to have a fight with Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan grabbed him by the neck, but gave him another chance to do it again. In the end, the man chose to surrender. Xiang Nan was rather impressed with him, but did not know his name. Night Demon's people have also come to the eastern region. Xiang Nan thought as he ate. During the sect ranking tournament, Night Demon and the Profound Sky sect were very close. After the Battle of Beast Spirit Island ended, the two families did not know how close they were. However, the sudden appearance of Night Demon's young expert in the Xiaoyao region shouldn't be for the sake of distraction. Zhang Yong is a big collector. Could it be that he has something that Night Demon needs? All sorts of thoughts flashed through Xiang Nan's mind. Fortunately, he didn't have any spiritual energy fluctuations, and even changed his appearance to another one. He wasn't afraid of being recognized by the Night Demon's people. Xiang Nan subconsciously looked in the direction of Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong himself was an expert at the 8th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm, and beside him there were 2 guards at the 9th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm at any time. He should be very safe. Xiang Nan nodded. If he really wanted to fight against the Night Demons, he might not be able to beat them. It was impossible for him to rely solely on the little bird. Suddenly, a loud roar came from outside the door. "Capture General Yong!" Immediately after, the garden became chaotic, and cries of alarm echoed out. "Welcome the enemy!" That Zhang Yong's reaction was extremely fast. He shouted, and his Yuan Qi resounded throughout the entire general's mansion. A large number of guards from the general's mansion had been mobilized. At the same time, 7 experts dressed in black robes rushed in and quickly rushed towards Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong's 2 Tianyuan 9th layer guards did not hesitate to welcome him and fought against the 7 black-robed men. The 7 black-robed men were also at the 8th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm. When the 7 of them fought against 2 personal bodyguards, they fought evenly. Immediately after, 2 more black-robed men rushed in. Their strength was also at the 8th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm. That Zhang Yong was also valiant. He actually personally went out and fought with the 2 new black-robed men. "Quick! Protect my daughter!" Zhang Yong fought ferociously and shouted loudly. Xiang Nan turned his head and looked in the direction of Xuelu. He found that the tall and strong guard was supporting Xuelu and quickly walking towards the back door. The scene was already a mess. On one side, Zhang Yong was fighting against the enemy. On the other side, Xuelu was escorted away by the tall and sturdy guard. Xiang Nan thought for a moment, and his eyes moved as he followed Xuelu in the direction she was heading. Does that tall and sturdy guard really want to get Zhang Xuelu's love? Or was he trying to win the trust of Zhang Xuelu? At this juncture, Xuelu followed him with confidence. The general's mansion was located on a mountain peak by the sea. The back door of the backyard was a cliff, and the distance was facing the sea. When Xiang Nan chased after him, Gao Zhuang's bodyguard had already brought Zhang Xuelu along the path behind the mountain and hurriedly walked down the mountain. As Xiang Nan chased after them, he looked at the back of the 2 of them and thought to himself, this guard had easily cheated Zhang Xuelu of her trust, making her willing to follow him and leave in a hurry. There seems to be something wrong with the situation. No! On the mountain road, Zhang Xuelu suddenly shouted, "My father is in danger. I can't leave. Miss, The patriarch has experts protecting him. Don't worry, you should leave with me. Xianxia looked at the two of them and glanced down the road. I don't even have a bird. Xianxia rubbed his chin and said, in such a remote area of the back mountain, there is no sound of birds or insects on this lush path. I'm afraid there are quite a few people already ambushing there. That tall and sturdy guard is at the second level of the heavenly Yuan realm, while Jiang Shuolu is powerless. Is he doing this to wait for her or her father? Little sparrow. Xianxia touched the little bird's forehead and said, go down the mountain and take a look. As long as you find someone ambushed in the bushes, explode all the way and blow them out. Upon receiving the order, the little bird immediately turned into a line of fire and rushed down in an instant. Just as Xue Lu was arguing with Gao Zhuang's guards, a flame suddenly burst out from below. A violent explosion occurred, and black figures ran around in a sorry state from the sea of fire. There's an ambush. Shocked, Jiang Shuolu turned around and was about to run up the mountain. However, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the tall and sturdy guard. He directly carried Xue Lu up and sprinted down the mountain. Jiang Shuolu did not panic at all. She nodded silently and said, poor. Looking at the tall and sturdy guard, his body trembled and he fell to the ground. She lifted Xue Lu's skirt and ran up the mountain. She saw Xianxia at a glance. It's not safe on the mountain. Follow me. Xianxia grabbed Jiang Shuelu's hand and whistled again. The little bird turned into a line of fire and flew over, letting Xianxia grab its small claws, and then directly flew towards the sea with the two of them. Is there a hiding place here? Xianxia hurriedly asked. Then Jiang Shuelu immediately took out 2 pills and said, this is the water-avoiding pill. Follow me into the sea. Little sparrow, move by yourself. Wait for me to come out. Xianxia greeted them, and after swallowing the pills, the two of them fell into the sea one after another. When they landed in the ocean, the effect of the water-avoiding pill came into being. A faint layer of fluorescence appeared on the two of them, separating the sea water. It looked like 2 bubbles. The two of them quickly sank, sinking for more than 1,000 meters before hiding in a gap in a trench. I knew he was secretly manipulating me. Jiang Shui revealed a strange calm and said, he thought he poisoned me, but I didn't notice. But in fact, not only did I discover it, I also secretly poisoned him with chronic poison. Today, his foxtail was finally exposed. Xianxia looked at Jiang Shuolu in surprise and thought to himself, this woman really has some skills. Did you knock over the teacup on purpose that day because you saw something? Xue Lu's eyes shone like stars in the depths of the dark ocean. Xianxia did not comment. He shrugged his shoulders and said, stay here for a while. Your father shouldn't be in too much danger. Your guards should have already rushed into the banquet hall. Let's go out after the outside is calm. Jiang Shuelu held her cheeks and looked at Xianxia seriously. Her gaze did not dodge, and she felt a little uncomfortable looking at Xianxia as a grown man. Is there something on my face? Xianxia asked. What do you think of the role of Xianxia? Jiang Shuelu asked. Xianxia said, when has it been? Are you still thinking about the performance? Shuelu waved her hand and said, we knew this would happen today. The birthday banquet was deliberately staged for them to see. The purpose is to lure them out. That's why. Xianxia suddenly realized that it was no wonder this General Shuelu had always been calm. Then Jiang Shuelu said, did that Xianxia really come together with his master in the end? No, Xianxia is dead. Xianxia shook his head. Jiang Shuelu said, then do you think it would be good or bad for the Iron Blood heroic soul to bring Xianxia and Su Kaiwe together in the end? Xianxia said impatiently, are you so attentive to such trivial matters? Think of your family's enemies. Jiang Shuelu wasn't angry either. She examined Xiangxia's reaction and said, you've been observing me these past few days. Isn't it just to get close to me? Now is the best opportunity. Are you planning to keep me silent? Xianxia was stunned. She didn't expect this woman to be so observant. She actually discovered that she was paying attention to her. However, what she said was reasonable. Even if she discovered it, so what? He could take advantage of this opportunity to get acquainted with her. Do you want to hear the truth or lie? Xianxia said. Of course it's the truth, Xuelu said spiritedly. Xianxia nodded and said, I don't think this ending is good. They created Xianxia to be too perfect and too heroic. By doing so, some young people began to worship Xianxia blindly, even willing to be Xianxia. But I think the best outcome should be the opposite. Let Xianxia be the last Xianxia. Never again will there be someone like him. That's the perfect ending. What do you mean? Jiang Xuelu simply sat in a comfortable position, earnestly wanting to hear Xianxia's analysis. Xianxia was really speechless. Was this woman's head broken? Why are you so serious about a show? Can't tell the difference between reality and performance? Xianxia sighed. He laughed self-deprecatingly and said, Xianxia is just a pitiful bug. He is not a hero. He is not willing to be a hero. Why? Xuelu asked. Where did the pitiful bug start? I think he is very powerful and enjoys fighting. Xianxia lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. Then, Jiang Xuelu lowered her head and tilted her head to look at Xianxia's expression. After a long silence, Xianxia said in a deep voice, Only those who truly love peace and want to enjoy life will fight and fight for the people they care about. In my eyes, Xianxia never showed any excitement after killing. Every time he killed someone, his mood was very low, even when he killed a villain. I don't think he ever expected to kill, but he had no choice. In order to protect what he wanted to protect, he could only throw himself into battle time and time again. Xianxia looked into Jiang Xuelu's eyes and said, Do you think the more such a pitiful creature, the better, or the less the better? At the very least, I think the reason Xianxia is working so hard is because he doesn't want people like him to appear in the world. His destiny is not as beautiful as it was on the stage. Jiang Xuelu stared at Xianxia blankly for a long time before she said, So you have such an idea in your heart. You are a person with a story. Xianxia smiled and said, I would rather have no stories of my own. I would rather live an ordinary life like any ordinary person in the world. Jiang Xuelu said, I always thought that I was a little too smart. I felt that the people around me were all mortals. I don't want to talk to them. I don't think they understand what I'm saying. But I met you today. I don't think you're the same as anyone else. Young Miss is overpraising me. Xianxia shook his head. Then Jiang Xuelu said, From today onwards, will you be my friend? Friends. Of course, Xianxia said. Jiang Xuelu said, Then what exactly do you want from me when you get close to me? Please forgive me for being so straightforward. I really want to know. Xianxia was too lazy to conceal his words, saying, World-devastating divine lightning. Jiang Xuelu said, All right, let's make a deal. From now on, follow me and be my personal bodyguard. How about 3 months? As long as you follow me for 3 months, I will reveal some information about the world-exterminating divine lightning to you. So your father really has world-exterminating divine lightning? Xianxia was excited. This is a good deal. It was really worth it to be able to obtain the exact whereabouts of the world-devastating divine lightning within a 3-month period of employment, and not to have to go to all sorts of dangerous places to search around like a blind person. Jiang Xuelu said, I didn't say that, but I didn't deny it. What I can tell you is that I really know something about the world-exterminating divine lightning. Then it's settled, Xianxia said. General Xuelu said, A gentleman's words are irrevocable. I order you to capture all the assassins of the general's mansion right now. I don't have that kind of strength, Xianxia said. Jiang Xuelu said, You do. Furthermore, you have the 6th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. However, you are suppressing your cultivation realm. You don't need to ask anymore. My physique is different from ordinary people. I can feel your cultivation realm directly. Xianxia smiled helplessly and said, I really can't hide anything from you. You can ask me for help, but I need something. If your father or your clan has truly subdued the world-devastating divine lightning, then you must have something that can suppress the power of the divine lightning. Just give it to me. I will do everything you want. Deal. Jiang Shuelu happily shook hands with Xiang Nan and said, It's settled, friend. The two of them emerged from the sea and quietly returned to the original route of the general's mansion. The enemy hiding on the mountain road had already retreated because they had exposed their location and lost their target. Inside the general's mansion, there was still chaos. All the experts of the Heaven Origin realm were still attacking General Yong. After bringing Shuelu and Xiang Nan back to the general's mansion, they arrived at a secret room in 8 circles. This secret room was filled with a dazzling variety of collections. The vast majority of them were items that Xiang Nan had never even heard of, and they were not even recorded in the literature. Some were strange human organs, some were strange stones, wood, and so on. I don't have anything to subdue the divine lightning, but I have a box of lightning protection pills that can suppress the power of the divine lightning and protect humans from the damage of the divine lightning, Xiang Nan said solemnly. He raised Shuelu's small wooden box and said, 1 pill can work for an hour. I'll give you one first. You have to prove your strength before the next pill can be given to you in batches. Merchant. Xiang Nan curled his lips, picked up a pill, put it into his mouth, and swallowed it. Thank you for the compliment. Shuelu smiled sweetly. The battle had already shifted from the banquet hall to the back garden. The fierce battle between a dozen or so Heaven Origin realm martial artists had already caused the entire general's mansion to be in a sorry state. The worst-case scenario was that the entire gate of the general's mansion was already surrounded by many black-clothed men, and the guards of the general's mansion were guarding it bitterly. This is called a response? Xiang Nan watched as the experts of the general's mansion were getting more and more suppressed. This situation was not consistent with what Jiang Shuelu had said. This made Shuelu ruthlessly deceive him. They had no idea that someone would sneak attack the general's mansion. She was using this to deceive herself. Yes, you are our response. Go. Drive all the intruders away. Shuelu was excited. Xiang Nan always felt that there was something hidden in her eyes. This woman was not simple. Could it be that she knew that she was Xiang Nan? Impossible. Impossible. Xiang Nan was helpless. He could only carry his saber to the center of the battlefield. With the suppression of the lightning avoidance pill, Xiang Nan could perfectly release his cultivation realm. However, his Yuan Qi was pure Yuan Qi, and his martial skill no longer contained any lightning power. Even without the power of thunder and lightning, Xiang Nan was still an expert. Xiang Nan's sudden arrival caused the battle to slow down a little. All of the Heaven Origin realm people on both sides looked at Xiang Nan, not knowing if he was an enemy or a friend. Xiang Bei, what are you doing? Quickly come back. Xiao Wan was so scared that her face turned pale as she waved at Xiang Nan repeatedly. Xiang Nan carried the prop, giant saber, and said to the crowd, Everyone, can you stop? Everyone was stunned, but in the end, no one paid attention to Xiang Nan. The black-clothed men began to attack General Yong crazily again. Xiang Nan shook his head helplessly and said, 9 men in black. If you don't stop, I'll fight. Those people only thought that Xiang Nan was an insignificant little character. Tianyuan's 6th layer? The weakest expert on the scene was also at the 8th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm. Let's go. Jiang Shuelu's eyes flashed with light. Xiang Nan said helplessly. This woman seemed to have eaten herself up. He had no choice but to make a move. Under the gazes of the crowd, Xiang Nan bowed slightly and suddenly jumped into the air and rushed into the battlefield. He narrowed his eyes and the Yuan Qi on the wooden saber condensed into a buzzing sound. His body went straight into the crowd of 9 black-clothed men. He wrapped his left leg around the neck of one black-clothed man, and his left hand grabbed the neck of another black-clothed man. The hilt of the giant saber stuck out of the neck of the 3rd black-clothed man. As Xiang Nan's body trembled and twisted, the necks of the 3 black-clothed men tilted, making cracking sounds as they landed on the ground one after another. Xiang Nan's body flashed again. His left hand passed through the back of one black-clothed man and through the chest of another black-clothed man. With a hook of his left arm, the 2 black-clothed men's chests collided against each other. Immediately after, Xiang Nan smashed the hilt of his saber into the chest of a black-clothed man. The two black-clothed men were knocked unconscious by the huge impact and landed on the ground one after another. There are 4 more. Xianxia stretched out his left fingers and flicked them repeatedly, pulling the 4 black-clothed men in front of him with his flower-picking fingers. The 4 black-clothed men at the 8th level of the heaven realm were instantly shocked, and at the same time, they chopped down the weapons in their hands towards Xianxia. Xianxia only gently raised his wooden saber. Clang! With a crisp sound, the 4 black-clothed men were struck by a terrifying backlash, causing blood to spurt out of their mouths as they fell back together. Damn it! That's just a prop. Lu Dongyuan was dumbfounded. Even all the guests present were dumbfounded. The 9 black-clothed men at the late Tianyuan stage had caused Zhang Yong and the others to fall into an arduous battle. They had fought for a long time without deciding whether to win or lose. As soon as this Xiang Bei attacked, it was actually like an acrobatic trick, knocking over the 9 black-clothed men. When Xianxia landed on the ground, he swung his hand with a flaming finger force. The tyrannical Mo-Ka fingers pierced through the legs and knees of the 9 black-clothed men. He carried the wooden saber and said, "I told you to stop. Why didn't you listen to me?" Zhang Yong looked at Xianxia in shock. This expert is..." Xianxia shrugged. "Just an actor. This actor is amazing." A person wearing a black robe slowly walked out. The moment he appeared, the air at the scene suddenly dropped by several degrees. Xianxia looked over. It was the Night Demon member. He had been hiding in the crowd to watch the show, but he was ready to take action. Sure enough, this operation was really related to the Night Demon. Xianxia nodded silently. It seemed that he had accidentally hit and bumped into another conspiracy from the Profound Sky sect. Xianxia walked towards the Night Demon member with his saber in his hand. He said, "Do you know what I learned from Xianxia's story? That is, don't be soft-hearted towards the enemy. Treat the enemy like Xianxia. I won't consider any damned human rights or the value of my life. Because even the slightest bit of softness towards you is irresponsible towards those who were killed by you. That's right, I recognize you. You are a member of the Night Demon in the sect qualifying tournament." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. He's an expert from the southern domain. Those guests and actors were only able to understand the sect ranking tournament through acting. They didn't expect that today, they would actually see an expert who came out of the real ranking tournament. "Hurry up and see clearly," Lu Dongyuan shouted excitedly. "This is a true disciple of the sect ranking competition. Quickly see his performance and integrate his actions into our performance area." Until now, Lu Dongyuan was still working hard for his performance. Seeing the experts of the sect ranking tournament fight with their own eyes, not everyone could have this privilege. Xianxia raised his saber and rushed towards the Night Demon member. The Night Demon member immediately drew out a long sword and slashed 3 sword lights at Xianxia. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He spread out his momentum. He knew exactly where the 3 sword lights would go. He dodged all 3 sword lights with incomparably exquisite steps and kicked the Night Demon member's chest. If Xianxia hadn't been indecisive in the sect ranking tournament and hadn't been able to kill you, you wouldn't have continued to do evil now. Xianxia kicked him away, and in his short stalemate, he raised his saber and landed. A streak of saber light sliced towards the Night Demon member's neck. This move caused everyone present to cheer loudly. They had never seen such a sharp and decisive killing method before. However, in an instant, the Night Demon member suddenly clasped his hands together and shouted, "With soul awakening!" Pong! A green light suddenly erupted from the Night Demon member's body. This light instantly made Xianxia unable to see. He frowned slightly and immediately flashed away from his path to avoid being ambushed by the Night Demon member. After a short second or two, the green light on the Night Demon members gradually dissipated, and an unbelievable scene appeared in front of everyone. The Night Demon member was holding a long sword in his hand. His chest heaved violently. Behind him, there was a very strange thing. The thing behind him was like a ghost. It didn't have a mouth or nose, only a pair of long and narrow eyes. Its entire body was translucent and light green. It was a kind of spirit body. This green spirit body was more than half the height of the Night Demon members. It didn't have legs, and its lower body wrapped around the Night Demon members' waist. Its entire body hugged the Night Demon members from behind, and its hands circled around them, grabbing their wrists. This scene gave people the feeling that a green ghost suddenly appeared and possessed the Night Demon member, manipulating the Night Demon member like a puppet. Xianxia was shocked. He had never seen such a situation before. He didn't even know what the Night Demon member had done. Was that person using a cultivation technique or a martial skill? The Night Demon member's expression was grave. His body flashed and he circled behind Xianxia. The sword in his hand fiercely stabbed into Xianxia's back. Xianxia had expected that he would turn his body away slightly, allowing the edge of the sword to pass through his waist. His left hand grabbed the Night Demon member's sword wrist, and his right hand slashed towards the Night Demon member's neck with a knife. The Night Demon members were determined to avoid this saber attack. The Night Demon member was also decisive. He immediately raised his left arm to block his neck. Swoosh! The sound of a knife being torn apart rang out, and the Night Demon member's left arm was directly split into two ends. However, the green ghost behind the Night Demon member suddenly shone. A large amount of green threads suddenly appeared on the cut of his broken arm, reconnecting his broken arm. It's appeared again, Zhang Yong exclaimed. Xianxia was incomparably shocked. He didn't have time to think about what Zhang Yong meant. He jumped up and grabbed the Night Demon member's neck with his legs. He threw the member away with a pair of scissors feet, and at the same time he slashed down with a knife. When the Night Demon member was thrown away, the saber light descended and cut off both of his legs. However, the Night Demon member only laughed ferociously. The green ghost behind him began to emit a strong light again. A large number of green threads appeared on the broken parts of his legs. In just a second, his legs reunited. I've seen a ghost. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. That Night Demon member definitely wouldn't have used this move before. In the sect ranking tournament, he had never used a similar move. This must have been something that the member had just learned after the battle of the leaders ended. However, was there really such a heaven-defying martial skill in the world? Can the cut body heal again? Ha 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 ha. The Night Demon member laughed wildly. His body floated in midair, and the green ghost holding him behind his back was like a phantom in the night sky. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Xianxia shouted. The Night Demon member did not answer. He raised his sword high and shouted, "Heavenly Star Pendant!" A large number of spheres of light appeared in the sky for no reason at all, and they were densely packed to the point where there were more than 1,000 of them. Run! Get out of the way! Seeing that the situation was not good, Xianxia immediately shouted. The guards of the Jiang clan immediately held the two guests in their hands. Even Zhang Yong was involved. He wrapped his yuan qi around a dozen or so people. Many martial artists and people filled the courtyard immediately flew into the distance. Rumble! The ball of light in the sky smashed down, instantly blasting half of the mansion into ruins. Xianxia raised his head. He accurately predicted the trajectory of all the light balls descending, and walked up a perfect path. The Night Demon member continued to release his martial skill, while Xianxia slashed down with his saber. This saber slashed the Night Demon member's waist on the spot. However, the green ghost behind the Night Demon member began to shine again. It caused the Night Demon member's body, which had been sliced at the waist, to actually heal again. The Night Demon member pointed at Xianxia in shock. How could you hide from my Heavenly Star Pendant? No one in this world can use a simple movement technique to dodge my martial skill. Could it be that you are? Damn it, you're still alive. The hearts of the Night Demon members were cold. Xianxia gritted his teeth. He rushed forward to dodge the 3 attacks of the Night Demon member, and grabbed the Night Demon member's right arm with his left hand. The giant saber in his hand cut the member apart. The green ghost behind the Night Demon member shone and was about to heal him again. Xianxia tightly grabbed the arm of the Night Demon member and didn't let him retreat. Then he made another cut. The belly of the night demon member was rapidly healing. He used his left arm to block it, and his left arm was also cut open. His stomach had already healed, and his left arm was beginning to heal again. Xianxia waved his saber several times, cutting the night demon members into several pieces, but his body was actually able to heal again. Xianxia's eyes turned red. He leaned forward and sliced the giant saber in his hand, sending the night demon member's head flying. This time, the night demon member finally stopped healing, and the green ghost behind him gradually dissipated. In the sky, Xianxia looked at the night demon member's corpse with a serious expression, and his heart was filled with shock. There was actually such a strange person in the world? What kind of martial skill was that? If he hadn't cut off his neck, he would have already possessed the ability to live forever. Was it only that night demon member who had mastered this miraculous ability? Or was it that the entire demon sect and the heavenly profound sect possessed this kind of ability? Xianxia didn't have time to think. He directly rushed towards the crowd that had dodged far away. Kill, really kill Zhang Yong, and the others were already dumbfounded. This kind of person has never been truly killed before, but he was actually killed by that actor today. One of the general's personal guards cried out in shock. Xianxia Luo said in front of Zhang Yong, "Just now, you said that it appeared again? What do you mean by this sentence? Do you know that person's ability?" Zhang Yong hurriedly clasped his fists and said, "So you are a martial arts expert. I have eyes but do not recognize heroes. I am truly neglecting you." Xianxia frowned and said, "Now is not the time to say those polite words. Let me ask you, do you know the ability of that person just now?" Zhang Yong nodded and said, "About the past 2 months, some very strange people suddenly appeared in our exiled continent. These people seem to be searching for something in our exiled continent, and they possess the ability of that person just now. They can all heal?" Xianxia's heart suddenly sank. Zhang Yong said, "Not entirely. The person who died just now only possessed the Wood Soul Awakening. I have also seen the Earth Soul Awakened person. That person's body can be sand at any time, and he can't even cut it. This has not happened for many years." Xianxia paid special attention to Zhang Yong's last words. "From what you mean, you seem to know a little about their abilities?" he said. Zhang Yong was stunned and shook his head. "I don't understand." Xianxia said angrily, "Since when do you still want to keep a secret? If it weren't for me, your family would have been annihilated tonight." Zhang Shuelu stood out and said, "Father, this Xiang Bei is already my good friend. He promised to protect me for 3 months. It doesn't matter if you treat him as one of your own. Besides, I was ambushed in the back mountain just now. If it weren't for Xiang Bei's help, I'm afraid you would have lost your beloved daughter." "What?" Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Yong's forehead. He then looked at Xianxia. The combat ability that Xianxia had displayed earlier was definitely the only one he had ever seen in his life. To have such a person willing to protect his own daughter, that would really be taking a heart-settling pill. "Friend, are you really willing to protect my daughter?" Zhang Yong hurriedly asked. Xianxia nodded. "I have an agreement with Xue Lu for 3 months. We must do our best." Zhang Yong heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Since that's the case, please follow me. There are some things I can only tell you alone." Xianxia glanced at Zhang Shuelu, who waved to Xianxia. "Come, I'll accompany you." The moment the night demon member died, the black-clothed people outside the mansion retreated like a tide. However, the guests didn't dare to go home on their own. They all hid in the mansion. The family was responsible for comforting the guests, while Xianxia followed Zhang Yong and his daughter. Zhang Yong did not bring Xianxia into a certain building in the general's mansion, but brought him into the sea. Xianxia had temporarily recovered his strength. He and Zhang Yong no longer needed to eat the water-avoiding pill. Only Xue Lu swallowed one. The 3 of them sank into the sea and swam deeper into the sea. After reaching a depth of about 1,000 meters, Zhang Yong led the way and swam towards the general's mansion. This was already the seabed, blocked by huge rocks. On a certain rock wall there was a tunnel. The 3 of them swam through the tunnel and headed for Whitecorn. The The tunnel tilted upwards again. Finally, the three of them entered a secret cave deep in the ocean. Pooh! The three of them came out of the water. Xianxia looked around. The depths of the cave were higher than the entrance of the cave tunnel, and the seawater could not gush in. In the cave, it was built into a secret chamber. The decoration here was very elegant. The calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall were not ordinary at first glance. "This is my treasure pavilion. My most precious collection is here," Zhang said. Xianxia looked around curiously and felt that it was incomparably fresh. He had never seen many things before. Most of the so-called collectibles were rare or unique. Otherwise, they wouldn't be considered collectibles. Xianxia had never seen anything here, so it wasn't strange. "I remember seeing a description of that ability," said the man, taking out a book from a row of bookshelves at the end of the line. Xianxia leaned over curiously and said, "Are all the books on your shelf ancient?" Zhang finished flipping through one book and couldn't find what he wanted. He continued to take out another book and flip through it again, saying, "It's not that simple. Most of the historical documents that ordinary people have access to are written by imperial scholars. Throughout the history of mankind, there have been some very special incidents. Because these incidents are sensitive, they will definitely not be revealed to the general public. They are confidential. The documents I have here are absolutely confidential. Not to mention you ordinary people, even the powerful empire hegemons on the various continents are hard to find." When Xianxia heard this, he immediately became interested in the confidential documents. There's really no place to find this kind of thing. The value of knowledge is always above all material goods. This is it. Zhang finally found the book he was looking for. He placed the thick book on the table and spread it out. The 2 pages of this book contained a description of alien humans. "Something happened that made ancient scholars believe that we were not the only human world," Zhang said. "Outside our world, there is another spatial plane. There are also humans and martial artists in that world. Look at this paragraph." Zhang pointed at the words on the book and said, "About 5,000 years ago, a heavenly flame cut through the night sky in the central plains and left a long tear in the starry sky. From the wound on that day, a few exotic people walked out. These people know how to fight and know martial arts. At the same time, they also know how to awaken their innate talent. They can unleash the 5 innate attributes of wind, wood, water, fire, and earth in the form of spirit bodies, and obtain the corresponding attributes." Zhang looked at Xianxia and said, "The person you killed just now understands Wood soul awakening. In other words, he possesses Wood vein talent. Furthermore, he can absolutely form his own talent into a spirit body and obtain the super recovery ability of Wood veins. As for the so-called heavenly fire recorded in the literature, we have reason to believe that it should be a world exterminating divine lightning." "Talent awakening?" Xianxia said. "Right?" Zhang nodded and said, "Innate talent awakens. Innate talent is a very ethereal thing. It is used to describe a person's martial attributes and personal potential. People from other worlds, on the other hand, know how to materialize their innate talent and quickly explode their innate attributes within a short period of time. There are still some related descriptions here." Zhang pointed to another page and said, "When those alien martial artists came to our world, the injuries they brought to our world were not inferior to skyfire. That heavenly flame destroyed nearly 300 million creatures in the Central Plains, and those few otherworldly martial cultivators caused tremendous upheaval in the entire martial world. They devour geniuses." When he said this, Xianxia and Zhang Shuilu felt their backs go cold. Zhang said solemnly, "For some reason, people from other worlds possess the ability to extract martial arts talent from a martial artist's body. They can refine a martial artist's innate talent into a very special innate spirit pill. Devouring a corresponding innate spirit pill can greatly stimulate their innate talent and nurture the innate emptiness caused by their awakening of innate talent. Simply put, it is." Zhang pondered for a moment and said, "For example, that man just now, after his wooden soul awakens, it will cause a very serious consumption of his talent. Even after using the Wooden Soul Awakening many times, his heavenly grade Wood Vein talent is very likely to be degraded to Earth grade. If they catch a martial artist with Wood Vein talent, they can extract the Wood Vein talent of the martial artist and refine it into a Wood Soul pill. If they swallow this pill, they can compensate for the side effects of their Wood Soul Awakening. Draw talent. Xianxia muttered these words. Xian Qingzhu also had this kind of ability. The behavior of people from other worlds in extracting martial artists' innate talent was very similar to the behavior of Xian Qingzhu taking away his 5 heavenly spiritual meridians. The only difference was that Xian Qingzhu had taken over his 5 heavenly spiritual meridians, while people from other worlds had given their talent to cultivate into medicinal pills to eat. Then Zhang Yong still wanted to speak. Xianxia waved his hand. Wait. Let me think for a moment. In other words, the method that Xian Qingzhu used to extract by Mukin's talent was most likely something he had learned from someone from another world. Therefore, the Profound Sky sect was originally the leader of the 8 great sections. Why would they take such a huge risk to unify the 8 great sects? In other words, the Heavenly Profound sect should not be trying to truly unify the 8 great sects. Instead, it should be trying to monopolize the 8 great sects and raise all the genius martial artists in captivity as if they were cattle, providing them with an endless stream of innate spirit pills. If the martial artists of the other world wanted to dominate their own world, then they would need more innate spirit pills. As for martial artists from other worlds, they treat this world of mine as a harvesting garden. But now, the Night Demon members who had walked all the way to the Heavenly Profound sect also possessed the ability to awaken their innate talent. Where did they learn it from? Could it be that there were still people from other worlds in his own world? Who are they? Xianxia thought hard. The only thing he could think of was the Bai clan. Back then, the Bai clan had given him to the Heavenly Profound sect. On the one hand, they planned to let Xian Qingzhu extract her 5 heavenly spiritual meridians and give her the number 1 talent in the starry sky. On the other hand, his will was absolutely strong. After he came of age, the Profound Sky sect killed him and plotted a plot to use his corpse as a medium to control all the martial artists of the 6 great sects, so as to achieve the goal of annihilating the 6 great sects in one fell swoop. Is the Bai clan a clan from another world? And he was also a person from another world? This speculation caused Xianxia to overturn his own understanding. At the same time, a great hatred had arisen towards the Bai clan. The Bai clan didn't give him to the Profound Sky sect because of any difficulties, but as a condition of exchange. A gift. Seeing that Xianxia's expression was getting uglier and uglier, Zhang Yong and his daughter didn't dare to say anything. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "Continue." Zhang Yong nodded and said, "Demons from other worlds often appear in the central plains. It can be imagined that the spatial instability in the central plains was probably caused by the heavenly flame that cut through the night sky 5,000 years ago. So, the world where the demons live is the same world as the martial artists of other worlds?" Xianxia asked. Zhang Yong shook his head and said, "I don't think so. In my opinion, there should be at least 3 planar worlds in our own world. The warriors and demons from other worlds don't come from the same world." "What are you saying?" Xianxia said. "If that's the case, then demons can come to our world through the spatial rift, and warriors from other worlds should also be able to arrive in large numbers." "In fact, nothing like this has happened," Zhang Yong said. "What you said makes sense. Continue," Xianxia said. Zhang Yong said, "Especially recently, we discovered some inexplicable martial artists appearing in the eastern region and crazily searching for something. I said this before, but actually, I know what they are looking for. They're looking for the Void Stone." "Void Stone," Xianxia said. "According to another top-secret document, Void Stones can not only be used to tear open spatial rifts, but are also the main materials for building spatial passages," Zhang Yong said. "A spatial rift leads to the void, and the void extends in all directions. It may not lead to any other world. If they can build a spatial passageway that connects directly to the other world, then the martial artists of the other world will have the opportunity to flood into our world in large numbers, bringing us devastating disasters. And I think they've already succeeded partly. Zhang Yong said to Xiang Nan, "The expert you killed today is someone from another world." Xiang Nan shook his head. "No, that person is a night demon." Zhang Yong asked curiously, "If he was a night demon, why would he know how to awaken a wood soul?" Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes. "He is not from another world, but behind him, there must be someone from another world in control of the overall situation. We have already seen the power of talent awakening. Have these top secret documents mentioned how to deal with talent awakening?" "Yes, yes." Zhang Yong hurriedly turned the page and pointed to a paragraph of text. "In our world, there is actually a kind of ability that can deal with the awakening of talent. 5,000 years ago, our world's experts attacked the alien world martial artists. They paid a huge price in casualties and found a key point worth paying attention to. The will of our martial world can deal with them. After cutting off their bodies with intent, their intent will wrap around their wounds for a period of time, making them unable to recover and leading to death." After hearing this, Xiang Nan's mood suddenly became clear. Truly, there was nowhere to be found after stepping through the iron shoes. "Is that what you're referring to?" Xiang Nan raised his hand slightly and the top secret document on the table slowly rose. Zhang Yong's eyeballs almost flew out. "You actually understand? Oh my God. There is actually someone in this world who is actually cultivating this ability. How many void stones do they need to build a spatial passageway?" Xiang Nan said. "It's hard to say," Zhang Yong said, "because no one has ever done it before. But things like void stones are incomparably precious. There aren't many in the world. Let's cut to the chase." Xiang Nan picked up his shoulder and said, "If you have the world-exterminating divine lightning, please give it to me. The people of the night demons will never sneak attack the Jiang clan for no reason. I believe that you must have a void stone in your hand. If even you have one, then your headquarters must also have one. If you want to protect your family, you need to borrow my power." "World-devastating divine lightning?" Zhang Yongqi said. "You want that kind of thing? Can't be given away casually. Besides, I can't give you the world-slaying divine lightning with just a verbal promise. Give me your conditions," Xiang Nan said. "First of all, you have to escort my daughter to the headquarters. She can't stay in such a troublesome place anymore," Zhang Yong said. "And the void stone has become a hot potato. You have to help me send the void stone back to the Jiang clan headquarters and let them take care of it. Second, you have grasped the meaning. You must help our Jiang clan resist foreign enemies and prevent their invasion. Your request is very vague." Xiang Nan said, "Help the Jiang clan defend against foreign enemies. If the foreign enemies continue to attack the Jiang clan for 100 years, will I also have to defend the Jiang clan for 100 years? Zhang Yong shook his head. "Our Jiang clan has an outstanding artificer. He is famous throughout the eastern region. I need you to cooperate with our clan's artificers to forge some weapons that contain intent, so that we can at least have the capital to fight against our enemies with the talent to awaken them." "Is there such a thing?" Xiang Nan was interested. If the intent could really be merged into a weapon, then he could also refine some and send it back to the southern domain. "May I ask why you need the world-exterminating divine lightning?" Zhang Yong said. Xiang Nan thought for a moment and said, "My strength has been sealed by someone in some way. I have to use the power of the world-exterminating divine lightning to remove the seal." He didn't tell Zhang Yong the whole truth. "So, if you need my ability, you must give me some benefits in advance so that I can recover my strength." "That's what it should be." Zhang Yong turned around and walked to the side, saying, "Our Zhang family indeed has a world-exterminating divine lightning, but that divine lightning is at the headquarters, not at my place. However, I have a divine lightning seed. I can give it to you." He carried Yong over a large box and landed heavily on the ground. There were a large number of Shendao runes and flower seals on the box. It should be suppressing the power of the divine lightning with Shendao power. After that, Zhang Yong opened the big box. He didn't expect that there was another box inside, which was also sealed by the runic flower seal. When he opened it, there was another box inside, and when he opened it again, there was actually a fourth box. Looking at Xiang Nan's astonished gaze, Jiang Shuelu said, "You have to forgive us for being so cautious. This divine lightning once brought irreparable wounds to our eastern region. It has always been a nightmare in the hearts of our eastern region people. We have to take good care of it." Finally, after Zhang Yong opened a total of 7 boxes, a divine lightning-derived lightning seed appeared. When Xiang Nan first saw this derived lightning seed, his heart skipped a beat. Little ice thunder. This was actually another little ice lightning. No, there was something wrong. Xiang Nan frowned. The true ice thunder lord should have descended on the northern domain. Afterwards, it was taken away by an expert. It did not die in the eastern region. However, the historical description and the father and daughter of the Jiang clan confirmed that there was once a divine lightning that caused a great disaster in the eastern region. In other words, the person who took away the true body of the Ice Thunder clan was the ancestor of the Jiang clan. He brought the frost lightning back to the southern domain, but the frost lightning suddenly lost control and fell in the eastern domain, killing countless people. Xiang Nan took a deep breath and said, "Your Jiang clan is truly sinful." Jiang Yong was stunned and hurriedly said, "What are you saying? You and I know very well that there is no need to pretend to be confused with understanding." Xiang Nan pointed at the little ice lightning and said, "This thing didn't fall in the eastern region at all. I've seen its original landing site in the northern region before." Jiang Yong's expression changed drastically. He took 2 steps back, his face incomparably pale. Jiang Shuelu hurriedly said, "That was thousands of years ago. They paid a painful price for the mistakes made by our ancestors. You can't blame us descendants for this kind of crime. That's why I didn't kill you." Xiang Nan closed the last small box again and said, "I agree to your conditions. I will leave immediately tomorrow morning." After the 3 of them returned to the general's mansion, Zhang Yong's heart was much more at ease. With someone like Xiang Bei in charge of the general's mansion, he felt very relieved. Xiang Nan was arranged for a room by himself. He sat in his room and quietly looked at the beating little ice thunder. The cold air pervaded the room, and the entire house was frozen into ice sculptures. The guards and guests looked at the ice sculpture room in astonishment, but none of them dared to approach. "This is indeed a method." Xiang Nan rubbed his chin and said, "I've always wanted to absorb the 3rd divine lightning to suppress the power of the other 2 divine lightning. However, the little ice lightning in my body is only a derivative lightning seed. It is not complete. If I absorb the 2nd little ice lightning, the power of the 2 little ice lightning will fuse together to perfectly suppress the white flame blazing lightning. At that time, my strength will recover quickly." He waited quietly, waiting for the effects of the lightning avoidance pill to disappear. Finally, an hour had passed. At that moment, Xiang Nan lost all of his strength. However, he did not immediately make a move. Instead, he muttered to himself, "Once I absorb this little ice thunder, my cultivation will directly increase by 1 level, reaching the 1st level of Heaven Scryer. At that time, my Yuan Qi will transform into Astral Qi. Before doing this, I will first use my Yuan Qi. That means that the spiritual sea will circulate and the 2 divine lightning bolts will awaken at the same time. Therefore, you must be fast. You must not be interrupted by anything." Normally, he would absorb divine lightning to raise his cultivation level. Once someone interrupted him, Xiang Nan would just stop. At most, he would release the remaining lightning power in his body with lightning vibrations. However, it was different now. If he was interrupted halfway, the 2 divine lightning bolts in his body would lose control. At that time, it would not be as simple as being interrupted. Instead, he would directly explode and die. He didn't have a 2nd resurrection pill. Xiang Nan nodded and closed the box again. He walked out of the door to find Jiang Shuelu and asked to use a secret room of the Jiang family. "I want the strongest. No one can easily break into the secret room," Xiang Nan said. Although the underwater treasure pavilion was hidden, once he released his Yuan Qi, powerful Yuan Qi fluctuations could still be sensed by others. Shuelu thought for a moment and said, "There is indeed such a place in our family. Follow me. The Jiang clan had an underground passageway that led directly to the interior of the mountain below the general's mansion. There was a hidden pill refining room. This pill refining room was made entirely out of exquisite 7-star jade. This material was used to create high-grade earth weapons, and its sturdiness was trustworthy. I don't care what you want to do, but you'd better hurry up. Without your protection, our Jiang manor is very dangerous, Jiang Shuelu said. I see. Xiang Nan closed the thick jade door of the secret room and immediately began his recovery plan. After absorbing this little ice thunder, I will go to the headquarters to obtain the ice thunder true body. At that time, my realm will rise by a large margin. Thinking of this, Xiang Nan became excited. The difference between his and Shen Qingzhu's realms was too great. He had to quickly chase after them by absorbing the world-exterminating divine lightning. He sat down cross-legged and opened the wooden box, letting little ice lightning appear in front of him. The first thing he needed to do was to circulate his spiritual sea to restore his vitality. At that time, the 2 divine lightning bolts would awaken at the same time, and he would need to immediately circulate the 9 transformations of thunder cultivation technique. It's very dangerous. Xiang Nan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. A bright light flashed in his eyes and he immediately circulated his spiritual sea. In an instant, the violent yuan qi filled Xiang Nan's entire body. The rotation speed of his spiritual sea was nearly 20 times that of a martial artist of the same realm. Bai Yen flaming lightning and little ice lightning had finally awakened. Under the control of the 9 transformations of thunder, the 2 divine lightning bolts regained their freedom. They brutally released the power of the divine lightning. Xiang Nan felt a sharp pain in his stomach, and then he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Hurry! Hurry! He kept warning himself, and quickly circulated the 9 transformations of thunder, while the little ice lightning in the wooden box began to become restless. Streaks of cold energy and lightning crackled out of the wooden box. The first level of the 9 transformations of thunder. Xiang Nan circulated his cultivation technique and pointed at the little ice thunder with his right hand. As for the small ice thunder, it floated up with a whoosh. First, large arcs of lightning rushed over and directly pierced into Xiang Nan's body. Because he already had another small ice thunder in his body, his resistance to ice thunder was extremely great. At the same time, the general's mansion. The Jiang family's father and daughter were restless, unable to fall asleep at all. Jiang Yong said, "The Void Stone hasn't been sent away yet. I wonder if those enemies will come again." Jiang Shuelu comforted, "Father, don't worry. There must be a way before the car arrives. Let alone we have the #1 genius expert in the southern domain." "What? Are you saying that the young man is Xiang Nan?" Jiang Yong was instantly shocked and said, "Didn't Xiang Nan already die?" Jiang Shuelu shook her head. "I don't know why, but I believe he should be Xiang Nan, because I saw the lightning meridian's talent in his body." "Who?" Jiang Yong became excited. "If you saw it with your own eyes, then it should be correct." "Who?" "Ha, ha, ha. I didn't expect that the protagonist of the Iron Blood heroic soul would actually be sitting in the secret chamber beneath us. With Xiang Nan, our family is really making a lot of money." Jiang Shuelu said, "Sure, I haven't told him about this yet. He doesn't know that I've seen through his identity. Xiang Nan has a suspicious nature. If he finds out that we know his identity, he might leave directly. Yes, this matter must be kept a secret," Jiang Yong hurriedly said. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of fire rushed in. Jiang Yong was quick-witted and immediately hugged his daughter in his arms, using his back to welcome the fire wave. Both of them were sent flying. The general's mansion, which had just quieted down, immediately fell into chaos. A large number of guests lived in the explosion area, and without even having time to react, they were blown into ashes. The father and daughter flew far away and rolled on the ground more than a dozen times before stopping. Jiang Yong suddenly raised his head and saw 3 black-clothed men floating in the night sky. The most terrifying thing was that these 3 black-clothed men were all Heaven Scryer realm cultivators. The person in the lead was raising his palm. A small flame was rising from the center of his palm. He had the terrifying realm of the second level of Heaven Scryer. The other two people beside him were both at the Heaven Scryer level 1. The leader was a middle-aged man who looked to be around 40 years old. He tilted his head and said, "I heard that there are experts here." Jiang Yong put Xue Lu out of the sea of fire and flew into the sky, shouting, "What do you want?" The middle-aged man said, "Jiang Yong, you really don't know how to appreciate your kindness. Originally, we were just looking for something from you, but you actually asked someone to kill our people. Are you forcing me to destroy your Jiang clan?" Several Sky Origin 8th Layer General's guards had already soared into the sky. "Heh!" The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Even at the heavenly Yuan realm, you dare to come up and make a fool of yourself." His right hand trembled, and the flames in his hand suddenly split into several streams. Those flames easily pierced through all the guards, and several people died tragically. The reason why Xiangnan was able to crush the heavenly profound sex conspiracy in the southern domain was because his opponent was limited to 20 years old. But in reality, it's not a game with rules. No one cares about whether you are fair or unfair. Although Xiangnan's strength was high, to be honest, even a third-grade sect in the southern domain could easily annihilate Xiangnan. Because Xiangnan's realm was too low, and an elder from a third-grade sect was at least above the fortune realm. To Jiang Yong and the others, these three middle-aged Heaven Scryer realm experts were simply nightmares. "Jiang Yong, take out what I want. Also, hand over the so-called expert who killed our subordinates." The middle-aged man's right hand shook. 10 streaks of flames shot down from the sky, killing 10 people from the general's mansion on the spot. In front of the Heaven Scryer realm's Dipper Chi, Yuan Chi wasn't worth mentioning at all. "Xiangnan, hurry up and recover." Jiang Yong's heart was burning with anxiety, and he kept muttering these words in his heart. However, he pretended to be calm on the surface and said, "If I hand over what you want, wouldn't I have no chips left? Do you really think I will put the Void Stone in the general's mansion? If you think so, then just kill us." The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said, "What a tough bone. If you don't tell me, I'll kill you until you kill all the chickens and dogs." The middle-aged man's hand trembled and 10 more flames flew out. Below, the guests and the people of the general's mansion all ran with their heads crossed. They felt incomparable fear and the imminent threat of death. However, they could only be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered and harvested. The only thing they could do was to pray that the target of the 10 flames was not themselves. Another 10 people were pierced through their chests by the flames and died tragically in despair. Jiang Yong roared, "You cowards! As Heaven Scryer realm experts, you actually came to such a remote place as the Xiaoyao Sea to exert your might. How dare you go to the island of exile?" The middle-aged man said calmly, "I'm not interested in talking to you about this. Hand over what I want." His right hand trembled, and 10 more flames took away 10 lives. Jiang Yongji gritted his teeth angrily and thought to himself, "Xiangnan, come out. Hurry up and come out. I won't be able to protect the manor anymore." At this time, a Heaven Scryer level 1 expert pointed at Xue Lu. "That's Jiang Yong's daughter. Capture her. I don't believe that Jiang Yong will not hand over what we want." "You dare!" Jiang Yong suddenly became anxious. He shouted and pounced on his daughter. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. He hooked his hand towards Xue Lu and sent her flying with a strand of Yuan Qi. Jiang Yong hysterically roared, "Don't touch my daughter! Tell me!" The middle-aged man grabbed Jiang Xue Lu's neck with his hand and said coldly, "Where's the man who killed our subordinates?" Pang! A wave of astral energy surged into the sky, instantly engulfing the entire mountain. The waves of Dipper Chi spread into the 9 heavens and into the boundless ocean. The faces of the 3 black-clothed men changed drastically. The middle-aged man's face was incomparably pale. This aura fluctuation. Someone has advanced to the Heaven Scryer realm here. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a young man appeared in the sky in front of the 3 black-clothed men. The young man carried a huge saber and said indifferently, "When did you come here? Damn it! When did he come?" I didn't see him. I am the person you are looking for. Xianxia looked at General Shui Lu and said, Don't worry with me here. No one can be presumptuous here. The three of them looked at each other, and when they saw Xianxia's cultivation realm, they were incomparably shocked. 18-year-old Heaven Scryer. How is this possible? The middle-aged man was badly hit. The other two suffered even greater damage. The middle-aged man was at least at the second level of Heaven Scryer. Both of them were in their 40s, but they were at the first level of Heaven Scryer. Compared to the young man in front of him, who clearly didn't look to be 20 years old, the gap between them was truly boundless. You are the one who killed our subordinates. The middle-aged man's expression was gloomy. Xianxia nodded. It's me. You're looking for me. I'm coming. Let the woman go. Just like a man, fight honestly. The three of them were already deeply shocked, but now that they heard Xianxia's words, they felt their faces darken. The middle-aged man shouted, How dare you? You are so arrogant. Do you think we need to rely on kidnapping women to deal with you? The middle-aged man threw Shui Lu to Zhang Yong and shouted, Go! Two Heaven Scryer Level 1 experts immediately surrounded Xianxia, and the three of them sealed Xianxia's escape route in a triangular manner. Xiangbei, be careful! Zhang Yong shouted. The two Heaven Scryer Level 1 experts attacked at the same time. The two of them rushed up from the left and right and grabbed Xianxia's left and right arms. They were so fast that Xianxia didn't even have time to react. Seeing this, the middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief and said, I thought that it was so powerful, so it turned out that it was just a piece of trash. However, your level of cultivation is quite frightening. Fortunately, I met you today and was able to strangle you in the cradle. Otherwise, if you continue to advance, it would be great. Not good. Zhang Yong's heart skipped a beat as he said, This little brother Xiangbei has just advanced to the first level of Heaven Scryer. He hasn't adapted to his own realm yet. Damn it. I thought I could resist. Why was someone holding me hostage the moment I got here? Shui Lu was also frightened to the point her face turned pale. The middle-aged man pointed at Xianxia with his right hand, and a beam of flames immediately shot towards the center of his eyebrows. This was a highly condensed ball of astral chi flame. When the middle-aged man's fingertips were emitted, it was about 4 centimeters in diameter. By the time it hit Xianxia's forehead, it was already only 2 centimeters in diameter. It was no longer easy for the released Yuan Qi and Dipper Qi to gather without dissipating, let alone shrink even further. Pong! Under everyone's gaze, the beam of flame struck Xianxia impartially and exploded on Xianxia's forehead. It's broken! Zhang Yong shouted loudly and said, Everyone, hurry up and run! Run for your lives in different directions. Every single one of them will be able to escape. Everyone's hopes that had just been ignited were shattered again. Everyone could no longer care about that much and fled in a hurry, like ants on a hot pot. Run? Can you escape? The middle-aged man waved his right hand, and a huge flame aura shield enveloped the entire mansion. No one could break through the shield. At this moment, the flames on Xianxia's head had gradually dissipated. Everyone looked back in despair, but everyone was stunned. Xianxia was actually intact. There were no piercing wounds on his forehead, not even the slightest bruise. Missed! The middle-aged man and Zhang Yong came up with this idea at the same time. Something's wrong. Xiang Shuilu frowned and said, Xiangbei's head clearly exploded with a ball of flame just now. That means that he was indeed hit. How strange. The middle-aged man raised his right hand and said, I wonder what strange martial skill you used to dodge my attack, but this time, you are not so lucky. This time, he flew over and placed his right index finger between Xianxia's eyebrows. He said, Let me see where you are hiding this time. Xianxia stared fixedly at the middle-aged man without saying a word. The middle-aged man's fingertips suddenly condensed a bright flame, and then Peng's voice rang out. The flaming flesh landed on Xianxia's forehead, pushing his head back slightly. Hit! Everyone's hearts sank. This time, no matter what, it was a hit. Xianxia couldn't dodge it anymore, but in an instant, Xianxia straightened his head again, and there was still no injury between his eyebrows. It's not possible. The three heaven scryer scripture experts were all stunned. The middle-aged man roared angrily, "What evil ability did you use? My astral chi is 5 times stronger than yours. My astral chi is 5 times stronger than yours. It's so easy for me to kill you." Xianxia said indifferently, "My evil ability is called strength." As he spoke, Xianxia stretched out his right hand and brushed the green smoke on his forehead. A Heaven Scryer Level 1 expert was grabbing his arm. Following the movement of Xianxia's right hand across his forehead, the Heaven Scryer Level 1 expert was actually thrown back and forth in the air by Xianxia. "Otherwise, the three of you can go together," Xianxia said. "Kill him," the middle-aged man roared. He quickly took a step back. His right index finger pointed at Xianxia and said, "Heavenly Dipper Finger." The middle-aged man pointed out a beam of flame. The flame beam was exceptionally powerful. It was itself a beam of light, but there was another beam spinning rapidly around the main beam of light. This way, it had an unimaginable penetrating power. The other two Heaven Scryer Level 1 experts also released their martial skills. Glacier. A Heaven Scryer Level 1 expert released a wave of cold energy. His finger power hit Xianxia and immediately froze him into an ice sculpture. The third expert raised his hands high and condensed his astral chi into a heaven-shaking axe. The axe descended from the sky and slashed heavily at Xianxia's body. The ice sculpture was split in half, and the middle-aged man's beam of flames pierced through the ice sculpture and pierced through it. Hiss! Everyone at the scene gasped. However, when everyone looked over, Xianxia was still standing in the sky intact. The three Heaven Scryer masters were stunned. Their mouths were wide open, unable to utter a single word. "It's my turn." Xianxia raised his right hand, but he thought for a moment and then said, "Forget it. It's not easy to see that you guys have cultivated to the Heaven Scryer realm. You guys should leave." The three Heaven Scrying realm experts were stunned. They really couldn't have imagined that this would happen. However, what else could they say when the time came? The three of them knew that Xianxia's strength was unfathomable. So they hurriedly turned into 3 rays of light and disappeared with a whoosh. Everyone below was stunned for a long time, and everyone felt deeply shocked. Are you really Xiangbei?" Lu Dongyuan looked at Xianxia in disbelief. What he was most afraid of was Luo Xiao. His entire body was so scared that his soul was gone. Not long ago, he even boasted that he was already an expert at the first level of the origin reversion stage. That's right. 20-year-old Gue Yuan Yizhong is truly frightening. Xianxia is already at the Heaven Scryer Yizhong at the age of 18. Little hero Xiangbei, thank you so much. As expected, I didn't misjudge you. Zhang Yong was overjoyed. Zhang Shuelu heaved a sigh of relief and said to Xianxia, "Well done. It's great to scare the 3 of them away." "Scared away?" Xiangnanchi said. "Why did you say that?" Zhang Shuelu said, "You must have been seriously injured by them, but in order to scare them away, you pretended not to be injured. This kind of calmness is truly admirable. They have been successfully scared away by you. You don't have to pretend anymore. Hurry up and come down. My father has some high-grade healing pills." Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'm not pretending. I'm not injured." Zhang Shuelu frowned and said, "You were surrounded by 3 Heaven Scryer realm experts, yet you said that you weren't injured? Isn't that unreasonable? Even if you weren't injured, how would you let them leave? Could it be that you want to?" A flash of lightning flashed through Xianxia's eyes and he said, "Sorry. Excuse me for a moment." With that, he immediately reprimanded the 3 of them and chased after them with a whoosh of the aura fluctuations they had left behind when they escaped. Carefree Sea somewhere. A dozen or so Heaven Origin Realm martial artists were standing in the garden, looking up at the sky. At this moment, 3 rays of light descended from the sky and transformed into the 3 Heaven Scryer Realm experts. "Did you get it?" a Heavenly Yuan Realm martial artist hurriedly asked. The middle-aged man immediately said, "Hurry up and leave. Let's leave this place first." "What? Everyone was stunned. The middle-aged man said, "I don't have time to explain now. Let's leave this place first and ask for help." Right at this moment, the Tianyuan realm martial practitioners below all pointed behind the middle-aged man in shock. The middle-aged man abruptly turned his head, and upon seeing this, his face immediately turned pale from fear. At some unknown time, Xianxia was quietly standing behind him. "So you're hiding here?" Xianxia nodded slightly. "Run!" The middle-aged man shouted loudly, and everyone fled in all directions crazily. "Can you run away?" Xianxia waved his right hand and a Dipper Chi barrier descended from the sky, covering the entire garden. Many martial artists attacked the Dipper Chi light shield repeatedly, but they were unable to shake it in the slightest. This scene was exactly the same as what the middle-aged man had done at Jiangclan. "Bastard!" the middle-aged man scolded. "You don't intend to let us off at all. You want to catch us all in one go. Let you go. Give me a reason to let you go," Xianxia said. The middle-aged man roared angrily, "Fire Soul Awakening!" Pong! A gigantic fire spirit body immediately hugged him from behind, and surging fire elemental energy instantly filled the entire space. Xianxia raised his hand and pointed. A finger force from Mo pointed immediately pierced through the space between the eyebrows of an expert at the first level of Heaven Scryer. The expert didn't even harumph and died. Many Heaven Origin Realm experts were so scared that their scalps went numb. They scattered and fled in all directions. As for Xianxia, he strolled through the crowd. He pointed his hands at each other and shot out strands of Dipper energy fingers. Not a single one of his fingers missed. Every finger force was accompanied by the disappearance of a human life. The middle-aged man roared and rushed forward. He hugged Xianxia's body with his arms and shouted, "Die for me!" The fire spirit behind him emitted a light, and then he hugged Xianxia and exploded with a loud boom. The explosion was so frightening that even a few Tianyuan realm experts who had not been killed by Xianxia were instantly shattered into powder. The entire garden had been razed to the ground and turned into scorched earth. However, the flames in the air slowly condensed and reformed into a middle-aged man. Who? The middle-aged man gasped violently, a sinister smile on his face. "I finally killed him." Suddenly, his expression changed, and a finger force pierced through his heart from behind. That finger force entered from behind him, piercing through his chest and piercing through his heart. The middle-aged man opened his mouth wide, but the fire soul behind him emitted a ray of light. Following that, a ball of flames appeared on the bloody hole in the middle-aged man's body, and those flames condensed into flesh and blood. He turned around in disbelief and saw Xianxia standing behind him expressionlessly. "Ha ha!" The middle-aged man laughed loudly. "You can't hurt me! So what if I'm not your opponent? What can you do to me?" Xianxia flew over, holding a huge saber in his hand. He sliced the middle-aged man's body into pieces several times in a row. The middle-aged man screamed miserably. The wound on his body that had been cut was actually not blood, but flames. After that, the parts of his body that he had been cut into immediately turned into a few balls of flames. These flames condensed and formed the middle-aged man. "Ha! You can kill flesh and blood, but how can you kill fire elements?" The middle-aged man became even more excited. This fire soul awakening was amazing. Who would have thought that the ability that the profound sky sect had taught him would be so heaven-defying? "It's really hard to kill." Xianxia nodded thoughtfully and said, "It's a good time to use you as an experiment to see if Zhongyang's documents are correct." Xianxia condensed his astral chi with his right hand. This time he added an intent to the astral chi. He raised his hand and pointed. A finger force immediately pierced through the middle-aged man's heart. "Ha ha ha!" The middle-aged man laughed loudly. "As I said, your attack is useless against me. You cough, cough. He suddenly lowered his head and saw that there was no longer any flame in his heart. Rather, blood was flowing out. How a cough? How can cough possibly? The middle-aged man had a shocked expression on his face. His body shook for a moment before he fell to the ground and died. So it really works. Xianxia nodded slightly. Looks like the records in the top secret documents are correct. It means that they can temporarily destroy their natural awakening. He searched all the corpses on the scene for storage rings, opened them all, and fell to the ground one after another. Apart from some gold coins and spirit herbs, there was nothing else in these people's storage rings. On the other hand, the middle-aged man's storage ring contained a fiery red medicinal pill. Xianxia took the pill over and sniffed it. There was a large amount of high-grade spirit herbs smelling inside. At the same time, there was a strange and indescribable smell. This kind of smell should be refined after being extracted, right? Such a fire soul pill represented the life of a fire vein martial artist. Xianxia crushed the pill, and high concentrations of fire elemental energy immediately filled the air. Even the air began to burn. The medicinal pill's power was evaporated and spread into the air. This was a very abstract innate power. When Xianxia observed the burning air, he discovered that this kind of flame probably wouldn't stop burning for a full month. Heavenly profound sect. You guys really made me unable to let you off. Xianxia retracted his right hand and used his astral chi to condense all the flames. Then he punched into the sky. The flame turned into a beam of light that pierced through the clouds. Xianxia carefully searched the buildings here again and found that there was no harvest. He then returned to the general's home. Jiang Shualu and the others were anxiously waiting. Only after seeing Xianxia return did they let out a sigh of relief. "How's it going?" Jiang Shualu hurriedly asked. Xianxia shook his head and said, "I chased them to their stronghold, but I didn't find any valuable clues there. These people are very cautious. They didn't leave any information about the awakening of talent. How did they refine the fire soul awakening? What materials did they need? What exactly?" Xianxia really wanted to know. But one thing is certain. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "It shouldn't be that easy to awaken talent. Among them, there is only one wooden soul awakening and one fire soul awakening. The others don't have the ability to awaken talent. Did you capture them all in one go?" Zhang Yong looked at Xianxia in disbelief. "How did you do it? Your cultivation is obviously not as strong as that middle-aged man's, but you can withstand his attacks without being hurt. What kind of peculiar technique is this?" Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Nothing special. It's just that my strength has completely crushed them. All right, it's almost dawn. Everyone go back and rest. We'll set off at noon. Don't worry, with me here, you can sleep peacefully." Only then did the despondent people let out a sigh of relief and went to rest. Too many things had happened that night, and they were already exhausted. By the sea, Xianxia looked at the yuan qi leaping above his palm and muttered to himself, "After recovering the power of the divine lightning, my realm has returned to the 7th level of the heavenly yuan realm, and the dipper qi has also been converted into yuan qi. However, the advantage is that after reaching the heaven scryer realm, the spiritual energy in my body is different from when I was at the heaven origin realm. The time it takes to support the power of divine lightning has also greatly increased. Maintaining the full strength explosive state, it will be able to last for about 10 minutes. This is a place worth celebrating. 10 minutes was enough to end most of the battles." According to the plan, at noon the next day, Xianxia, Jiang Shualu, and the Moonlight Tour team set out on their way. The headquarters of the Jiang clan was located in the largest city in the exile continent, Lost City. Since there was no political power on this continent, there was no such thing as an imperial capital. Then, Xue Lu insisted on calling the tour team to set off together, claiming that it was to provide cover for her. Lu Dongyuan and the others did not have any ideas. In any case, they were going to perform. It would be best if they could go to a bigger city and get the support of the Jiang clan. The distance between Xiaoyao Lake and Lost City wasn't too close, about 700,000 to 800,000 kilometers. With their flying ship speed, they could arrive in about 5 days. However, after landing in a city every day, they would have to tour twice. If they were delayed like this, it would probably take them 10 days to reach their destination. On the stage, the Iron Blood Heroic Soul was staged again. The audience below the stage were all cheering endlessly. However, the one who played Su Kaiwei this time was no longer Xiao Wan, but Zhang Xuelu. She was originally beautiful, but now that she played such a role, she attracted countless cheers and applause. Xiang Nan looked at the performances on the stage and shook his head helplessly. He didn't know what kind of trick Xuelu had in mind and why she had to do all these performances. Does it make sense? Xiang Nan held a small stone the size of a grain of rice in his hand and muttered to himself, "This is the void stone Zhang Yong collected. It's much smaller than I thought." The void stone in his mind was probably 30 to 40 times larger than Zhang Yong's void stone. It seemed that the void stone was indeed incomparably precious, and anything the size of a grain of rice could bring disaster to Zhang Yong. The people of the eastern region loved entertainment even more than Xiang Nan had imagined. The Moonlight Tour could be said to be in a state of chaos here, and their fame had risen along the way. Many distant cities even extended invitations to the tour group, hoping to perform a few performances with them. How was it? Did I perform well? After the performance ended, Xuelu came over excitedly and asked. Xiang Nan frowned. "I don't understand. Something big has happened to your family. You still have the mood to play. My idea is to bring you to your family headquarters as soon as possible. It would be best if I personally take you there. In that case, we can arrive within a day." With Xiang Nan's Heaven Scryer realm strength, a distance of 700,000 to 800,000 kilometers was not a problem at all. Zhang Xuelu didn't care about that much, but she still asked excitedly, "Tell me if I'm good or not. Do you have Su Caiyue's charm?" "How should I know? It's not like I've seen Su Kaiwei," Xiang Nan said unhappily. Xiang Nan thought to herself, this Zhang Xuelu was a thoughtful woman. She shouldn't be so interested in acting for no reason. Perhaps there was another reason. However, at the very least, Xuelu's plan could be considered satisfactory. They had used the situation of the team to cover up. In these 10 days, they really hadn't encountered any experts from the Profound Sky sect. On the 11th day, everyone finally arrived late and arrived at Lost City. If this was a city, it would not be appropriate because it was simply too large, much larger than any city that Xiang Nan had ever seen. Just Lost City alone was comparable to the entire Eastern Sea province of the Haotian Empire. Under the clouds, Xiang Nanfei looked at the city. In the past, there was no end to human society, no end in sight. The flying ship of the tour team slowly docked at one of the many airports in Lost City. What was worthy of Xiang Nan's attention was that there was a Clover Clan emblem printed on the airport. "Wampoa Clan. They're really everywhere," Xiang Nan muttered. The General Xuelu said, "In the entire Lost City, there are a total of 3 great clans. 2 of them are my Tujia clan, our Zhang clan and the Shao clan. The other is the famous Wampoa clan. The airship business in Lost City, including the construction of airships and the operation of the airport, is in the hands of the Wampoa aristocrat clan. Every cargo ship that comes here to do business has to pay a high fee. The Wampoa aristocrat clan has really taken away the biggest piece of fat meat in Lost City. Let's go. Since we've already arrived, hurry up and go to your clan to find the most powerful artificer." Xiang Nan didn't have the slightest interest in business, nor did he want to talk to Zhang Xuelu about this. What a boring person. Xuelu glanced at Xiang Nan and said, "Apart from martial arts, you are also a martial artist. Don't tell me that there is nothing else worth entertaining in your life." "I'm already very boring," Xiang Nan said frankly. Zhang Xuelu sighed and said, "All right, follow me back to the clan. Remember, you are my personal bodyguard now. Follow me at all times." The tour team stayed in Lost City, where they would perform a total of 15 tours. Meanwhile, Xiang Nan and Zhang Xuelu went to the headquarters of the Zhang clan. Strictly speaking, the Zhang clan was more like a clan-type sect. They represented one of the top powers in the exiled continent. The experts of the Zhang clan were not inferior to those of the Haoran sect. Among them, the patriarch of the Zhang clan possessed the strength of the heavenly tribulation realm and dominated the continent for 100 years. The Zhang clan's headquarters mansions were shaped like stars wrapping around the moon. The outer ring was a circle of scattered mansions. These mansions were large in area, each larger than the Haoran sect's sect site. The inner palace that surrounded the mansion was a symbol of the status of the general clan. Only the most outstanding juniors and elders of the clan were qualified to enter. What a wealthy man! Xianxia sighed sincerely when he saw the size of the Zhang clan. Haoran sect was a pure martial arts sect, and the Zhang clan not only had many experts, but also had a lot of money. It was actually a family mansion that was decorated. However, after arriving at the headquarters of the general clan, Xianxia discovered that Zhang Shuilu was not as happy as she had imagined. On the contrary, there was a faint panic on her face. Miss Shuilu is back. There were 2 rows of clan guards guarding the gate of the headquarters of the Zhang clan. As soon as they saw Zhang Shuilu, they nodded in greeting. However, Xianxia did not see much respect in the eyes of the guards. This is another mystery. Xianxia was thoughtful. You unload your saber. A guard walked over and scolded Xianxia coldly. Zhang Shuilu hurriedly said, "He is my personal bodyguard." The guard frowned and said, "What personal guard? Did you inform the clan? Is it trustworthy?" Zhang Shuilu was embarrassed. She didn't want to lose face in front of Xianxia and smiled. "It doesn't matter. Xiangbei is not only my personal bodyguard, but also my good friend. He saved our Zhang family. He is trustworthy." Xianxia took out the long saber from his back and said, "This is just an ornamental item." The guard grabbed the long saber. This action was very rushing. He weighed the saber in his hand and said, "It's not of any grade, but the clan has strict rules. I'll take this saber." "You accepted it?" Xianxia said. The guard nodded and said, "Anyone who intends to bring a weapon into the headquarters must confiscate the weapon. This is the rule." Xianxia looked at Zhang Shuilu curiously. "My brothers and sisters have personal guards, and their guards are armed. Although the family rules are there, they can sometimes be accommodated." Zhang Shuilu's expression is a little awkward. She hurriedly said, "My brothers and sisters all have personal guards. Their guards are also armed." "No." The guard refused. Shuilu was anxious and said, "Then return the saber to Xiangbei. We'll just deposit the saber outside." "No." The guard shook his head. Oh, Xianxia suddenly understood. He could tell. Jointly, Shuilu was not welcomed in the Zhang clan's main residence. Even a gatekeeper dared to look at Zhang Shuilu's face. Xianxia went up and kicked the guard to his knees. With a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia's attack was extremely fast. No one was able to react. Everyone was shocked and Shuilu was stunned. "Dog servant." Xianxia looked down at the guard condescendingly and said, "I've never seen a dog bite its master. Today, I've really opened my eyes." The guard was furious. He roared and pounced towards Xianxia. The other guards also surrounded Xianxia and shouted, "This person will break into the headquarters alone and take him down." Xianxia's body shook, and then he returned to his original spot. He heard a series of slaps. All the guards were slapped to the ground, their faces red and swollen, and even their teeth were broken. Zhang Shuilu was both scared and relieved when she saw this scene. She was also infected by Xianxia. She took a step forward and harshly shouted, "I have rebelled against you. I am the descendant of the Zhang clan's orthodox bloodline. As the guards of the Zhang clan, you dare to attack me. This is a great disrespect to my master. According to the family rules, all of you will die." The guards were originally incomparably arrogant, but after hearing what Zhang Shuilu said, they were all so frightened that they didn't dare to say anything. Xianxia had already retrieved his saber and was ready to kill all of them on the spot. Xianxia hurriedly winked at Shuilu before putting away his saber. "Let's go." Shuilu waved her sleeve and strode into the clan. Xianxia followed behind Zhang Shuilu by 2 steps. He turned around and saw that the guards had sinister expressions on their faces. After entering the main entrance, it was one of the outer palaces of the All-Star residence. First of all, it was the reception area of the clan. The receptionist in the small room was an old man. He looked up at Zhang Shuilu and said indifferently, "Shuilu is back. Come, register." Shuilu had no choice but to pick up the brush and write down the names of herself and Xiangbei. Xiang Nanchao glanced at the registration book and found that it was basically empty. It could be imagined that the young masters and young ladies of the Jiang clan would normally openly enter and exit the Jiang clan. No one would dare to throw this old man a glance. No one would sign the registration book. Only General Xue Lu did not dare not write it down. Xiang Nan had a thoughtful expression. When the old man saw that Xue Lu had finished writing, he gave her a faint glance and said, "I will inform the elders. During this period, you and your men should go to the 13 mansions and wait." As he spoke, the old man did not show the slightest bit of respect. Jiang Shuilu's expression was very unsightly. She brought Xiang Nan into the mansion and walked through a long corridor into the distance. After passing through layers of mansions, they finally arrived at the 13 mansions. There were a total of 14 palaces in the General Palace, 13 all-star palaces on the periphery, and the inner palace was the largest. The 13 palaces were the most dilapidated place. It looked more like a large warehouse filled with debris, as well as a place where the servants lived. Xue Lu was the orthodox descendant of the Jiang clan, yet she actually wanted to wait here for a summons? A servant vacated a vacant room for Xue Lu. It was obvious that no one had lived in this room for a long time. It was filled with dust. The moment he pushed open the door, it was filled with dust. The house had 2 floors, but the space was small. Other than the necessary tables, chairs, and wooden beds, there was nothing else to be furnished. Jiang Xue Lu apologetically said to Xiang Nan, "Sorry, I made you laugh." "Nothing." Xiang Nan gave Jiang Xue a bright smile. "Help me tidy up." Xue Lu smiled. She picked up the basin and fetched water from the well. Then, she rolled up her sleeves and started to clean the room with a rag. This scene made Xiang Nan feel a little sad. Xiang Nan only needed to wave his hand to clean up the upper and lower floors. However, he knew that Xue Lu did not really need to work. Instead, he took this opportunity to calm down. Xiang Nan smiled and pushed Xue Lu to the side. "How can I let a young lady like you do such a thing? Let me do it." Xiang Nan grabbed the rag and started to work. Jiang Xue Lu stared blankly at Xiang Nan and was somewhat distracted for a moment. Xiang Nan also sighed in his heart. They were all forced out. Jiang Xue Lu was a thoughtful woman, but at her age, who would be willing to calculate this and that all day was forced by the environment? Worse still, a large clan like the Jiang clan didn't even prepare food for Jiang Shuilu. In the evening, the two of them walked out of the courtyard. In the larger courtyard outside, the servants were eating at small tables. Meanwhile, Xiang Nanhe and Jiang Shuilu stood at the door in a daze. Jiang Xue Lu smiled self-deprecatingly. "It seems that she hasn't prepared for us. Let's go out and eat." Xiang Nan smiled. Jiang Shuilu shook her head and turned around to enter the room. Xiang Nan knew that she didn't want to look at the old man and the guards at the door anymore. "It's the same for me to do it myself." Xiang Nan took out a lot of raw meat and vegetables from his storage ring. He rolled his sleeves and said, "Let me give you a taste of my cooking today." Then Xue Lu's eyes lit up. "You can cook? I really didn't expect that." "Look." Xiang Nan rolled his eyes at Xue Lu. Later, a large table of steaming food was served. The two of them sat opposite each other and moved Xue Lu's index finger. As they ate, they praised Xiang Nan for his good cooking. However, as she ate, she fell silent, only lowering her head and not uttering a single word. Xiang Nan sighed and said, "Cry. Crying will make your heart feel better." Then, Xue Lu leaned on the table, her shoulders constantly shrugging. Xiang Nan knew she had a story, but if she didn't tell him, he wouldn't ask. The waiting time for the summons was long. Xiang Nan was unprepared. He didn't expect that for 3 days in a row, the members of the Jiang clan wouldn't be able to receive Jiang Shuilu. It was as if he had completely forgotten about Xue Lu. On the 4th day, the clan chief mansion became lively. Even Xiang Nan and the others heard noises in this remote mansion. The servants were busy decorating the lanterns, and the sky was filled with slowly passing flower boats. The servants were all dressed in bright red. A man who looked like a steward walked in and cupped his fists at the servants. "Joy and joy together." The servants also cupped their fists and said, "Joy and joy together." The steward gave everyone a red envelope. In the bulging red envelope, there was a generous gold ticket. Everyone had a happy smile on their faces, but no one took another look at Xuelu. Today is my great-grandfather's 190th birthday. Xuelu shook her head in disappointment. But they didn't come to inform me. Xianxia couldn't bear to watch any longer and said, "This is too much of a bully. Let's go. Find them to reason with." Xianxia pulled Xuelu away, but she forcefully pushed Xianxia away and said, "Forget it. Since others don't want me to go, why go over and humiliate myself? Can you tell me why?" Xianxia couldn't swallow the anger and asked. Jiang Xuelu let out a long sigh and said, "The situation is actually quite simple. The members of the Jiang clan were very complicated. Such a large clan had many branches and leaves, and each generation was prosperous. There were countless uncles, cousins, and cousins. Many of the youngsters of the same clan were descended from generation to generation, and their bloodlines were very far away. Some of them were even unable to fight." To Xianxia's surprise, he originally thought that Jiang Xuelu was one of the side branches of the clan, which was why she was neglected, but in reality, she was actually the direct descendant of the current clan head. The descendants of the clan could be said to be outstanding. Any one of them would be a genius with high attainments in martial arts. Only in Jiang Yong's generation was Jiang Yong the most incompetent and useless of his peers. He was already 80 years old and was only at the late heaven origin realm. This had already caused many people to look down on Jiang Yong. Later, the birth of Xuelu gave Jiang Yong a glimmer of hope. The one who gave birth to Xuelu was Chun Yu Luoyen. Her appearance could be said to be one of crushing the entire female clansmen of the Jiang clan. Even in the exiled continent, she was a first-rate beauty. This made many people hate Jiang Yong even more. Jiang Yong was crippled, but Jiang clan gave him a way out. Because Xuelu was too beautiful, Jiang clan arranged for Xuelu to be married into another big local clan, the Shao clan. The fiancé they had appointed for Jiang Xuelu was a famous and capable person from the Shao clan, but he was extremely ugly and liked to make trouble for others. Jiang Xuelu naturally did not obey, but Jiang Yong doted on his daughter too much, thus rejecting the plans of the elders. One had to know that the more powerful a clan was, the more they valued family rules. Jiang Yong's actions really made elders furious. They had once chased Jiang Yong out of the clan, but Jiang Yong was their direct descendant. In the end, they could only mate Jiang Yong and Jiang Xuelu to the Sea of Freedom. From then on, Jiang Yong became an outsider who had almost no connection with the general manner. Things were as simple as that, and it was also as simple as dog blood. There were countless clans in this world that had experienced similar situations, and Xuelu and her daughter were just one of them. "Do you know why I value acting so much?" Xuelu smiled disappointedly. "Because I want to wait for great-grandpa's birthday and put on a good show for him. If I can make him laugh, perhaps he will be happy and let his father return to the main residence. But this day has come." But Xuelu could not continue. The situation was still quite different from what she had expected. Not to mention acting, she was not invited to the birthday banquet at all. At this moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard. It was a handsome and resolute young man. He was around 23 or 14 years old, and he was at the 9th level of the origin return stage. At such a young age, it was considered quite good to be in the Haoran sect. After all, Zhang Yunfan was only at the 1st level of the heavenly Yuan realm. "Xuelu, you're back." The man smiled. Jiang Xuelu's eyes turned red. "Brother Hongchun, you are the only one who has come to see me these days. There were simply too many people of the Jiang clan's generation. Just General Xuelu's generation alone had nearly 1,000 disciples. If they were ranked according to age, that man should be General Xuelu's 374 elder brothers." Jiang Hongchun was also filled with emotions. "Are you coming back this time to marry Xiaoyu? If you are willing to do so, you and Uncle Jiang Yong will definitely be forgiven by the elders and will be able to return to the headquarters." Jiang Xuelu lowered her head and didn't say a word, feeling extremely wronged in her heart. Xianxia said to Jiang Hongchun, "Young master, I have something important to report to General Young Miss this time. This matter is very serious. We must inform the elders of the Jiang clan immediately. Jiang Hongqian glanced at Xiang Nan and didn't respond. He continued to say to Jiang Shualu, "Are you still so stubborn? You're 13 years old and you're already 18 years old." However, the elder's anger still hasn't subsided. "If you refuse to marry Xiaoyu, I advise you to leave as soon as possible." "Shuelu, why are you staying here and letting others give you a cold look?" He looked into the distance and said, "Today is great-grandpa's birthday. The Wampoa aristocrat clan and the Xiao clan are here. If you suddenly appear, the Xiao clan and our elders will definitely be very unhappy. Taking advantage of everyone's busy schedule, you'd better hurry up and leave." Xiang Shualu lowered her head and said, "Xiang Bei, let's go back." However, Xiang Nan held Jiang Shualu's hand. This action gave Jiang Shualu great courage. At the same time, Hongqian also saw this action. His expression fell. "Shuelu, it's best not to let the elders see this scene. Otherwise, neither you nor this friend of yours will have good fruit to eat." "Haha, my temper is so violent." Xiang Nan smiled angrily and said, "Miss Jiang, let's go to the Inner Manor birthday banquet. I'd like to see how impolite these people are." The forces of darkness in the southern domain have already fought their way to the top. They're actually still thinking about birthday feasts and marriage alliances all day long. Jiang Shuelu looked at Xiang Nan in surprise. Xiang Nan looked at her seriously. "Do you dare?" A flash of brilliance flashed through Jiang Shuelu's eyes. She gritted her teeth and said, "Dare? With someone like you accompanying me? I dare to do anything." Xiang Nan laughed loudly 3 times and pulled General Shuelu, saying, "Let's go. Let's go to the birthday banquet." Jiang Hongqian was furious. He rushed forward and pulled Xiang Nan's arm. "How dare you? My Jiang clan is not you." Xiang Nan's arm trembled as he sent red dust flying. Jiang Hongqian's face was filled with shock, but Xiang Nan had already grabbed his neck in a flash. Xiang Nan said in a low voice, "She is your sister. As a brother and sister, you actually came to see her for 3 days. Shuelu missed you well. I don't think you have the qualifications to be her brother. In my life, I hate those bastards who don't care about family. If you dare to obstruct me again, don't blame my subordinates for being heartless." He was really subdued by Xiang Nan, so he didn't dare to provoke Xiang Nan anymore. On the one hand, he discovered that Xiang Nan was younger than him and was actually a late Tian Yuan expert. On the other hand, he suspected that Xiang Nan's background was extremely great. How could an idle martial artist possess such a cultivation when he was less than 20 years old? The current Grand Clan chief of the Jiang clan was called General Tian Xiong. This person was a first-class figure in the eastern region, equivalent to the head of the Nature's Nature sect. He possessed a terrifying cultivation at the heavenly tribulation realm. Jiang Tianqiong was Jiang Shuelu's ancestor, and the one who had lived this time was not Jiang Tianqiong, but Jiang Tianqiong's eldest son, Jiang Shuelu's great-grandfather, General Rong. General Rong's eldest son was called Jiang Kuei, Jiang Shuelu's grandfather, and Jiang Kuei's eldest son was Jiang Yong. From this, it could be seen that Jiang Shuelu was really the legitimate bloodline of the Jiang clan. This was also one of the reasons why the Jiang clan was especially disappointed with Jiang Yong. "Xiang Bei, what should I do?" Xiang Nan and Jiang Shuelu walked towards the inner palace. Although Jiang Shuelu dared to follow Xiang Nan to the birthday banquet, once she calmed down, she began to lose control of herself again. Xiang Nan smiled and comforted her. "You're a smart girl. I'm sure you'll find a way. You can ask yourself what you want. No matter what you plan to do, I will fully cooperate with you." Xiang Nan knew that he was not a member of his family after all. If he rushed forward to fight for Jiang Shuelu's rights, then not only would it not bring benefits to Jiang Shuelu, it would also make the Jiang family even more disgusted with Jiang Shuelu. Therefore, it was necessary to tie the bell to the person who untied the bell. In this matter, Shuelu had to put down her inferiority complex and face it openly. After listening to Xiang Nan's words, he gritted Shuelu's teeth and said, "All right, even if I'm going to suffer, I'm not alone. With you accompanying me, I have more confidence in my heart. Xianxia smiled bitterly in his heart. Why did he feel like he was going to be sold by her? But forget it, gentlemen, who told me to have a 3-month agreement with her. Even if I go up Saber Mountain, I will accompany her. The birthday banquet was held simultaneously in the 13th group of star palaces and the inner palaces, but the key figures were all gathered in the inner palaces. The current Grand Clan chief, Tianxiong's eldest son, had lived a long life. This was no small matter. The other two great clans of Lost City, the Shao clan and the Wampoa clan, had almost all the upper echelons of their clans rushed over. Today, the general's mansion was heavily guarded, and there was no room for any deviation. As for people with General Rong's status, their lifespans were very different from young people like Zhang Yong. General Rong's birthday banquet was rather solemn. Basically, it was the upper echelons of the three great clans who took the opportunity to discuss the situation of cooperation. Because of the presence of these great figures, the younger generations were much more stable. All they had to do was think of a way to make General Rong happy. Zhang clan's inner palace, Star Watching Palace. This was the place where the experts of the clan cultivated and absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Today, it was used as the main hall of the birthday banquet. Only the descendants of the direct bloodline of the clan were qualified to enter the Star Observation Hall. In front of the hall was an entire row of seats, as well as a round table. The people sitting on the round table were all powerful figures from the Qing side, including General Rong. This person and the others were whispering something that only they knew. Outside, it was General Rong's nephew, grandson, and great-grandson. Among the fourth generation of General Rong, that is, the people of Jiang Shuilu's generation, there were a few young men with high spirits. These youths were accompanied by personal guards, all of whom looked extraordinary. They could recruit personal guards from outside to protect themselves and establish good relations with each other. In fact, personal guards were sect guests who raised their families to be capable people. A large commercial martial arts clan like the Zhang clan still valued its disciples very much. This represented a different level of expansion in strength. In other words, whoever could recruit powerful disciples would have an increasing status in the Zhang clan. For example, a man surrounded by many young people, Zhang Chunfeng, had recruited an expert from the Southern Domain's Azure Underworld sect to be his sect guest and personal guard. When the need arose in the future, they could even borrow a small portion of the Azure Underworld sect's strength. From this, it could be seen how important the disciples were to the Zhang clan. At this moment, it was time for the junior to present their gifts. General Rong accompanied the important guests and prepared to watch the ceremony. At the same time, General Rong knew that this was also a good time to show off his family's power. He was very strict with his descendants. If their performance was good, he would especially dote on them. Otherwise, he would enter the cold palace. It was very cruel. The great-grandson will give Chun Feng a gift to great-grandfather. Then he clasped his fists and knelt down. General Rong was very happy and said, "Let's begin." Chun Feng took 2 steps back and said to a guard beside him, "Brother Li, please." Brother Li was a burly man, about 21 or 12 years old. He took a step forward and immediately released his yuan qi. Oh! Everyone was overjoyed. Brother Li was in his early 20s, yet he actually possessed the first level of the heavenly yuan realm. This ratio of age to cultivation was already very impressive. This ratio of age to strength was only slightly inferior to Murong Wanqing and the others. As for Murong Wanqing and the others, they were among the top disciples of the Haoran sect. Could be seen that Brother Li's status was definitely extraordinary. It's actually the Southern Domain's Azure Underworld sect's heaven-worshipping technique. General Rong was very happy. He stroked his beard and smiled, revealing Brother Li's origins. The so-called gift was actually just a gimmick. The real meaning was to show off. Let the Shao clan and the Wampoa clan see what kind of important people our clan is dealing with. For a moment, the younger generations of the Zhang clan were filled with envy towards Zhang Chunfeng. Some of the younger generations even revealed jealousy in their eyes. General Old Master has good eyesight. Brother Li came out with a wooden box in his hands and said, Junior, disciple of the Southern Domain's Azure Underworld sect, Li Chungang, represents that Brother Chunfeng has paid his respects to the old master. Jiang Chunfeng immediately walked up and cupped his fists alongside Li Chungang. He said in unison, This is a box of beauty-preserving pills. I wish great-grandpa a long life. Hua, the 22-year-old Tian Yuan first layer is really outstanding. The people from the Wampoa aristocrat clan and the Shao clan were whispering to each other. When General Rong heard the discussions between the two clans, he was even happier. He didn't care about the yen-preserving pill at all. The Jiang clan was so big, so what was there? What he cared more about was Li Chuangang's strength. If Li Chungang was a 40-year-old heaven-scrying realm expert, General Rong would not even care about him, but a 20-year-old heavenly yuan first-layer expert? That position was no small matter. The younger he was and the older he was, the greater Li Chuangang's potential in the Azure Underworld sect was, and the more important his words were. This was what the Jiang clan valued the most. Good, good, good. The spring breeze has become more and more outstanding these past 2 years. There are rewards. There are rewards. General Rong laughed heartily. The rest of the younger generations of the Jiang clan were filled with envy, and some were eager to give it a try. From this beginning, Chunfeng had dropped a huge bomb and directly brought out the Azure Underworld sect. This put a lot of pressure on the younger generations who gave their gifts. At this time, the crowd erupted into a commotion, and a similarly outstanding man walked out. My God, it's cousin Jiang Feng. He's back from outside. The outstanding man knelt down and cupped his fists. Great-grandson Jiang Feng, present a gift to great-grandfather. After saying that, a slender and beautiful man walked out from behind Jiang Feng. That beautiful man released his yuan qi on the spot. General Rong's eyes lit up and he asked curiously, Oh? This person is actually one of the 8 great sects of the Southern Domain, a disciple of the Primordial Chaos sect. You are using the Primordial Chaos Palm's cultivation technique. The handsome man smiled faintly. How knowledgeable and admirable the old man is. I am a disciple of the Primordial Chaos sect, Lu Zimo. He is 20 years old this year, and has the 2nd level of the heavenly Yuan realm. The scene was in an uproar. This Lu Zimo was a year younger than Li Chungang, and he was even a level higher than Li Chungang? Didn't he say that his status in the Primordial Chaos sect was even higher? He must be someone that the Primordial Chaos sect had nurtured as a core disciple. To be able to establish a relationship with such a person would increase the strength of the Jiang clan's periphery. At this moment, many of the younger generations of the general clan glanced at the guards beside them and silently took a few steps back, feeling a little afraid to leave. They had originally thought that the experts of the second-rate sects they had brought with them would definitely shine brightly at the birthday banquet. Who knew that the first 2 cousins who had offered gifts would directly pull out the disciples of the 8 great sects of the Southern Domain? In such a situation, how could they take out the disciples of their second-rate sects? Good, 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 really good. General Rong, she was overwhelmed with joy. He looked at Jiang Feng with satisfaction and thought to himself, this is the demeanor that the heroes of the Jiang clan deserve. He wanted to make friends with all the heroes in the world and establish a good relationship with them. The next few gifts from the young people were all very good, but compared to the people with the names Chunfeng and Jiangfeng, they were more or less 2 grades inferior. Until another descendant of the Jiang clan appeared. This person was called Jiang Hua, and he was also Jiang Shui Lu's cousin of the same generation. Jiang Hua's personal bodyguard was a first-class sect expert from the northern region. His name was Yu Dong. He was actually 19 years old, but he had reached the 2nd level of the heavenly Yuan realm. This time, the scene immediately exploded. Yu Dong's strength and age were just above Li Chungang and Lu Zimo's. Li Chungang and Lu Zimo exchanged glances. Their expressions were very ugly. As martial practitioners of the Southern Domain, they were actually compared to martial practitioners of the Northern Domain on such an occasion. It was truly a bit embarrassing. This is a disciple of the Myriad Sword sect. General Rong's expression was solemn as he said, It is extremely rare for someone to reach the 2nd level of the heavenly Yuan realm at such a young age. Yudong cupped his fists and said, "Old Master is knowledgeable. I am the core disciple of the 10,000 Sword Sect, Yudong. I am also one of the top disciples of the 10,000 Sword Sect." The clansmen of the Jiang clan were so envious that they could not rush forward on the spot to give Yudong more benefits and snatch him over. "All right, I really admire you," an elder from the Shao clan said to General Rong. "Big brother General Rong, the younger generation of the Jiang clan is indeed as talented as a crucian carp. We are very envious of having made so many outstanding disciples." General Rong suddenly felt a light on his face, but he smiled happily and said, No, Brother Shao is flattering me. This is just a rare sight in my Jiang clan." This group of powerful businessmen were truly unwilling to speak modestly. The Shao clan member smiled and said, "My Shao clan has also prepared a birthday present for my elder brother. Please accept it with a smile." General Rong said happily, "Oh, just hand it over." The Shao family member waved his hand and said, "Where? Come." After hearing the word where, the entire Jiang clan was stunned. In the crowd of the Shao clan, an ugly man walked out. This man had a face full of pockmarks. There was also a pockmark inside the pockmark. There was also a mole inside the pockmark, and there was a black hair growing on the mole. This astonishing, all stars carrying moon pockmark was already enough to make everyone disgusted. Moreover, that man was still one eye big and one eye small, his nose tilted, his mouth tilted, his head strangely large, but his body was completely disproportionate to his head. No matter where this fellow went, it was the focus of everyone's attention. As expected, he was almost engaged to Xuelu Xiaoyu. After everyone saw Xiaoyu, they all knew that something was wrong. This time, the Shao clan was here to take revenge. Xuelu's appearance could be called the number one on the continent. The Shao clan had long wanted to obtain such a girl, but unfortunately, it didn't succeed in the end. Although the Shao clan didn't say anything on the surface, they couldn't let go of this worry in their hearts. Although the extremely ugly Xiaoyu was frightening, her ability was universally acknowledged. Xiaoyu clasped her fists and said, "The old man will live forever." This junior Xiaoyu, present a gift to the old man. After saying that, an evil and charming man walked out from behind Xiaoyu. This man was 21 years old, but when he released his Yuan Qi, the scene immediately became quiet. That evil and charming man actually possessed the 5th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. My God! A junior member of the Jiang clan was incomparably shocked. With this kind of strength, if he was even a year younger, he would be able to participate in the Southern Domain's sect ranking tournament. Another junior said, "It's not as simple as qualifying. He can even get a good place in the qualifying tournament. I estimate that the top 40 are not a problem." Western Border, Heavenly Ghost Sect. General Rong's expression suddenly became serious. Tianyuan 5th layer. All of a sudden, all the disciples of the younger generation of the Jiang clan were outnumbered. Would the Jiang clan care about a heavenly Yuan realm martial artist? Of course not, but they would care about young heaven origin realm martial artists. These disciples were recruited by the younger generation of the clan. Today, he was at the 5th level of the heavenly Yuan realm at such a young age. In the future, he would definitely be a ruthless character from the Xiongba side. What the Jiang clan cares about is not how high their cultivation realm is, but how high their potential is. General Rong glanced at the man beside him. This man was General Rong's personal bodyguard. The two of them had known each other for more than 100 years, and now they were as close as brothers. General Rong remembered that when he recruited this younger brother, he was only an 18-year-old origin realm martial artist. 100 years later, he was already a peak late divine martial realm martial artist. And then look at the disciple that Xiaoyu brought. 100 years later, as you can well imagine, because of Xiaoyu's appearance, the jubilant birthday banquet fell into a very awkward situation. General Rong was very anxious. He looked forward to the stars and the moon, hoping that a junior would be able to suppress Xiaoyu, restore the Jiang clan's face. However, the scene was very quiet. No one came out. Although General Rong was anxious, he still had to keep a smile and kindly accept Xiaoyu's birthday gift. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the door. "Let me in. My great-grandfather is celebrating his birthday. I have the qualifications to pay my respects." When everyone heard this voice, they were even more shocked. Shit! How could Zhang Shuilu appear at such a time? When General Rong saw Zhang Shuilu outside the hall, his entire face turned ashen. After Xiao Yu heard Zhang Shuilu's voice, a trace of ruthlessness flashed across her eyes. "Who is making a ruckus outside the door? Blow them out!" General Rong shouted with a gloomy face. Of course, he knew that it was Zhang Shuilu, but he couldn't let Zhang Shuilu in. Otherwise, Xiao Yu would definitely lose her mind and bring more trouble to the Zhang family. However, everyone knew that General Rong pretended not to know that it was Zhang Shuilu. Xiao Yu gritted her teeth and smiled. "Old master, since today is a good day and our eastern region is based on martial arts, why not have a martial arts performance?" "Martial arts performance?" General Rong's heart skipped a beat. "There's no need for that." Jiang Hua walked out and smiled. "I'm afraid it's inappropriate for us to compete in martial arts on such a joyous day." Xiao Yu said, "Why is it inappropriate? Did you forget Big Brother Hua? Thousands of years ago, our ancestors were persecuted from the southern region, the western region, and the northern region and fled to the eastern region. If it weren't for our group of exiles working together and diligently cultivating martial arts, how could they stand here? Martial Tao is the soul left behind by our ancestors. It is also the foundation for us to stand here and live happily today." "Well said, Yuer," Patriarch Xiao praised angrily. Everyone in the Zhang clan was extremely embarrassed. Although this Xiao Yu was ugly, her ability was truly outstanding. Moreover, your words are watertight, making it impossible for you to refute them. Of course, General Rong couldn't stand up and talk to that junior Xiao Yu. He used his gaze to hint at Jiang Hua, telling him to think of a way to reject the suggestion of fighting. If Xiao Yu's disciple was a Tianyuan first or second layer martial artist, it would be fine. But that evil and charming man was at Tianyuan fifth layer. However, Jiang Hua couldn't come up with a solution after thinking about it. He felt extremely embarrassed in the eyes of the crowd, wishing he could find a crack to drill into. "What? Big brother Jiang Hua didn't say anything. Did he agree?" Xiao Yu chuckled, and the evil charming man beside him laughed even more sinisterly. He had already started to rub his wrist, ready to show off to the Zhang clan at any time. What to do? A fight is about to start. If this fight goes on, wouldn't it be embarrassing to throw it at Grandma's house? General Rong secretly sighed and could only say, "The one causing trouble outside is Shuilu." Anyway, Xiao Yu had already recognized Zhang Shuilu's voice. It was better to call her in and let Xiao Yu divert her attention first. "Let me in." Sure enough, a tender shout came from outside the door. "Great-grandpa, it's Shuilu who came to wish you a happy birthday." General Rong nodded and said, "Let her in." Two people walked in from outside the hall. One was the 18-year-old General Shuilu. The moment she appeared, it was as if the entire star observation hall had become much brighter. Her face lit up everyone's hearts. Even the younger generations of the Zhang clan couldn't help but feel their hearts go wild when they saw Zhang Shuilu. Every time they saw Zhang Shuilu, it was as if they had seen it at first glance. Could be said to be incomparably stunning. Xiangnan, who was 18 years old, followed behind Zhang Shuilu. "Shuilu, didn't I ask you and your father to wish you a happy birthday? Xiao Hai? Why didn't you listen to the summons and came back without permission?" General Rong was very unhappy and impolite. He felt hatred in his heart. If it wasn't for Shuilu's sudden return, how could Xiao Yu lose her rationality and want to perform a martial art performance? Shuilu clasped her fists and said, "Great-grandfather, Shuilu is here to wish you a birthday. At the same time, I have something important to report to you." "Shuilu, you're really back." Xiao Yu lost her composure and took a step forward. Although he hated Shuilu in his heart, when he saw Shuilu's beauty, he forgot all about her hatred. "It's you, Xiao Yu." Shuilu frowned. Xiang Nanchao looked over at Xiao Yu. He was full of curiosity and wanted to look at Xiaoyu to see who the parents and elders were marrying Xuelu to. But when he saw this, he almost spat it out on the spot. It was a person with a huge head and a face full of pockmarks and black hair. Xianxia was incomparably shocked. No wonder Xuelu refused to marry Xiaoyu at all costs. This Xiaoyu's appearance was astonishing. At the same time, the younger generations of the Jiang clan were also looking at Xianxia. Xianxia was the one who brought Xuelu back. They wanted to see what kind of ability this kid had. However, when they saw this, everyone laughed mischievously. In their eyes, Xianxia was just a piece of trash at the first level of the origin reversion stage. Xianxia was speechless when he saw the teasing on the faces of the younger generations of the Jiang clan. Even the Xiao clan had bullied their clan, yet they still had the mood to mock Jiang Xuelu? What a bunch of hopeless snobs. General Rong Fusu smiled and said, "Since Xuelu has returned, let's have a good chat with Xiaoyu. If you two go outside, we old fellows won't interfere." After saying that, everyone laughed with goodwill. Naturally, the Xiao clan members are extremely happy. If our Xiao clan can marry a woman like Jiang Xuelu, it will also be a glorious occasion for our ancestor. "I'm not going." Xuelu grabbed Xiangxia's arm and said, "I already have someone I want." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Too bold. Your disapproval of Xiaoyu's marriage is already enough to embarrass the clan. Yet you are still secretly settling things outside. Xianxia smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that he would definitely be sold to Xuelu, this stinking girl. Sure enough, it was sold. Xiaoyu was furious. He pointed at Xiangxia's nose and shouted, "What can he compare to me? If you don't accept my engagement, I'll accept it. But if you want to find someone better than me, Jiang Xuelu, did you do this on purpose to humiliate me? What's better than you?" Jiang Xuelu said, "Xiang Bei is taller than you, handsome than you, stronger than you, and more focused than you. What do you think is better than you?" The elders of the Jiang clan and the Xiao clan wanted to dissuade them, but the current situation could no longer hold them back. "Xuelu, how dare you spout nonsense on great-grandpa's birthday? Brother Li, throw the two of them out." Jiang Chunfeng roared angrily. Immediately, Yuan Qi blossomed and was about to charge towards Jiang Xuelu and Xianxia. Xianxia was stunned and thought to himself, "Is he crazy?" It was clearly the Xiao clan that was looking for trouble here. But Chunfeng actually wanted to expel Jiang Xuelu? Moreover, the elders of the Jiang clan were just looking at him like this. Not even a fart. Of course, Xianxia knew that Jiang Chunfeng was trying to find an excuse to divert Xuelu away, trying his best not to let the conflict between Jiang Xuelu and Xiaoyu continue. However, this was the Jiang clan. Jiang Xuelu was the orthodox successor of the Jiang clan. Even if he wanted to expel her, he would still have to expel Xiaoyu. Xianxia was truly enraged that Xuelu had been treated so unfairly in the general's mansion. Jiang Xuelu was also enraged. She was once weak and did not dare to resist. She was once afraid and did not dare to resist. But today, she decided to be herself again. "Xiang Bei, throw him out," Jiang Xuelu scolded. Xianxia smiled. This was what he was waiting for. Li Chungang had already rushed up. His Yuan Qi was very solid. He actually reached out both of his hands at the same time to grab Xianxia and Jiang Xuelu's arms and throw them out of the star observation hall. Xianxia leaned to the side and slid over Li Chuangang's arm with his back. He grabbed Li Chuangang's chin with his back and threw his hand away. Li Chungang didn't even have time to react and was thrown into a shadow by Xianxia as he flew out of the hall. Pong! Outside the star observation hall, a loud sound of Li Chungang landing could be heard. All of a sudden, the scene was shocked. "You!" General Rong stood up quickly. He pointed at Xianxia and said excitedly, "Who are you, Marshal Uncle Tian Dao?" No one else could tell. But General Rong could tell that Xiangxia's Yuan Qi fluctuations carried the attributes of the 9 purities cosmos skill. There were only a few heavenly tribulation realm experts in the world who knew each other. General Rong was the eldest son of Jiang Tianxiong. He had also had the privilege of meeting the heavenly Dao old man a few times. He was also deeply impressed by the attributes of the 9 purities cosmos skill. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "That's my master." The Shao clan and the Wampoa aristocrat clan looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. The current Howren sect was already the leader of the 6 great sects in the southern domain, and its status was rising steadily. Most importantly, the identity of the Howren sect disciples was already frightening, not to mention that Xiang Bei was Old Man Tian Dao's personal disciple, who had ever seen a sect head of a first-rate sect accept disciples personally. However, the elders all knew Xianxia's identity, but these juniors lived in the eastern region all year round and did not understand the word heavenly Dao. Jiang Chunfeng was both angry and afraid. What he was afraid of was that Xianxia's strength was actually so high. Xianxia threw Chunfeng's disciple out, and he no longer had any other choice. As for Jiang Feng, he walked out and said, "Young, ignorant of the heavens and earth, little bastard, you dare to act wildly here. Li Chungang was accidentally taken advantage of by you, and today, I will let you see that the heavenly Yuan realm is not that easy to provoke." Lu Zimo, who is at the 2nd level of the heavenly Yuan realm, rushed out and shouted, "Little bastard, you dare to act wildly here." Lu Zimo's right hand trembled and 2 streaks of essence finger power shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia backhanded 2 fingers. 2 mo finger flame mark finger force violently. Instantly, crushed Lu Zimo finger force. Then Xianxia pinched his fingers and threw Lu Zimo out. The scene was even more shocked. That was Lu Zimo of the 2nd level of the heavenly Yuan realm. General Rong widened his eyes and said in surprise, This is the flower-picking finger and the Emoku finger. This old man has seen countless Buddhist profound arts in his entire life, and I have never seen anyone who has used these 2 moves to such a level. I'm afraid only Martial Uncle Tengjing of the Flying Dragon Institute understands such an exquisite Buddhist profound art. Who are you, Martial Uncle Tung Kong of the Flying Cloud Temple and the Flying Dragon Institute? Xianxia's Buddhist profound arts were based on the Great Freedom Scripture. If he had to compete with it, then Xianxia's Buddhist profound arts were still above Tengjing. Of course, this ignored the comparison of personal realms. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "It's my master." His master again? Feiyun Temple? Flying Dragon Institute? Then who was Tengjing? General Rong knew, but the younger generation didn't. They didn't know anything about the situation in the distant southern domain. Although Xianxia did not kneel down to serve tea and formally follow Tengjing, Tengjing was indeed Xianxia's master in terms of status. "Yu Dong!" Zhang Hua shouted. General Rong already wanted to stop everyone. In his eyes, the young man who brought Xue Lu back was worth much more than all the disciples combined. But General Rong was so excited that he didn't say anything to stop him. This was a good opportunity. It's best for Xiang Bei to show off properly, to prove how broad my family's connections are. Yu Dong, who was at the 2nd level of Tianyuan, also rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia didn't even look at Yu Dong, and still used his flower fingers to throw Yu Dong out of the hall. Xue Lu's intuition was incomparably relieved. Her face was so excited that it turned red. "I want you to look down on me. Although I am a daughter's family, the general's mansion must have a foothold for me." On the other hand, there was an uproar at the scene. Li Chungang, Lu Zimo, and Yu Dong, who had previously shone with brilliance, did not even have the qualifications to take a single move in the hands of the door that brought Xue Lu back. In the Jiang clan, no one could drive Xue Lu out. At this moment, Shao Yu could no longer stand. He said in a deep voice, "Ocean, it's time to take action." The evil-looking man laughed and turned into a shadow that floated towards Xianxia. "You dare to snatch a woman from my good brother just by yourself? You are truly overestimating yourself." Xianxia hugged his shoulders and said, "Where did all these messy fellows come from? Why did they jump out one by one to make a fool of themselves?" The ocean swung his palm, and his palm condensed into a dark golden color at the height of his Yuan Qi. "Earth element expert." General Rong and the other elders immediately noticed. The ocean at the 5th level of the heaven realm possessed a terrifying earth element talent. With this palm strike, he probably wouldn't be able to cut Xiang Bei in half. Xiang Nan stretched out his right hand and accurately flicked his index finger on the hand knife cut from the ocean. Zhang! With a buzz, Xiang Nan actually spun the entire ocean. That speed of rotation had already turned into an afterimage ball. Xiang Nan raised his leg and kicked the ocean out of the hall. A martial artist from the western region. Xiang Nan hugged his shoulders and chuckled. Our southern domain martial artists are not that easy to deal with. Isn't that underestimating us? The disciples of the southern domain martial artists that had been brought over by the younger generation were all suppressed by this ocean, and they didn't even dare to breathe a single word of air. At this moment, Xiang Nan stood out, vigorously proving the strength of the southern domain martial artists. The scene was completely silent. Exactly what realm is this Xiang Bei? How could he defeat an expert at the 5th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm in one move? Heavens, he's only 18 years old. What kind of damn strength is this? Right at this moment, Xiao Yu personally rushed out. He saw that the sweetheart Xue Lu had found was so outstanding that he lost his rationality all of a sudden. He was excellent, but he was too headstrong. His only weakness was that he couldn't allow others to be better than him. Otherwise, his unhurried and outstanding ability would immediately be broken through by conceit. Stop! General Rong saw that things weren't going well, so the battle between the disciples was fine. Why did even Xiao Yu make a move this time? If Xiao Yu was injured by that Xiang Nan, she wouldn't be able to explain herself to the Xiao clan. Xiang Bei! Beat him up! Jiang Xuelu gritted her teeth and shouted. Not only is this kid dirty, but when the elders wanted to betroth me to him, he actually drugged me with aphrodisiac and wanted to take over my body first. When she thought of this, Xue Lu's entire body trembled with anger. She had always hidden this matter in her heart, afraid that not only would the elders not stand out for her, but she would not be able to see anyone because of this. When the Jiang clan's elders heard this, they were all shocked. Xiang Nan chuckled. Simple. Xiao Yu's strength was unexpectedly not bad. She was actually 23 years old and had reached the 6th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm. He was even more formidable than the ocean. He was originally a hidden expert. However, in front of Xiang Nan, this little bit of strength was truly not enough. Xiao Yu's Yuan Qi blossomed, and the surging Yuan Qi flames quickly burned. As for Xiang Nan, he turned into an illusion and slapped Xiao Yu on the face 3 times, directly slapping her to the ground in the flames. Xiang Nan stepped on Xiao Yu's chest and said, "It's not your fault for being ugly, but it's your fault for poisoning other people with unscrupulous methods. How dare you? Get lost." A middle-aged man from the Xiao clan could no longer look over. This person was Xiao Yu's uncle. He was in his 50s and possessed a high-level Heaven Scryer Level 2 cultivation realm. This person and Xiao Yu were on the same side. Both of them were conceited people who could not tolerate others being even more outstanding. "Xiao Yi, come back for me? Don't you think it's embarrassing enough?" The elders of the Xiao clan were instantly shocked. With Xiao Ye's Heaven Scryer realm strength, he could easily crush Xiang Bei to death with just a finger move. But if he really did, wouldn't the Xiao clan bully the small with the big? Where would this face go? Xiang Bei! Jiang Xuelu was not afraid, but her eyes flashed with a bright light as she said, "Call back! Call back? Who? Xiang Bei? Call Xiao Yi back." Everyone was stunned. Immediately after, Xiang Nan wore a smile on his face. He clenched his fists and violent Yuan Qi exploded out. Following that, his realm exploded and instantly rose to the 1st level of Heaven Scryer. That violent Yuan Qi immediately turned into a shocking astral Qi. Xiao Ye's fist had already smashed over. He suddenly realized that Xiang Nan's strength had reached the Heaven Scryer realm. This discovery made him almost lose his mind. Wei Tuo palm. Xiang Nan clapped Wei Tuo's palm against Xiao Ye's fist. Xiao Yi coughed out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. At this moment, the entire scene was shrouded in Xiang Nan's terrifying aura, and not a single person was able to speak. All the elders of the Jiang clan, Xiao clan, and Wampoa clan stood up abruptly. 18-year-old Heaven Scryer. The younger generations of the Jiang clan looked at Jiang Shualu in disbelief. They didn't know where she had met such a heaven-defying figure. He stepped into the Heaven Scryer realm at the age damn it. Entering the Origin realm at the age of 18 is considered a genius amongst geniuses. He can already enter a first-class sect. The 18-year-old who stepped into the Heaven Origin realm was a core disciple of a first-class sect. He was a top-notch genius who could represent the sect to participate in the world ranking tournament. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their understanding of martial arts was overturned by Xiang Nan's appearance. This was unreasonable. How dare you? The Shao clan did not intend to give up. 2 more people jumped out of the Shao clan's crowd. These 2 people were at the second level of Heaven Scryer. Originally, things should have stopped at this point. However, General Rong and the elders of the Shao clan were extremely interested in Xiang Nan. They all wanted to see where Xiang Nan's upper limit was. This heaven-peeping realm martial artist's gold content was not high. Shao Yi shouted, 17th brother, 13th brother, go. Teach this ignorant brat a lesson. The bodies of the 2 Shao clan experts trembled, and their auras surged out. You want to fight? Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes and slightly raised the corner of his mouth. His left hand grabbed Jiang Shualu's arm and said, since you want to fight, then go out and fight. You can't use it here. After saying that, Xiang Nan brought Shualu out and directly floated out of the star observation hall. The 2 Shao clan experts leapt forward at the same time, and the 2 of them chased after each other in succession. All of a sudden, everyone couldn't wait to see that wonderful battle. They all rushed out, and even General Rong and the others came out together. Outside the star observation hall was the star observation platform. It was a circular platform suspended at a height of 1,000 meters. It had a diameter of 1,000 meters. In such a large open space, it was very suitable for battle. The 2 experts of the Shao clan glided towards Xiang Nan, one holding Frost Astral Chi, the other holding Flame Astral Chi. The 2 of them swiftly swam around, forming a huge ring of astral chi. This dipper aerosphere was half flame and half frost. As the 2 of them swam, the frost and flame constantly alternated and changed. Shao clan's martial skill. Xiang Nan nodded faintly, as if he didn't care at all. Brat, you're too arrogant. A martial artist holding the flame astral chi suddenly slapped Xiang Nan. His fire astral chi palm flew out, bringing with it a large amount of cold energy, forming a palm seal that burned with an icy cold core. Amazing! Many youths cried out in shock. The large hand seal fiercely flew towards Xiang Nan. Ha ha! Xiang Nan smiled. He raised his hand and pointed at Emoku pointed. The first Emoku finger condensed a little bit of the flame power of the white flame lightning, and the second Emoku finger condensed a small amount of the frost power of the small ice lightning. The fire finger force destroyed the cold part of the dipper chi palm, while the frost force destroyed the flame part of the frost palm in the next instant. However, the 2 fingers weren't affected at all. They weren't weakened at all. After destroying the dipper chi palm seal, they still shot towards the 2 Shao clan experts. The expressions of the 2 Shao clan experts changed slightly. The 2 of them quickly retreated and condensed a dipper chi shield that stood on the ground. Bang bang! They flew towards the 2 people's Emoku fingers. At the same time, the 2 people left behind astral chi shield was shattered. The 2 Shao clan experts were greatly shocked. They hurriedly retreated and erected another astral chi shield on the ground. However, the astral chi shield had just taken shape, but it was still being shattered by the finger force that continued to fly over. The 2 of them were caught off guard by this scene and hurriedly tried to condense a third astral chi shield, but in reality, they were already too late. Those 2 Emoku fingers not only destroyed the astral chi palm, but also destroyed 4 astral chi shields in a row. But they're still shooting. What kind of strength was this? Seeing that the 2 Shao clan masters were about to be hit by the finger power, judging from the lethality of the finger power, these 2 masters were probably doomed. Right at this moment, a shadow flashed out from the direction of the Shao clan. The shadow stretched out both of its hands and blocked both of its fingers. This shadow transformed into a graceful middle-aged man with a smile on his face. He was about 37 or 18 years old, and his realm had already reached the astonishing third level of Heaven Scryer. The Shao clan was indeed a land of great talents. Dong Wuxiang from the western regions was only at the fifth level of the heavenly Yuan realm at this age. Young man, the strength of the Dipper Chi is exceptionally outstanding. The handsome middle-aged man nodded towards Xiang Nan and said, "It is already very difficult for you to reach the Heaven Scryer realm at this age. Especially not only has your martial arts foundation not fallen, but it is even more solid than a genius among geniuses. Do you dare to receive a palm strike from me?" Xiang Nan listened to him and thought that he was going to be a peacemaker. But he didn't expect that he would also make a move. "Uncle Xiao Yao, as a third-level Heaven Scryer expert, isn't it a bit too much for you to challenge the younger generation of the first-level Heaven Scryer?" Jiang Shuilu's expression changed. "I've heard that Uncle Xiao Yao defeated 2 Heaven Scryer 4th-layer experts with one hand. It's very inappropriate for you to do this." Everyone knew that Xiang Bei could not catch Xiao Yao's palm. Xiao Yao was not only at the third level of Heaven Scryer, but also an outstanding person among the third level of Heaven Scryer. Xiao Yao smiled faintly and nodded. "Shuilu is right. She wakes me up. I almost made a big mistake. Forget it. I lost my composure and apologized to this little brother Xiang Nan." Xiao Yao cupped his fists at Xiang Nan and then flew back to the Shao clan's camp. "There's no harm in trying." Unexpectedly, Xiang Nan suddenly took a step forward and said this. Everyone was shocked. General Rong was the most afraid. He didn't want to see Xiang Nan get injured and leave with his sleeves kissed in anger. If this Xiang Bei escaped, where would he find such an outstanding disciple? General Rong didn't care about his identity anymore and hurriedly came out to make things right, saying, "That little hero Xiang Bei's strength is extraordinary. We can all see it with our own eyes. I think that's it." "Yes." The Shao clan's clansmen also stood up. Xiao Yao stopped. Not only did he save face for his clan, he also gave the Jiang clan a great scenery. It could be said to be a good opportunity to get off the donkey along the slope. Unexpectedly, Xiang Nan was determined to make Jiang Shuilu famous in the battle, so that Jiang Shuilu would gain a new identity and status in the Jiang clan. "Senior, could it be that you don't dare to make a move?" After saying this, Xiang Nan himself was surprised. With his previous temperament, he definitely wouldn't be so aggressive. Xiao Yao looked back at Xiang Nan in surprise and said, "I let you go, but you taunted me? All right then, take a palm from me." Xiao Yao's body abruptly pressed down, and a toroidal strong wind rose for no reason, swiftly spinning around his body. Immediately after, he released his Dipper Chi. The Dipper Chi replaced the Dipper Wind and turned into a spiral airflow. As the airflow rotated rapidly around him, it also rapidly condensed into his right palm. General Rong's expression changed as he said, "This is the Shao clan's heavenly grade martial skill, Freedom Heart-Shattering Palm." When he saw this scene, Xiang Nan had already begun to regret it. He knew that he was too arrogant. Before this palm could take shape, he knew that it was not a joke. It was a heavenly grade martial skill. The fact that Xiao Yao was able to defeat 2 Heaven Scryer 4-dan experts with one hand meant that he was definitely one of the experts. You should know that killing people across borders is getting harder and harder. If you can defeat your enemies at the third level of the Tianyuan realm, then once you reach the Heaven Scryer realm, it would be amazing to be able to cross 1.5 levels of the Heaven Scryer realm. After all, the first level of the Heaven Scryer realm was completely different from the first level of the Heaven Origin realm. At this moment, seeing that Xiao Yao's palm technique was about to take shape, Xiang Nan was also forced into a helpless state. Freedom, heart-destroying palm. Xiao Yao suddenly let out a muffled roar. His palm suddenly hung in mid-air. In an instant, all the air in the entire astronomical platform area was sucked dry. Massive amounts of air mixed with clouds in the night sky were sucked into his palm. At that moment, everyone on the arena was suffocated. Immediately after, Xiao Yao slapped an incomparably shocking palm strike at Xiang Nan. That palm force was too ruthless. It was roughly equivalent to an ordinary martial artist at the 5th level of the Heaven Scryer stage, whose martial Dao foundation wasn't very outstanding. Xiang Nan's expression was extremely solemn. No matter how conceited he was, he did not think that he could easily catch a palm strike that was as powerful as the 5th level of Heaven Scryer with the 1st level of Heaven Scryer. In desperation, Xianxia could only go all out. At the same time, he released the true power of the white flame blazing lightning and the little ice lightning. Dragon Spirit Steel. Who? A 3-meter-long little azure dragon stood out and let out a dragon roar that broke through the 9 heavens. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed. Xianxia's fierce aura formed a layer of aura shield, while the little azure dragon circled around the aura shield and swiftly moved. Xianxia even grabbed the red dragon saber on his back with one hand, using the red dragon saber to further strengthen his aura. Boom! Xiaoyao heart-destroying palm fiercely hit the dragon spirit steel. Under everyone's gaze, a large number of dense cracks began to appear on the dragon spirit steel. But then, Xiaoyao's palm power was exhausted, and the dragon spirit steel's air shield stopped in the crack, and Peng's voice shattered. Damn it! Everyone present felt their hair stand on end. There was simply no way to convince themselves of this scene. Xiaoyao stared blankly at Xianxia, but he could not say a word. Xianxia was also shocked. What was the situation? Did he really receive such a palm strike? Although this palm power came from the hands of a 3rd-level Heaven Scryer martial artist, it was actually able to fight against an ordinary 5th-level Heaven Scryer martial artist. Xiaoyao was a famous genius of the Xiao clan. He always regarded himself as an expert. However, at this moment, Xiaoyao's expression changed again and again. In the end, he sighed at Xianxia and said, I only know that there is someone here today. There is a heaven beyond the heavens. Thank you, Senior, for showing mercy. Xianxia cupped his fists and thanked him sincerely. If he really started fighting, he might not be Xiaoyao's opponent. Xiaoyao's palm strike just now should not be his strongest martial skill. However, Xianxia's gratitude at this moment sounded like ridicule to Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao laughed self-deprecatingly and left with a shake of his sleeve. Everyone was speechless. Jiang Shuelu's eyes were also glittering with admiration as she stared fixedly at Xianxia, refusing to leave for a moment. However, at this moment, the elders of the Jiang clan were all shocked. General Rong recognized him. This is clearly my Jiang clan's Terminator Dragon Soul. When Xianxia saw the expressions of the older generations of General Rong, his heart sank. Shit. The Terminator Dragon Soul was something he had learned from the northern region, and the person who had taken away the Ice Lightning True Saint was actually the Jiang clan's ancestor. If he used the Terminator Dragon Soul, wouldn't he be exposing himself? Then, Old Master General Rong quickly rushed forward and grabbed Xianxia's hands. He said excitedly, Good strength, good courage. He really is a great talent. May I ask which sect young friend Xiangbei is from? At this time, General Rong's address to Xianxia had already turned into little friend. Could be seen how much he valued Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head and said, Nothing much. This kid is just an unknown person. A nameless person. What a nameless person. General Rong shook his head and smiled bitterly. If you are nobody, then what are we? Not only General Rong, but also the others could not guess Xianxia's origin. Not only did this young man understand the heavenly Tao old man's martial arts, he could even use the cleansing Buddhist mysterious technique of the Flying Cloud Temple, and he could even use the Nirvana Dragon Soul of the Jiang clan. This is nothing. You haven't seen Xiangbei's true power before. Jiang Shuelu smiled craftily and said, What? General Rong was stunned. Little friend Xiang still has a unique skill? Xianxia hurriedly winked at Jiang Shuelu, which meant, Don't say anything else. Of course. Jiang Shuelu smiled and said, With the battle consciousness, even if the 4 Shao clan seniors go up together, they won't be able to take down Xiangbei. Alright, haha. That's really good. Then let's experience Xiangbei's moves. The Shao clan's face was truly unbearable. Xiaoyao, Xiaoyi, and the other 2 second-stage Heaven Scryer Shao clan experts surrounded Xianxia at the same time. Ah! Xianxia glared fiercely at Jiang Shuelu. Damn girl, wait for me. Xiangbei, come. Xiaoyao was the first to charge forward, followed by the other 3 Shao clan experts. The four of them launched a series of attacks around Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan was helpless and could only release his momentum, wandering through the four experts. He concentrated his high concentration to predict the movements and attacks of the four experts in advance. With these two, the five of them formed a group of light shadows, and Xiang Nan walked smoothly through the crowd. "Senior, please stop. I have offended you." Xiang Nan shook his body and lightly patted Xiao Ye's back, sending Xiao Yi away. "Senior, give way." Xiang Nan stretched out his hand to grab the right arm of another Xiao clan expert and pulled his arm towards him. He then turned around and passed the Xiao clan expert back to back. At the same time, he pointed at the shoulder of another heaven-scrying second-stage expert. The Xiao clan expert's left shoulder was pierced through by the force of his finger, and he took more than a dozen steps back and knelt on one knee. After Xiang Nan landed on the ground, he threw the Xiao clan expert he was pulling into the sky, and he also jumped up. With this jump, he dodged a heavy punch from Xiao Yao. In midair, Xiang Nan pulled the second-level Heaven Scryer expert and collided with him. When the Xiao clan expert was pulled over, he was struck by Xiang Nan's elbow on his chest. He let out a muffled snort and blood oozed out from the corner of his mouth. His entire body fell into the distance. Xiao Yao was already standing upright below, slapping his palm towards Xiang Nan. Just as Xiang Nan repelled a Xiao clan expert, his body trembled and he shouted, "Great way to a palm!" An incomparably huge way to a palm print hadn't even had time to spread out before it hit Xiao Yao's palm. At the same time, Xiang Nan's palm also hit Xiao Yao's palm after the palm print. Immediately after, a coiled little azure dragon appeared on Xiang Nan's arm. The little azure dragon directly wrapped around Xiao Yao's arm from Xiang Nan's arm. Dragon's spirit shattered. Xiang Nan shouted in a low voice, and there was a loud explosion. The two of them were blown back more than 10 steps at the same time. Xiang Nan landed on the ground, his face pale, and the corner of Xiao Yao's mouth was covered in blood. He was already ashamed to see others. In an instant, applause erupted from the arena. The appearance of this scene caused the Xiao clan to lose face. The Xiao clan member cupped his fists and smiled at General Rong. "Congratulations." There was still some anger in his words, but more jealousy. General Rong was already smiling from ear to ear. He looked at Zhang Xuelu again and felt that this girl was so pleasing to the eye. All right. Let's have a feast." He waved Rong Da's hand, pushing the atmosphere to a high level. At the birthday banquet, General Rong grabbed Xiang Nan and Zhang Xuelu with both hands and refused to let go no matter what. The elders of the general's mansion were the ones who had the qualifications to sit at this table. They were all big shots who were over 100 years old and over 200 years old. But at this moment, Zhang Xuelu and Xiang Nan were also forcefully pulled by Rong to sit on this table. Zhang Xuelu was happy in her heart. Her pair of beautiful eyes looked around at her peers in the distant corner and instantly felt an incomparable relief from her hatred. "I finally brought Xuelu back with me, and I've earned enough face. One day ago, you sent me to the 13 palaces without even preparing food for me. But today, I was dragged here by my great-grandfather, sitting at a height that you will never reach in your entire lives." Zhang Xuelu was in a good mood and kept toasting General Rong. As for the Philistine General Rong, he had already forgotten his previous dissatisfaction with Zhang Xuelu. General Rong wanted to talk to Xiang Nan as soon as he got the chance. However, Zhang Xuelu had a lot of thoughts. She would interrupt General Rong at this time and say something pleasing to him, but she would not give him a chance. General Rong naturally understood what this great-granddaughter was thinking. Not only was he not angry, he felt very happy instead. "Xuelu," General Rong said, "tell your father later. Give him a month to pack up his collection and return to the clan." Xuelu's eyes lit up, and she immediately pushed away her chair and knelt on the ground. "Thank you, Grandpa." General Rong patted Zhang Xuelu's shoulder affectionately and said, "It should be my old man thanking you. Great-grandpa, I also prepared a good show for you," said Xuelu as if she had received credit. "Oh? Then why don't you hand it over?" General Rong was in a good mood. Zhang Xuelu immediately sent a message to Lu Dongyuan and ordered his family to welcome him. Not long after, the people from the Moonlight Tour entered the famous general's mansion in Lost City with incomparable excitement. They set up the stage and began to perform. The youngsters were very interested in this kind of performance. They all watched it happily and forgot about the little unhappiness from before. Since Xue Lu was not allowed to talk to Xiangnan, General Rong found an opportunity and said, "Xue Lu, since you and Xiangbei have been privately engaged for life, when do you think this marriage will be arranged?" General Rong rarely inquired about the thoughts of his juniors, so he directly notified them. Xue Lu smiled sweetly. "Great-grandpa, order it." Xiangnan's eyes widened as he looked at Zhang Xue Lu in surprise. Wasn't the so-called private life a way to use Xue Lu as a cover? Why didn't she explain? Why was she still laughing? "Xue Lu, you come." Xiangnan stood up and said, "Old master, Xue Lu and I are going to take a walk." General Rong was very happy. He already regarded Xiangnan as an outstanding grandson-in-law. He naturally wouldn't refuse. He smiled and said, "Go ahead. Young people need to get in touch with each other more." The two of them walked out of the Star Observation Hall and arrived at the Star Observation platform. Xiangnan frowned and said, "What happened to you?" Then Xue Lu pretended not to understand. "What's going on?" Xiangnan said angrily, "I know you have always been thoughtful, but I sympathize with you, so I am willing to help you. Don't use chicken feathers as an arrow and use me as a fool. When did I agree to marry you?" Jiang Shualu blinked her innocent big eyes. "Didn't you want the world exterminating divine lightning? If you weren't a member of my Jiang clan, how could my high ancestor give you such a treasure?" Xiangnan was so choked by Xue Lu's words that he almost couldn't breathe. He frowned and said, "But I didn't want to use this method either." Why did she feel that what she said was very reasonable, as if she was thinking for her own sake, but she felt that something was wrong? No. Xiangnan shook his head and said, "I still have to explain it to old Master Jiang, so as not to make a big fuss." Xue Lu grabbed Xiangnan and said angrily, "You piece of wood, you didn't let you marry me today. I'm not afraid of you. Isn't this an expedient plan? First, think of a way to integrate you into the Jiang clan and obtain the world exterminating divine lightning. Then, it's not up to you to decide whether or not the marriage will succeed. Could it be that my Jiang clan is still able to snatch a bride?" Xiangnan said, "But this matter will be worn out sooner or later. Don't mention it." Xue Lu rolled her eyes and said, "First, I'll let you gain the trust and goodwill of my Jiang clan. Then you'll help me accomplish a few big things. Even if you don't marry me, my Jiang clan will have to give you benefits." Xiangnan was stunned when he heard this and said, "The Jiang clan has a descendant like you. It's really good fortune." There was nothing Xiangnan could do. After thinking for a while, he also felt that Xue Lu's method was the most foolproof. If he couldn't even win the trust of the Jiang family, he wouldn't even have the chance to give the Jiang family credit. "I am warning you." Xiangnan looked at Jiang Shulu seriously and said, "It's one thing that I'm willing to help you, but if you dare to play tricks on me, it's another thing. I admit that you are very cautious, but in my opinion, your cautiousness is not pleasing. Have you ever seen someone who has a trick to compensate you?" Xue Lu snatched a sentence from her and said. Xiangnan was stunned. This time, he really didn't know how to refute it. He didn't even succeed in threatening him. He just felt that she was wrong, but he couldn't find anything wrong with her. This kind of feeling made Xiangnan uncomfortable. It was night. The birthday banquet was still going on, but the elders had already rested. Only the young people were still drinking and chatting. It was a pleasant time. The general's mansion, which had always been solemn, rarely had such an opportunity for the younger generation to be so presumptuous. Xiangnan's Idatai was different, and he was directly arranged to live in the inner manor. What made him feel even more inconceivable was that this Jiang clan really did everything to recruit talents. They actually arranged for themselves and Jiang Shualu to be in the same room. Isn't this too much? Xiangnan looked at his residence in surprise. This was an exclusive courtyard in the inner manor, and the entire room was made exactly like the wedding room. He didn't know how to find an opportunity for his family to temporarily get out of such a room. The room was well furnished. The top-grade golden wood furniture emitting a faint fragrance. An octagonal curtained bed in the middle of the room. The big bed was octagonal, with only a quilt and 2 pillows on it. This bed was too big for 7 or 8 children to play wild on. Beside the bed, there was a large peach-shaped bathtub. The water inside was warm and petals floated on the surface of the water. Jiang Shualu's face flushed red for a moment, and she whispered, "You are now the great celebrity of my Jiang clan. Did you expect this to happen?" Xianxia said. While taking off Shualu's clothes, she said, "It's reasonable unexpected. Are you going to take off your clothes now?" Xianxia hurriedly turned around. "I've been tired for a few days. I have to take a bath." Jiang Shualu said. "Then you can't wash here," Xianxia said. Jiang Zhualuki said, "I'm not here. Do you think I have to go wash in the yard? Let everyone take a look." Xianxia choked and said, "Men and women don't kiss each other. How come you don't know?" Xianxia almost said shameless words, but he felt that using such words on a girl was a bit too much, and he still couldn't bear it. "If you were a gentleman, you would naturally not look at me. What are you afraid of? If you want to look at me, it means that you have evil intentions. Why are you saying such righteous words?" Jiang Shualu said. Xianxia really couldn't find any point to refute her words, so he ignored her and directly sat on the bed with his back to her. Behind him, there was a sparse sound of water. "Is Su Kaiwe beautiful, or am I beautiful?" Later, Jiang Shualu suddenly asked. Xianxia said unhappily, "I told you, Xianxia and Su Kaiwe are master-apprentice relations. Don't think so badly of others." Jiang Shualu nodded thoughtfully and said, "That's equal, but I'm younger than Su Kaiwe. This is my capital. Do you think Xianxia will like people like me?" "How should I know?" Xianxia said. That night, Xianxia sat cross-legged on the ground while Shualu slept on the bed. Early the next morning, the birthday banquet continued. General Rong summoned Jiang Shualu and Xianxia to the study. In the study, General Rong carefully examined Xianxia and said, "Where did you learn the Terminator Dragon Soul from? It was not convenient to ask about it yesterday. Can little friend Xiang give me an answer now?" Xianxia estimated that General Rong had already seen through it and was not surprised. He said, "I found it in a very cold place in the northern domain. Only then did I have the honor of learning the martial skills left behind by senior experts." General Rong laughed heartily. "It's really fate, little friend Xiang. Even if you say that we don't have fate, you still don't believe it yourself." Jiang Shualu asked curiously, "Nirvana Dragon Soul?" The general said, "This is a high-grade heaven-grade martial skill. It was personally created by our ancestors to subdue the world devastating divine lightning." "Then I also want to learn," Jiang Shualu said excitedly. General Rong shook his head. "Not to mention you, not even your father, your ancestor, was able to learn it. In fact, ever since the Nirvana Dragon Soul was created, there is no one else in my Jiang clan who can learn this martial skill. You're so powerful." Shualu held Xianxia's arm and put her elbow on Xianxia's waist. "Shualu." Xianxia looked at Jiang Shualu and said, "It's time to tell Old Master about the Void Stone." Jiang Shualu immediately told General Rong about the situation in the other world. After General Rong heard this, he frowned. "We have also noticed these things. However, the Southern Domain Heavenly Profound Sect hasn't shown up since the collapse of the Beast Spirit Island. They haven't come looking for trouble with our general manor yet, so they should have some fear. Little friend Xiang, what do you think of this matter?" Xianxia said, "Uncle Jiang Yong once said that there are top artificers living in exile in the general manor. The 3 of them discussed for a long time, but in the end, Jiang Yong's idea was the most reliable." General Rong did not say anything else and immediately agreed. Through chatting, General Rong also had a new understanding of Xianxia. He believed that this child was brave, scheming, and daring to do something. The most precious thing was that there was a sense of righteousness emanating from Xiangbei's body. Who hadn't seen General Rong's cunning old man before? He had his own way of dealing with others, But he knew that he really couldn't bring out the merchant's trick to deal with someone like Xiang Nan. Otherwise, it would have the opposite effect. Little friend Xiang, go out and wait. I have something to say to Xue Lu. Xiang Nan nodded and went out, waiting in the courtyard. Inside the study, Rong placed his hands on the table and said, "Tell me, what method do you want to use to trap this Xiang Nan?" "Ah!" Xue Lu's eyes lit up. "Great-grandpa can see it. Do you think I'm old and dizzy?" General Rong glared at him angrily. "Is there anyone in the entire southern domain other than Xiang Nan who has such an age and cultivation? You youngsters don't know much about the southern domain. But we old fellas know everything about the southern domain like the back of our hand. I also know that Xiang Nan has never looked at you more in the face between his words and actions. He is not the kind of relationship you say he is." Jiang Xue Lu smiled and said, "Great-grandpa is very observant. Let me tell you," General Rong said seriously, "I don't care if you like Xiang Nan or Xiang Nan likes you, but Xiang Nan must be my grandson-in-law. I don't care what method or trick you use. Beauty is your greatest advantage. Xue Lu, you should know what to do. Don't disappoint me." Jiang Xue Lu bowed and said, "Xue Lu understands that in this world, only Xiang Nan is worthy of me. There is no need for you to say that I will still hold him tightly." General Rong nodded in satisfaction. "You father and daughter have not brought much benefit to the Jiang family. Making acquaintance with Xiang Nan is the most correct thing you have done in your lives. With Xiang Nan's talent, he will definitely ascend to the heavenly tribulation realm in the future. If my Jiang clan can obtain him, then we will have a second heavenly tribulation realm expert besides your high ancestor. By the way, is he willing to cooperate with you in acting like this? Did he make any requests? As long as he speaks, I will definitely give it to him." Xue Lu thought for a moment and said, "No, he is righteous. How can he care about interests like a businessman?" If Xiang Nan heard this, he would probably spit a mouthful of blood on the tree. "Yes." General Rong rubbed his hands happily. "Go. Bring Xiang Nan to your second master and talk about forging. Xue Lu, please leave." Xue Lu happily left the room. The eldest son of the heavenly firmament is General Rong, and the second son is called Jiang Huai. The so-called tiger father without a dog son, that General Rong was a half-saint realm super expert, and Jiang Huai was the absolute #1 artificer in the exiled continent. When Xiang Nanha saw Jiang Huai, this old man left a deep impression on Xiang Nan. Jiang Huai was an unsmiling person. He had devoted his entire life's effort to artifact forging and was not interested in anything else. When Xiang Nan and the other two explained their intentions, they immediately attracted Jiang Huai's interest. It was a very fantastic idea to refine will into a weapon, but the more challenging it was, the more interested Huai would be. "Please allow me to think about it. I'll come back tomorrow." Jiang Huai was busy preparing for the forging, so he sent Xiang Nan and Jiang Xue Lu flying out again. The two of them exchanged a glance, but there was nothing they could do. Weapon forging was not an overnight affair, so they could only wait. During this period of time, Xiang Nan did not want to be idle. He found Jiang Xue Lu to have a secret room to practice martial arts and wanted to continue to raise his cultivation. After reaching the Heaven Scryer realm, many martial skills could be improved, including the Terminator Dragon Soul. In the secret room, Xiang Nan closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. The Nirvana Dragon Soul was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was called Dragon Spirit Wrapping, and the first stage was divided into 3 forms: Dragon Spirit Steel, Dragon Spirit Slash, and Dragon Spirit Shattering. After a martial artist reached the Heaven Scryer realm, the body of a half-demon was no longer of any obvious use. The power of the heavens was also known as Astral Qi. Its strength could easily destroy the defensive power of a heavenly Yuan realm martial artist, so it could be said to be effortless. Therefore, the best way for a Heaven Scryer realm martial artist to increase their strength was to increase the strength of their Dipper Qi, as well as the grade of their martial skills. Apart from Earth Vein and Wood Vein martial artists, any other martial artist who cultivated physical strength was tantamount to being careless and would not make much of a difference. Xiang Nan was not an Earth Vein martial artist. With his pitiful basic physical strength, not to mention increasing his physical strength by 10 times, Even if he increased his physical strength by 20 times, he was still not as powerful as half of the Dipper Chi Protector's body. Therefore, if his golden body was not broken, Xianxia immediately gave up, no longer using it and no longer cultivating. The Sun Divine Art could go up another level, but this kind of technique needed to be done slowly, so there was no hurry. It's better to eliminate unnecessary martial skills as soon as possible, so as to avoid disrupting your own Dao heart. Xianxia had already made up his mind that the lightning rushing saber technique, a martial skill that should have been eliminated a long time ago, he had decided to completely let go of it. The Yang Flame Saber technique that Tengjing had improved for him had no practical use anymore. That kind of martial skill could no longer keep up with his own realm, and was going to be eliminated as well. Moku Finger, Flower Finger can still be used. Buddhist profound art is more and more strong. There is no upper limit. Then all he had left was the Terminator Dragon Soul, the secondary light fist driven by lightning insight, and the incarnation of thunder and lightning. Let's start with the second stage of the Terminator Dragon Soul. With that, he recalled the Nirvana Dragon Soul's incantation. The second stage of the Nirvana Dragon Soul was called the Dragon Spirit Possession. This level of martial skill didn't have any martial skill moves. Instead, it was purely a way to increase one's strength. Before he could complete his training, Xianxia didn't know much about it. He could only speed up his cultivation and see the power of this second-level martial skill as soon as possible. He cultivated according to his mantra in a specific way, circulating his Dipper Chi in a more powerful meridian. Time passed bit by bit. 3 hours later, Xianxia opened his eyes, but they were filled with confusion. How can it be? How can it not be practiced? Xianxia was puzzled. He practiced strictly according to the Nirvana Dragon Soul's incantation, but he didn't make any progress in the second stage. He didn't expect to be able to complete the training within a few hours, but after 3 hours, there wasn't even a single movement. This obviously wasn't within the normal range. Back then, he had only just compiled this set of martial skills for the ancestor of the clan. After he practiced the dragon spirit wrapping, he left with the Ice Lightning True Monarch. In other words, the ancestor of the Jiang clan doesn't know if he can complete the second stage. Xianxia thought for a moment and muttered to himself, if this second stage is not perfect, then the ancestor of the Jiang clan should continue to cultivate after he returns, and discover imperfections, or modify them. Looks like I need to find General Shui Lu to see if they are willing to give me the Nirvana Dragon Soul's incantation. Thinking of this, Xianxia went to find Jiang Shuilu, and Jiang Shuilu and Xianxia found General Rong together. When General Rong found out that Xianxia wanted to see the Terminator Dragon Soul, he was somewhat embarrassed. Xianxia hurriedly said, if old master is unwilling, then forget it. Originally, this was also your Jiang clan's martial skill. It is indeed inappropriate for me to ask for it. General Rong shook his head and said, it's not that he won't give it to you. Our entire Nirvana Dragon Soul clan is unable to cultivate it. If you succeed in cultivating it, you can be considered our ancestor's successor. But, just what? Jiang Shuilu hurriedly asked. The general said, however, the ancestor did not release a complete Nirvana Dragon Soul. He only gave it to his descendants. After his descendants were unable to complete it, they naturally let go of this matter. It's really hard to say if we have a second-level incantation here. How about this? Xiang Bei, come with me. The three of them passed through layers of courtyards and arrived at the core of the inner palace. And here, General Rong swept out a teleportation array from the ground. The three of them stepped onto the teleportation array. After a flash of light, the three of them all appeared in an unfamiliar environment. This was a passageway, and at the end of the passageway was an ancient gate. Xianxia suddenly sensed a large amount of water elemental energy and asked curiously, are we at the bottom of the sea? General Rong nodded his head. In front of him is the secret room where the ancestor cultivated. His secret room is not in the general mansion, but in an area of the endless sea. This is it. Then General Rong took out a waste token and put it into a groove on the stone door. Immediately after, the stone door rumbled open. Strangely, The secret room inside was clean and spotless. It seemed that this place was extremely sealed. This secret room was quite large. It was made entirely of unknown materials. It looked like the cost was not cheap, and those materials were very solid. In the entire secret room, apart from a prayer mat, there were 5 rows of bookshelves. General Rong pointed at the bookshelves and said, "Why would I say that? Even I don't know if the second layer of incantation exists. Just look at the bookshelves and you'll understand." After the ancestor returned, he discovered that the second level of the Nirvana Dragon Soul's incantation was not complete. He had been here for a long time to repair it. No one knows whether it has been repaired or not. Xianxia looked at the 5 rows of bookshelves and was shocked. "These books are all related to the Nirvana Dragon Soul?" General Rong smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, all of them are. It's hard to say which ones are usable and which ones are discarded. You can only tell for yourself." Xianxia covered Shui Lu's mouth and secretly smiled, while he sighed helplessly. "Little friend Xiang, please slowly search here. If you can sort out the real incantation, please give me a transcript." Naturally, Xianxia agreed. Only then did he know that he did not have a complete incantation for him. No wonder he agreed to let him come to this secret place. It turned out that General Rong himself also wanted a complete Nirvana Dragon Soul. He thought of himself as the only hope of sorting out the incantations. After General Rong and Jiang Shuelu left, Xianxia walked towards the first row of bookshelves. He took out a thick book from it and opened it. It was full of messy notes. Not to mention the complete incantation, there wasn't even much text in the entire paragraph. It could be seen that it was inappropriate for the ancestor of the clan to write and draw in books, so he started a new line, and the broken incantations from before had not been erased. This posed a serious problem for Xianxia, who had to identify it line by line. "This old senior is really going to die." Xianxia rubbed his temples. "You have to be careful." The ancestor of the Jiang clan had left behind a large amount of chaotic words on the walls of the palace in the extreme Frostlands. He hadn't expected that after he returned to his own home, he would still behave in such a life-threatening manner. When you find a mistake, at least wipe it off, even if you use a horizontal line to cut it. Xianxia held the book in his hand, truly wanting to cry without tears. On the star observation platform, General Rong looked at the sky with a smile on his face. He felt satisfied. The clansmen were busy earning money for the Jiang clan, while the talented clansmen were busy cultivating martial arts. Zhang Huai, the #1 artificer in exile on the continent, was drawing up a formula for refining new types of weapons, while Xianxia, the #1 novice in the southern domain, was in a secret room sorting out the high-grade heavenly-grade martial skills left behind by the patriarch. This was what General Rong wanted. He felt that the huge Jiang clan was operating in an orderly manner. It had been many years since he had been so happy. This was the biggest birthday present of his 180th birthday. If there wasn't a southern domain heavenly profound sect covetously coveting the Jiang clan, then all of this would be perfect. Great-grandfather. At the side, Jiang Shuelu appeared. She had a basket in her hand. The basket was covered with white cloth. Inside was prepared food that was still warm. General Rong looked at Jiang Shuelu and smiled from ear to ear. "Why? It's only been 3 days since I started to miss Xianxia." Shuelu blushed slightly. "Shuelu wants to send something to Xianxia." Good, good, good. General Rong's heart blossomed. Shuelu finally understood. She knows how to fight for the interests of our Jiang clan. You have to take the initiative in dealing with people like Xianxia who have great ambitions. You can't wait for him to come and show you goodwill. This kind of person doesn't have time to care about their children's affairs. You have to make him accustomed to having you around. Go. From today onwards, the token of this secret room will be temporarily handed over to you for safekeeping. In the future, you can visit Xianxia again. You don't need to ask me for instructions. You can go yourself. Xianxia handed Rong the token to Jiang Shuelu from his waist. Jiang Shuelu was overjoyed. This was General Rong giving her power. After taking the waist token, Jiang Shuelu happily stepped onto the teleportation array and went to the secret room to visit Xianxia. When the door to the secret room opened, Xuelu was stunned by the scene in front of her. In the secret room, Xianxia sat on the ground with his brows furrowed. The ground was covered with countless pieces of white paper. Each piece of white paper had a large amount of words on it. Xianxia's hair was a little messy. It looked like he hadn't slept for 3 days and nights, and his eyes were still bloodshot. Xiangbei, Xuelu tried calling out. Xianxian still lowered his head and pondered. He didn't even look at her. He only gently waved his hand, signaling her not to interrupt his train of thought. You still need to rest when you need to rest. Jiang Xuelu tried to chat with Xianxian, but she discovered that Xianxian's mind was focused on the martial skill of the Terminator Dragon Soul, and he didn't pay attention to her at all. Xuelu's eyes dimmed as she placed the basket on the ground and said, "Take time to eat. I won't disturb you." Xianxian looked back at Xuelu after taking a few steps, but Xianxian still did not look towards her. She came with joy and could only return with disappointment. How could that be? Xianxian lowered his head and pondered as he swept his eyes over the incantations. It had already been 3 days and 3 nights, and he had been earnestly distinguishing the incantation for a moment without stopping. However, there was not the slightest bit of progress. In his eyes, each of these incantations seemed to be correct, but they were different from each other. I can't tell the truth because they haven't learned the Nirvana Dragon Soul, but I have. I should be able to tell which words are the most successful mantras. Xianxian felt an incomparable headache. In addition, he had worked hard over the past few days, so he simply lay on the ground and thought quietly. As he thought about it, a wave of sleepiness assaulted him, causing him to unknowingly fall asleep. Old White. In a daze, Xianxian saw a woman. After seeing the woman's face, a thunderclap exploded in Xianxian's mind. "It's you." Xianxian's tears immediately came out. He didn't know why he shed tears. This was an act that he couldn't control. I finally saw her face again. It's really beautiful. Even with Xianxian's experience, he had never seen such a beautiful woman before. In Xianxian's heart, the most beautiful woman he had ever seen should be divided into 3 grades. The first rank was without a doubt the Desert Queen. No woman could defeat her in appearance. The second level was Su Kaiyue, Xian Qingzhu, and Jiang Xuelu. These 3 women were neck and neck, and other than the young Demoness King, they should be the most beautiful. The third level was rather messy. There were many beautiful women who could be arranged in this position, such as Dream Butterfly and Xiao Wan from the Moonlight Tour. However, after the woman in her dream appeared, she was worthy of being number 1. She was even more beautiful than the Queen of the Desert. Beauty, could it reach such an extreme level that it could not even be sketched out with thought? At this moment, the woman was squatting on the ground and flipping through the pages. She said, "You have already learned the first level of the Nirvana Dragon Soul. That little azure dragon is the greatest source of the dragon spirit's twisting power. And where did the little azure dragon come from? It is a dragon intent. Didn't you say that the second level of the Nirvana Dragon Soul, the possession of the dragon spirit, has something to do with intent?" Hearing this, Xianxian shook his head and cleared the distractions in his mind. He hurriedly said, "What you said makes sense." The woman said, "If you use your will to verify these incantations, then what you can comprehend with your will should be correct, and what you cannot comprehend is wrong." Xianxian patted his forehead and was instantly enlightened. How could he not have thought of this? But he thought for a moment and then frowned. There are so many incantations here. If you try them one by one, I'm afraid you won't be able to finish them for 1.5 years. "Let me help you." The woman smiled. Xianxian looked at her face and couldn't help but feel a little infatuated. A kind of unprovoked love surged into his heart. That shouldn't be his feelings in this life. This kind of love came from the depths of his soul. It was the awakening of a memory. "You?" Xianxian shook his head. "I can't tell. How can you do it?" The woman smiled and said, "Back then, when you were my artifact spirit, you personally guided me into the martial arts world, allowing me to feel the boundless mysteries of the martial arts world. You're my guide, and you've always been the one who guided me and taught me many martial arts principles. But there is a saying that you mustn't be angry. Even when you were alive in your previous life, you were still unable to reach the peak of martial arts. You stopped at the fortune realm. Your martial arts knowledge may be profound, but your experience is still insufficient, and The woman seemed to be lost in thought as she said, I may have already reached a higher and more glorious realm than you once were. Only the higher the realm, the deeper my understanding of martial arts will be. You were the one who brought me into the martial arts world. But now, it's time for me to help you. Xianxia shrugged. If you insist, I might as well listen to you. The woman smiled faintly. This smile really could make the sun and moon lose their light and the sun shyly hide in the clouds. She said, How should a normal martial skill be written? You taught me martial arts theory. It should have its own set of rules. If even we know this, then the ancestor of the Jiang clan, who created the Terminator Dragon Soul, should know even more. However, this is the first time he has written wrongly. This means that it is wrong for him to follow the normal order of compiling martial skills. Then why don't you delete all the chapters that conform to the normal order from these incantations? Xiang Nanru was shocked. That's right. Starting from this aspect, we can eliminate a large number of wrong words first. Who? Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. He looked around. The secret room was still the same secret room. There was no one else here except him. I dreamed of her again. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then immediately went to sort out the incantations. He still remembered what the woman in his dream had said. There was a mainstream way of compiling martial skills. This way of compiling was called order. For the simplest example, it was like 1, 2, 3, 4. This was also an order. 1 must be followed by 2, and 2 by 3. The Jiang clan's ancestor must have compiled the Nirvana Dragon Soul according to order, but he failed. He tried many other methods, but at least it could prove that the normal order compilation method was wrong. Xianxia spread out the papers on the ground. He looked at them page by page. Sure enough, many incantations were written according to the normal order. These papers took up at least half of the space. Xianxia immediately took all the papers that were in good order and stacked them on the wall. Then he went to look at the rest. But at this time, Xianxia's eyes suddenly moved. Something's wrong. No, something's wrong. Was that really a dream just now? How could that be? The woman in her dream actually possesses more meticulous logic than me, even more foresight than me. Xianxia felt his hair stand on end. Something was wrong. Dreams shouldn't be like this. Xianxia had always thought that she dreamed of that woman because of her memories as an artifact spirit. In other words, she was just a person in her dreams, a projection of her memories and longing. A human being could dream of many strange things, even things he had never seen before. However, there was an easy way to distinguish dreams, and that was logic. Dreams can dream of unfamiliar things, but cannot dream of unfamiliar logic. For example, if a person dreams of a cow with wings, that is normal because dreams are chaotic. However, if a person had never learned arithmetic and dreamt that 1 plus 2 equals 3, this obviously shouldn't have happened. Dream, based on the subconscious and memory fragments of a person. If a person does not even know how much 1 plus 1 equals, he will never dream of 1 plus 2 equals 3. Xianxia slapped her forehead and said, Even I didn't know that I would eliminate a batch of incantations by eliminating order, but she did. That means she is not my dream at all? She has an independent consciousness? Oh my God! How is this possible? Xianxia's mind buzzed. In his dreams, there was a person with an independent consciousness. We have to figure this out. Xianxia immediately lay down and began to brew again. Gradually, he fell asleep again. As expected, that woman appeared again. Who are you? Are you a human or a ghost? As soon as Xianxia met, he asked with a face-to-face expression. The woman smiled and said, I'm human. Xianxia realized that his question was wrong. If she was really formed by his subconscious, then her answer might also be his. He said, Another question. Who are you and what is your name? The woman said, I can say any name, but do you believe me? Xianxia shook his head and tried to calm himself down. Now I want to ask you something that I never knew. You have to answer me, and when I wake up, I will personally verify that your answer is correct. Xianxia looked at the last row of books. He hadn't even touched the books on the shelf. He didn't speak anymore, but waited quietly for them to wake up. His heart was full of worries, and he quickly regained consciousness from his dream. At this time, Xianxia gently waved his hand towards the last row of bookshelves, the first row of first books. The book fell to the ground and spread out the pages. Xianxia did not go over to look at the words on the page. Instead, he took out a piece of Ning-Xian grass from his storage ring and ate it. Then, he lay down again and waited quietly. Gradually, he fell asleep and the woman in the dream appeared again. Xianxia pointed at the book on the ground and said, I just took this book down, and I have never seen it before. If you have an independent consciousness, then go and take a look and tell me the first line of the book. The woman smiled. She walked over and took a look. Returning Qi enters the sea. With 8 powders of Qi, 3 true Qi, 5 void Qi. With 2 void Qi, 3 true Qi can condense light. Xianxia's heartbeat was thumping. He tried his best to calm himself down. After a while, he woke up from his dream. He rushed to the book and picked it up to read the words on it. The first line, returning Qi into the sea, Qi by 8 powders, 3 true, 5 void Pa. The book in Xianxia's hand fell to the ground. It was as if he was struck by 5 bolts of lightning, causing his entire body to freeze. Really, it was actually true. Dreams were chaotic and illogical. Now that he could dream of her every time he dreamed of her and could talk to her normally, this was inconceivable in itself. However, she actually existed in her own dreams. This sentence itself was full of contradictions, that is, it was unreal in her dreams, but she had an independent consciousness. Xianxia ate another piece of Ning-Xian grass. After a while, he fell asleep. You actually really exist. Xianxia looked at the woman in shock. Who are you and what's your name? Where should I find you? The woman's expression suddenly became dejected. She shook her head and said, I don't know. How can you not even know who you are? Then how did you get into my dream? Xianxia said anxiously. The woman wondered, in your dream? This is my dream. Your dream? Xianxia hurriedly said, Wait. You always thought this was your dream, so I was the one you dreamed of? The woman was also stunned. Yes. This Xianxia's mind was in a mess. He was clearly dreaming about her. But she said she was dreaming of me. What's going on? Xianxia frowned and said, This is indeed my dream, not yours. Look at these bookshelves. These books. These are all things from my world. The woman said, I thought these were all inexplicable scenes I dreamed of. Could it be that everything I dreamed of was true? This is too big. Xianxia's mind buzzed. Are you in my dream, or am I in yours? Just now I woke up twice. What did you find? The woman said, You suddenly disappeared from my dream twice and appeared again for no reason. I really want to catch a glimpse of it. Xianxia hurriedly waved his hand, signaling the woman not to speak. He muttered, Dreams are not the real world, so it is impossible for real creatures to exist in dreams. But it's true that you have an independent consciousness, and I have my own consciousness. In other words, our dreams are connected. Then why would I dream of you sometimes, but not sometimes? Didn't you realize that this was a dream when you called me old white and woke me up? The woman said, I have never called you to wake up. I just miss you in my heart and have only dreamed of you recently. In other words, my dreams were real in the past, but now they are truly related to you. Xianxia suddenly realized that she had heard her call out to him many times in her dreams. At that time, it was really a dream created by her subconscious. Now, the dreams here and now were different from before. She had appeared in reality these few times. Why don't you know your identity and origin? Xianxia said. The woman shook her head. I don't know. Sometimes I can see you occasionally after I fall asleep, but sometimes I can't see you. I always thought it was because I missed Lao Bai so much that I kept having this kind of dream. Did you really resurrect? You're somewhere in the world? Where are you? Tell me. I'll go find you." The woman suddenly became delighted. She covered her face in disbelief and tears rolled down her fingers. "Right, you don't know where you are, but I know me. I'm in exile in the eastern region," Xianxia said joyfully. The woman was stunned. She said, "I have never heard of such a place. Are you from another world?" Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. The woman had already walked over. She sobbed with joy as she stroked Xianxia's face and said, "You really are still alive. You really are still alive. That's great." Xianxia felt that her palm was so real. She sighed in her heart. "I didn't expect that we would meet again in this way. In the last moment of my memory, you left me off the cliff and gave me a chance to be reborn. Didn't you get surrounded by many enemies at that time?" The woman hugged Xianxia in her arms and cried, "Old Bai, my old Bai, I finally saw you again." She choked, "I survived that war. I didn't die. Do you still remember our agreement? You once said that if one day you can really become a human, you will definitely marry me." Xianxia felt a headache and a large number of memory fragments flashed in his mind. He suddenly felt infinite tenderness and love for this woman. This kind of love was much stronger than before. "No matter where you are, I will definitely find you. I believe that you must be real. You are not just my dream." Xianxia put his arms around her body. The woman excitedly held Xianxia's face and kissed him affectionately. Just as the two of them were about to kiss each other, the woman suddenly disappeared. "She's awake," Xianxia said in a dazed hug. "If she really is a living person, if her dreams are really connected to mine, she will definitely fall asleep again and look for me, that's right." Xianxia waited unwaveringly, but after a long time, she did not appear again. Xianxia himself woke up. Looking at the empty secret room, he suddenly felt a sense of loneliness assaulting him and engulfing him. Is it real or fake? Xianxia sighed deeply. She could see the words in the books that she had never seen before, so everything that happened in the dream, as well as herself, should be real. However, there was another explanation, and that was that his dreams possessed a special ability, and that was that his dreams could be connected to his real world. Actually, it was another one of his dreams, so he went to read that book. She could tell herself that she had accidentally thought of a logical problem that she did not understand in her dreams. If his dreams could connect to reality, this kind of thing could happen. The reason for that was because the person in his dreams could also figure out some problems through thinking. Otherwise, why did she know who she was? But she didn't know who she was. Xianxia sat there lonely for a long time, but he shook his head helplessly. He continued to tidy up the incantations. According to the woman in his dream, he had eliminated nearly half of the incantations. The number of remaining incantations was still enormous. Since normal order was wrong, then look for the most unlikely incantation to test. Xianxia screamed again, sorting out all the seemingly unimaginable incantations, and then attempted to cultivate them one by one. The Nirvana Dragon Soul was cultivated with dragon intent, and he also had his own thunder intent. If the second level of the dragon spirit possession was also used, wouldn't his own intent and dragon intent be able to combine with each other? Xianxia found an incantation to practice, and then discovered that he had failed. Then, he changed another incantation and failed again. Xianxia didn't know how many articles he had refined. At that moment, he suddenly felt a very clear feeling appear in his mind. Immediately after, his lightning intent was triggered. This article is right. Xianxia was overjoyed. He held the incantation in his hand and was so excited that he almost shouted it out. He hurriedly continued to cultivate according to the incantation and gradually felt the existence of dragon intent. Thunder intent and dragon intent really merged together. He used his own intent to comprehend the intent of a martial skill. At that moment, a dragon intent resounded throughout the secret room. A lightning dragon actually flew out of Xianxia's body. Thunder Dragon Xianxia looked at the circling thunder dragon with incomparable excitement in his heart. The little azure dragon combined with the lightning intent and turned into a lightning dragon. What about the possession of the dragon spirit? With a wave of Xianxia's right hand, The 3-meter-long thunder dragon instantly circled around Xianxia's body and began to slowly coil around him. My intent. It has increased unprecedentedly. Xianxia raised his hand and all the books in the secret room floated. His heart moved as he wished, and those books changed all kinds of shapes according to the way he wanted them to be. The books flipped open whichever page he wished to flip. This is the possession of the dragon spirit. My God. My will has actually risen to the second level. Discovery period. Pong! The lightning dragon suddenly shattered, and Xianxia also fell to the ground panting. He found that all of his astral chi had been exhausted. I almost forgot. He immediately regained his senses. When he didn't use the world-slaying divine lightning, he was only at the 7th level of the heavenly Yuan realm, not at the 1st level of the heavenly Scryer realm. However, cultivating the 2nd level of the Terminator Dragon Soul required a heavenly Scryer realm. When he tried to cultivate the incantation, his cultivation level had automatically risen to the 1st level of Heaven Scryer. In the process of many failures, his astral chi was also rapidly losing. I didn't take the initiative to raise my cultivation. Instead, when I used the Nirvana Dragon Soul, my cultivation directly rose. I didn't expect that. However, it turns out that the 2nd level of the Terminator Dragon Soul is only used to increase the strength of the will. He sensed that his intent had returned to the 1st stage of the Void Spirit stage from the Emergent stage. Looks like I have to use the Dragon Spirit possession to push my intent to the Instant Discovery stage. In other words, Xianxia suddenly realized a terrifying situation. Can I use the secondary light slash now? Xianxia hurriedly attracted the heavenly lightning to recover his astral chi. However, after he reached the Heaven Scryer realm, his Yuan chi underwent a qualitative change and turned into astral chi. The speed at which the heavenly lightning replenished his astral chi seemed to be too slow. It took him half an hour to replenish all of his astral chi. Then, he impatiently used the 2nd stage of the Terminator Dragon Soul, Dragon Spirit Possession. At that moment, a 3-meter thunder dragon suddenly appeared and began to slowly revolve around Xianxia's body. As for his intent, it had once again risen to the stage of sudden appearance. I can release my intent during the emergent stage. If I chop out a saber light at the speed of sublight and the intent wraps around the saber light, then the saber light can reach the speed of sublight. Xianxia was incomparably excited. He hurriedly pushed open the door of the secret room and quickly advanced outwards. After crossing the teleportation array for a while, he appeared next to a pond. The water in the pond is salty and seawater. Xianxia jumped into the pond and swam all the way out. Sure enough, there was an endless ocean outside. He clenched the hilt of his saber tightly, and his entire heartbeat reached an unprecedented speed. Shortly after, lightning flashed on his hands. Secondary light slash. Suddenly, lightning intent appeared, and Xianxia slashed towards the distant seawater. A faint light flashed in front of him. But before Xianxia could react, he was suddenly swept away by the violent current. Where he was, the sea water in that area was all boiling. Success! Xianxia was overjoyed. I really succeeded. Too fast. The speed at which the saber beam flew reached the speed of sublight. It was too fast, so fast that Xianxia's naked eye almost missed it. The 2nd light slash had brought Xianxia an enormous benefit. That was, he didn't have to personally charge towards the enemy. He lowered his head and looked at his arms, only to find them numb and unbearable. The sudden lightning intent is indeed formidable. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air, but choked to death by the seawater. Damn! Why did he become as stupid as Xiao Jun? Sucking in a faint breath of cold air in the seawater. Back then, when Xianxia protected his body with his Yuan Qi and used the speed of light, he was able to break the bones of both his arms inch by inch. He thought that the saber had a very heavy quality, and the result of brandishing the saber was similar to that of smashing someone else with his fist. However, after he possessed the astral chi, even though his arms could be protected by even more powerful astral chi, the saber light he chopped out was no longer origin energy saber light, but astral chi saber light. His defense had increased, but his reaction force had also increased. This ratio remains unchanged. But his intent had increased. From the void spirit stage to the emerging stage, he was able to cover his arms with lightning intent and protect himself better. Again, I want to see how many times I can use the light slash. Xianxia slashed his saber in the distance. The saber light continued to shoot out at the speed of sublight. Although Xianxia was on guard, he was still swept forward by the brutal sea water twice this time. The skin on Xianxia's arms had already cracked under this second strike. Blood seeped out and mixed with the ice-cold seawater. I should be able to use 3 sabers. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. If he did it again, the bones in his arms would be completely broken. This is the power that a divine-grade lightning meridian's talent should possess. Xianxia was so excited that he wanted to laugh. One strike, at the speed of sublight, the Dipper Chi saber light. Who can handle it? Perhaps even a true 5th stage Heaven Scryer expert would be scared out of his wits. Xiaoye's strength was only equivalent to a Heaven Scryer 5th layer martial artist with a very poor foundation, but if he encountered a slightly talented Heaven Scryer 5th layer martial artist, he would undoubtedly be defeated. But the sublight speed of the Astral Chi saber light? Even the best of the 5th level of Heaven Scryer had to lower their heads. When Xianxia returned to the secret room, his heart couldn't calm down for a long time. In battle, he could release at most 3 light slashes. This was his strongest trump card, and it was the only one in the world. His body trembled, and the 3-meter Thunder Dragon collapsed on its own. Using the Terminator Dragon Soul still consumed a tremendous amount of Astral Chi. Now that he was using Astral Chi to use this martial skill, his consumption had also increased proportionally. As for these books, Xianxia looked at a large number of books on the ground. He should be able to find the 3rd level of the Terminator Dragon Soul art. However, to cultivate the 3rd level, one needed to be at the 3rd level of the heaven-seeking realm. There was no way he could use cultivation to test his authenticity. Forget it. Pack it up first. Xianxia opened his storage ring and packed up the half of the books on the 3rd level of the incantation. Let's go check on Mr. Jiang Huai's progress first. If we still have enough time, we'll find an opportunity to eliminate half of the books on the 3rd level. Xianxia returned to the Jiang clan through the teleportation array. When he handed a copy of the 2nd level of the Terminator Dragon Soul manual to General Rong was already laughing heartily. Old Master, according to the agreement, this is the 2nd level of the Terminator Dragon Soul. Xianxia said respectfully. Good, good, good. General Rong said happily, little friend Xiang's actions are truly meritorious. I've taken away the rest of the books. I don't have enough cultivation realms to verify them. I'll definitely return the complete incantation to you when it's done in the future. Xianxia said. The general said, that's right. Those messy books only have value in your hands. Xianxia said, I want to take a look at Old Master Jiang Huai. Of course. But before that, can you conceal the 2nd level for me to see? General Rong's eyes sparkled. No problem. Xianxia's right arm trembled and a lightning dragon suddenly appeared. This is the 2nd level of the Nirvana Dragon Soul? General Rong was shocked. But from what Grandpa said, it doesn't seem like that. Xianxia said, the 2nd level is to cultivate meaning. Everyone's meaning is different, so the specific moves they embody are also different. No wonder General Rong nodded. That's amazing. Let's go. Xuelu held Xianxia's arm and happily walked towards Jiang Huai's forging room. She was so beautiful. This was the husband she thought she was. Looking at Xianxia, thinking about that Xiaoyu, she was truly superior to him in judging. One of them was tall, possessed peerless talent in martial arts, and was upright, while the other was not to be mentioned. When the 2 of them arrived at Jiang Huai's forging room, they discovered that Mr. Jiang Huai was at a loss. What? Is the old man's progress not going well? Xianxia said. Jiang Huai frowned and said, in order to verify the weapon formula, I have to use something, but I don't even have a home for this. What is it? Jiang Xuelu asked curiously. Jiang Huai said, Essence stones. Essence stones. Xianxia shocked Xuelu at the same time. This essence stone seems to be as rare as a void stone, right? Xianxia said. He had heard of the essence stone. It was a very rare gem, and its number of existences was probably comparable to the void stone. Zhang Huai said, without essence stones, I can't continue to experiment. Xuelu thought for a moment and said, I roughly know where I can find the essence stones. Where is it? Zhang Huai became excited and grabbed Zhang Xuelu's wrist. On the island of exile. Xuelu broke out in a cold sweat. The island of exile was an extremely ferocious place. Many years ago, large numbers of refugees from the southern region, the northern region, and the western region came to the eastern region's exiled continent to settle down. The overwhelming majority of them fought against the pursuers in search of freedom, and through sacrifices regardless of the cost, they finally captured the exiled continent and gradually evolved into what they are today. However, there were also a few extremely vicious people among those refugees. They did not care about freedom or their homeland. They came here purely to flee. These people were expelled from the exile continent to a terrifying place in the eastern region, the island of exile. Not only were there evil experts from the exiled continent, there were also murderers from all four regions. In the eastern region, there was a saying that if one wanted to go to the island of exile, one had to put their heads on their belts. In order for Xianxia to bring back the weapons wrapped in insight to the southern domain, he had to rely on Zhang Huai and obtain the essence stones, so he could only make a trip to the island of exile. Zhang Xuelu said. His father, Zhang Yong, was a collector and was very famous in the collection circle. From this, he learned that there was a notorious big collector on the island of exile, nicknamed Dead Eye. This Dead Eye is extremely powerful, and he accepts almost everything. Even if it is the head of a sect, as long as you have it, he will dare to take it. Most notably, when an elder from a second-rate sect in the northern region died in battle, his head disappeared. Many years later, someone heard that the head of that elder had been collected by the Dead Eye. Many of the elders of the second-grade sect and even the half-saint sect master had gone. However, in the end, Dead Eye forced out all those who came to demand debt from the second-rate sects. I've heard of him. Zhang Huai also had a serious expression on his face. This Dead Eye got its name because it was blind. It is said that he stole his own eyes. He thinks that he is a genius of the heavens path, and his eyes are very valuable for collection. But this human nature is strange and untrustworthy. Zhang Xuelu said helplessly, There's nothing I can do. I can only go for a walk. With Xiang Bei accompanying me, it should be safer. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. I want to see how terrifying the island is. Xianxia stretched his muscles and bones and was ready for a big fight. Don't be impulsive. Zhang Xuelu smiled bitterly and said, We are going to trade, not rob. I have a blue wave heavenly blue stone here that is used to forge intermediate-grade profound weapons. Huai took out a dazzling blue prismatic crystal stone and handed it to Zhang Xuelu. Use this to exchange for essence stones with the Dead Eye. Xianxia's eyes were about to fly out. It was used to forge intermediate-grade profound weapons. He really wanted it too much. With this item, wouldn't his red dragon saber be able to forge an intermediate profound weapon? That's a level higher than the death sword. I hope Dead Eye can catch your eye. Xuelu nodded and said, Let's set off now. That day, the two of them found General Rong and reported to him, then set off for the island of exile. But strangely, she had her own reasons for insisting on bringing Xuelu to the Moonlight Tour. The ferocious disciples on the island loved to enjoy themselves the most. With the Moonlight Tour around, they might be able to get along slightly better. The island of exile was located in the west of the exile continent. It was located in the depths of the endless sea. It was a huge distant island. Took about 10 days to fly from here. Along the way, Zhang Xuelu curiously asked Xiang then why he had to mix intent into his weapon. Could it be that everyone couldn't cultivate intent? Xiang sighed and said, This is the place where alien realm martial artists give us a headache. Our intent can destroy their natural awakening, but cultivation intent is entirely dependent on one's own good fortune. If one of the 10,000 martial artists can successfully cultivate, then even the heavens will bless him. Not to mention that cultivating intent will consume a lot of time. Doing so will cause the realms of our world's martial artists to stagnate. It's so complicated. Jiang Shulu shook her head. The journey was long. Looking around, there was nothing but the vast sea. When they reached the ocean region, not even a single seabird could be seen in the sky. On this day, Xianxia lay on the deck, staring at the sky in a daze. Gradually, he fell asleep. "You're here." The woman suddenly appeared and grabbed Xianxia's hand in surprise. "You appeared again?" Xianxia asked. "I haven't seen you since I fell asleep these past few days. I thought it was just a beautiful dream of mine," the woman said anxiously. Xianxia said helplessly, "That day in the dream, you suddenly disappeared." "I'm awake," the woman hurriedly explained. Xianxia said, "But I've been waiting for you for a long time and you haven't come back." "Because I forgot." She couldn't help but laugh. "After I woke up, I completely forgot everything that happened in my dreams. I can only remember it when I fall asleep again. There's actually such a thing." Xianxia rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The woman pulled Xianxia's hand and sat down. "Have you found the second level of the incantation?" she said. "Yes." Xianxia smiled and said, "I've succeeded." The woman thought for a moment and said, "When you were my artifact spirit, you were so knowledgeable. I thought you were the strongest person in your world. From the looks of it, that's not the case. Right now, my realm is already very strong. How about I teach you a set of profound grade martial skills? It should be more powerful than your Terminator Dragon Soul." "Profound grade." Xianxia's suddenly stood up, his entire body dumbfounded. "What's the matter?" the woman asked curiously. "Can't you cultivate?" Xianxia held her hands in surprise. "I can cultivate. I'm just too shocked. In our world, even heavenly grade martial skills are very rare." The woman smiled and said, "Looks like I can really help you this time." Xianxia hurriedly said, "I am a Lightning Meridian's talent. Do you have any Lightning Meridian's attributed martial skills?" The woman said, "Ah, Lightning Meridian's talent? That's too bad. This kind of talent is too rare." Xianxia smiled regretfully. "Forget it, I didn't give much hope. I'm indeed a rare genius." The woman said, "I don't have a profound grade Lightning Meridian's martial skill, but I do have a profound grade Lightning Meridian's movement technique." "Really?" Xianxia's heartbeat started to accelerate again. "And listen carefully. I will teach you the incantation right now." As the woman spoke, Xianxia remembered. These few incantations made Xianxia feel unimaginable. They were extremely complicated. The woman said, "This move is called shadow transformation. It is a teleportation movement technique. Theoretically speaking, it allows you to make short-range spatial jumps and ignore time and obstacles." Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. His profound movement technique was indeed heaven-defying. Although flash shadow steps were fast, they were only fast. As for shadow transformation, it could ignore time. In other words, he didn't even need time to dodge. The woman continued, "However, there are two drawbacks to this movement technique. One of them is that you can only go where you can see with the naked eye. In other words, you can only teleport wherever you can see. No matter how close you are to the place you can't see, you can't cross it. Then wouldn't it be in vain to ignore the obstacles?" Xianxia said, "With an obstacle in front of me, I can't see anything behind it." The woman smiled and said, "How can it be? What if the obstacle is transparent? Or there is a small hole in the obstacle. If you can see through the hole, you can ignore the obstacle and directly dodge it." "That's true." Xianxia nodded. "What's the second drawback?" The woman said, "Because this move triggered the laws of space after you release the shadow transformation, if you want to release the next time, you must first return to the origin. Or, after you release it once, you'll have to wait for 10 minutes until the spatial node you destroyed repairs itself." Xianxia said, "I want to see if my understanding is correct. I teleport from 1 point to 2 points, but I cannot teleport from 2 to 3 points again. I have to return to 1 point before I can teleport a second time." "Yes." The woman nodded her head. When I wake up, I will help you find other profound grade lightning meridians martial skills. I'll let you know the next time we meet in a dream. Xianxia was very happy to hear this, but then realized that it was impossible. He smiled and said, I'm afraid not. When you wake up, you'll forget what happened in your dream. How would you know that you're looking for a lightning meridian martial skill? Ah, that's right, the woman patted her forehead and finally reacted. Why do you remember dreams when you wake up, but not when I wake up? I don't know either, Xianxia said. It might have something to do with you. The woman pondered and said, if you hadn't appeared in my dreams would have been normal and chaotic. Even if I woke up, I would still remember some broken fragments. But once you appear in my dreams are logical. But when I wake up, I forget everything. Right? There's something wrong with your dream, the woman said excitedly. It's actually connected to reality. That's why I can see you on the boat now. She excitedly grabbed the corner of Xianxia's clothes and said, this dream ability is really amazing. Xianxia also grabbed her wrist and said gently, perhaps this is a fate bestowed upon me by the heavens, so that I can meet you in my dreams. Xianxia knew that he loved her. This feeling had been nurtured since he was an artifact spirit. Now that he had recovered a portion of his vacant memories, that love and affection for her surged back into his heart. He wanted to see her real body. We must also find her, because Xianxia had an unspeakable worry in his heart. Perhaps she was indeed dead. It was her remnant soul that couldn't forget about her, so she fell asleep. Therefore, every time she woke up, she couldn't remember what had happened in her dreams, and in her dreams, she couldn't remember what had happened after she woke up. Or perhaps her real body was seriously injured, sealed somewhere, or unconscious somewhere. In short, he had to find her. If something unexpected happened to her, he would be able to save her. At this moment, the woman hugged Xianxia affectionately and kissed Xianxia on the lips. At the same time, Xianxia also hugged her. But just as their lips were about to touch each other, the woman's body suddenly fell into a trance. Now again, Xianxia hurriedly went to catch her, but the woman disappeared. Could it be that her true body's heartbeat was accelerating because of the intimate movements that were about to take place? So she suddenly woke up? Xianxia smiled bitterly. He looked at the shard in his hand. Just now, he tried to retain the woman, but he tore a shard from her clothes. Xianxia shook his head. I guess after she wakes up, she will forget about what happened in her dream. She won't take the initiative to fall asleep to look for me again. Right? I need to hurry up and verify that this profound grade elementary stage shadow transformation movement technique can really be practiced. Speaking of which, I seem to be able to awaken myself. Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly sat up from the deck. He stared blankly at the distant blue sky and said, it really is possible. How should I understand this? When did I acquire this ability? As he thought, Xianxia consciously looked at his right hand. He was instantly shocked by this sight. Damn it! He was surprised to discover that there was a piece of snow-white cloth in his right hand. The pores on Xianxia's entire body opened. Isn't this the fragment I tore off her clothes in a dream? Why did you follow me to the real world? Why? Xianxia held the cloth in his hand and flipped it over and over again, and even fiercely pinched his face. He was certain that he was awake, and that rag was indeed there. My God! What's wrong with me? Xianxia's expression changed drastically. Xuelu walked over and took the cloth from Xianxia's hand. Hey! This is the cloth on a woman's skirt. How could you have it? Look at this stitch, this material. As she spoke, Xuelu blushed. She looked at Xianxia and said, You stole my clothes? No. Xianxia had yet to recover his strength. Jiang Shui's face turned even redder as she said, if you like it, there's no need to steal it. I can give you two. As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something and suddenly covered her mouth and giggled. I thought you were a gentleman. I didn't expect you to do such a thing. Then do you like to wash it or have you never washed it? The skirt I wore yesterday hasn't been washed yet. Do you want to? Xiangnan's face immediately turned red. Nonsense! How could I steal a woman's clothes? There's no explanation. Xiangnan grabbed the cloth and flew back to the cabin. Xuelu stood on the deck, her smiling branches trembling. When this wood also had an opening, I thought that in his eyes, all women were like men. Since he also likes women, then it's easy. In the cabin, Xiangnan sat in his room and witnessed another incredible scene. The reason for that was because the fragment that he had brought back from the dream had actually slowly disappeared. Based on this strange situation, the first thing Xiangnan thought of was related to martial arts. He murmured, "If I borrow a powerful weapon from her in my dreams, will I be able to bring it back to reality and fight for a period of time? If this is really the case, then it would be too wonderful." At this moment, the cloth had completely disappeared from the translucent surface. "Go to bed on time tonight and see if I can meet her again." Xiangnan sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the shadow transformation art. The so-called profound stage movement technique had already transcended the normal state and entered a domain of laws. For example, a profound grade weapon, the Dead Sword, could control life and death and resurrect the dead. Shape-shifting and shadow-changing borrowed the spatial laws. Xiangnan painstakingly cultivated for a long time. Originally, this martial skill was too complicated for him. It would probably be enough for him to cultivate for 3 to 5 years. However, relying on his powerful divine talent, he actually succeeded in just 3 days. And these 3 nights, he didn't meet that woman again. Who? Xiangnan took a deep breath and looked into the distance through the window. At the limit of his vision was the boundless white clouds. Shape-shifting and shadow-changing. Xiangnan gritted his teeth and immediately activated his martial skill. In an instant, everything around him disappeared, and Xiangnan discovered that he was surrounded by boundless clouds. There is no running trajectory. Xiangnan's eyes widened in shock. This feeling was too wonderful. In the past, any movement technique of his, even lightning evasion, could make him feel that he was advancing at full speed. To be able to reach a distant region in an instant, shape-shifting and shadow-changing were completely different. He could only feel that the things around him had immediately turned into white clouds. He didn't even realize how he got here. As for him, he once again transformed into a shadow, and Bayun immediately became the cabin of the ship, still his room. Time flew by. On this day, the flying ship was finally about to arrive at the border of the island of exile. Xuelu called everyone over and held an impromptu meeting. Xiangnan and the members of the Moonlight Tour sat down around an oval-shaped table, with the snow dew in the first seat. He placed Xuelu on the wall behind him and hung a topographic map. That map should be the map of the island of exile. She pointed to the map and said, "The island of exile we are about to set foot on is a very simple, but also very complex place. Before that, we need to understand. Firstly, the island of exile is divided into 4 large regions, controlled by 4 great lords. They are the Southeast Lords, the Southwest Lords, the Northwest Lords, and the Northeast Lords. Don't underestimate this island. These lords are very powerful. They are the 4 lords inside. If they go outside, they will unite. That power doesn't even belong to your southern domain's heavenly profound sect. The Dead-Eye we're looking for is located in the Northeast region, under the jurisdiction of the Lord of the Northeast. On the island of exile, there are 3 laws that must be obeyed. Disarm in the first 3 days." He raised Xuelu's 3 fingers and said, "For the first time on the island of exile, no one can use any force to resist or attack for the first 3 days. Second, you can steal and snatch anything you want from the island. However, the most important core belief of the island is reputation. In other words, both parties to the transaction are protected. As long as the terms of the transaction are fulfilled, both parties must abide by it." Jiang Xuelu said, "Let me give an example. For example, I made a deal with Xiangbei. Before that, I can steal him and rob him. But once I want to make a deal with him and I want to buy him a steamed bun with a gold coin, then the deal must be done according to the agreement. Xiangnan cannot suddenly raise the price. And afterwards, I cannot get the gold coin back in any form. Third, there are safe buildings on the island of exile. You must apply for permission before entering the safe building. The owner of the building can only enter after he agrees. You cannot barge into it. What do you mean by safe building? Xianxia asked curiously. There is a rule on the island of exile that no fighting is allowed in safe buildings, said Xianxia. Most of these safe buildings are taverns, inns, auction houses, and other places. They are designated by the local lords. It's easy to tell. As long as you see a greenhouse on the island, it's a safe building. What if I violate an iron law? Xianxia asked. Xianxia said solemnly. Then you will no longer enjoy all the protection of the island. You will be hunted down by everyone. This is a must-kill order. If the Heaven Scryer realm cannot kill you, they will send out the Fortune realm. If the Fortune realm cannot kill you, they will send out the Divine Martial realm, or even the Half-Saint and Heavenly Tribulation realms. Back then, on the Fire Continent in the Eastern region, there was a disciple of a second-rate sect who attacked someone within the 3-day agreement and fled back to his own sect. The 4 lords of the island of exile sent out at the same time to the Fire Continent to surround the sect. After a short day of battle, they didn't hesitate to pay the price of blood to destroy the sect. In the end, they still brought the disciple back to the island of exile for trial. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said, in other words, no matter who backs you up, they will definitely capture you and punish you properly. Furthermore, they will not hesitate to use up the strength of the entire island, even if the people of the island die with you. This is a bunch of lunatics, Xianxia said in surprise. Xianxia smiled faintly. I never said that they were normal people, and it was precisely in this way that they defended their rights and told the people of the world that the island of exile was not to be provoked. Because of this group of desperate people, the island of exile became the most famous place in the Eastern region. This mantra was circulated in the Eastern region. Are you tyrannical? If you have the ability, go to the island of exile and spread the word. Hearing this, the people on the Moonlight Tour were starting to feel a little scared. Xianxia comforted, everyone, don't worry. We are not going to cause trouble on the island of exile this time. Instead, we are going to make a deal with someone. As long as we obey the rules honestly, there shouldn't be too many problems. In the next few days, the island of exile was about to arrive. Then, he stopped the Shui flying ship and said to Xianxia, take me straight to the island. Xianxia didn't know why, but he didn't want to ask anymore. He knew that he would get the answer. Xianxia hugged Xianxia's waist and flew towards the distant place with her. Not long after, he saw a continent. That island was indeed very big, about the size of a dozen Haojing. There was a ring of city walls around the island. There were huge Yuan-Chi cannons hanging on the city walls. Shui explained that any flying ship that wanted to land on the island had to be registered in advance. Otherwise, they would be shot down by the cannons. These cannons were all military grade, and even if they were to deal with military flying ships, they would still be a matter of 2 or 3 cannons. After Shui paid the landing fee of 100,000 gold coins, a staff member followed them back to the flying ship. The flying ship then continued to approach the island. On the city wall, there were numerous sunstone searchlights, mostly yellow and a few green. A green beam of light enveloped Xianxia and the others' flying ship, indicating that the ship had already paid for it. If the yellow searchlight enveloped them, they would become the target of the fire. After successfully landing on the island, they arrived at another registry office. Someone walked over with a seal and placed a fluorescent mark on Lu Dongyuan's forehead. Lu Dongyuan was a little frightened. He hurriedly rubbed his forehead with his hands. The man said indifferently, you can't rub it off. After landing on the island, this mark will accompany you for 3 days and 3 nights. During this period, it will always shine. Everyone who sees you will know that you are an outsider who has landed on the island for the first time. You cannot launch an attack, nor can you resist with force. You can only resign yourself to fate. After you spend 3 days on the island, this mark will disappear on its own. At that time, you will be free. Remember, the man's face darkened and he said, you must be in a public place. the mark on your foreheads will only be accounted for. If you enter a safe building, the mark will be suspended. Only after you leave the building will you continue to count. As he spoke, the man put another seal on each of Xiangnan's men's heads. The seal was made of a fluorescent material. After covering his forehead, it would emit a faint green light. The pattern of the seal was that of a prisoner with his hands behind his back tied by a rope, like he was about to go to the guillotine. All right, you can officially enter now. The man opened 2 doors and an incomparably prosperous street appeared in front of everyone. The streets were packed with people, and it looked like they weren't easy to provoke. Jiang Shuelu knew how troublesome her appearance was. She had already covered her face with a gauze scarf to cover her face. Why didn't you? Xiangnan looked at Jiang Shuelu curiously. Jiang Shuelu was not sealed. I've been here with my father once before, so it's not my first time landing on the island, said Jiang Shuelu. The Moonlight Tour team's convoy slowly drove into the main street. The location of their landing was the northeast region, and the moment they entered the streets they could smell a very complicated smell. The smell of weapons and blood, the smell of spiritual herbs and poisonous herbs. In short, the smell was extremely complex. People who came here for the first time would always feel the urge to retch. The island of exile pursued freedom, but the pursuit was a bit too much. If the unfamiliar men and women on the streets looked at each other correctly, they would immediately start to work as if no one else was watching. Xiangnan and the others had just landed on the island and were situated at the edge of the northeast region. This situation was even more obvious. Some of them had already dried up in the middle of the street, while others were having fun in the corners. Some were men and women, some were 2 women and 1 man, and some were a group of people. The island of exile is located in the tropics. It is so hot and dry that some men and women even walk around the streets naked. The women in the motorcade blushed and lowered their heads, not daring to look. Shuelu said to everyone, "All of you have prisoner seals on your foreheads, so you are more likely to attract the malicious intent of the fugitives. You should lower your heads, try not to cause trouble, and do not exchange glances with others. Only close friends would look into each other's eyes here. Otherwise, it would be regarded as a provocation." At this time, 2 children ran over and followed Xiangnan. Their eyes looked at the red dragon saber behind Xiangnan. The 2 children looked like they were only 8 or 9 years old. A child reached out and grabbed the blade. He tugged hard and said, "Can you give it to me?" Xiangnan shook his head. "No." Another child asked, "Can I have it?" Xiangnan shook his head. "No." The 2 children did not say anything and ran away. But Shuelu frowned. "Everyone, hurry up. It might be troublesome." She looked at Xiangnan and said, "Your knife is so conspicuous. Why don't you put it away?" Xiangnan looked at the criminals on the street and said, "I thought it was the most common thing to wear weapons in this kind of place. Look, they all carry weapons." Jiang Shuelu said, "But there is no prisoner's seal on their foreheads." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 children returned with a gorgeous woman dressed up. There was also a dressed woman among the children. A child grabbed Xiangnan's knife and said, "I'll let my mother sleep with you for the night. Give me the knife." Hearing this, Xiangnan was furious and shouted, "Scram!" The child didn't let go at all, and even climbed onto Xiangnan's back, hugging Xiangnan's neck with his arms, and began to act rascal. Another child hugged Xiangnan's left leg. Xiangnan could not shake them off, otherwise he would hurt them, which would be tantamount to violating the iron law of the island of exile. Shuelu hurriedly helped Xiangnan out of the encirclement. She squatted down and took out a large bag of sweets and snacks from her storage ring. She said, "These are for you. That knife belongs to my brother. Don't snatch it." The child on the ground snatched the candy bag away, but he still didn't want to let Xiangnan off. The people of the tour group also became anxious as they saw more and more people watching on the streets. Xiangnan was really helpless. He could only sigh and say, "This saber is just beautiful, but not powerful. I'll give you 2 better weapons." He took out 2 sharp daggers from his storage ring. These 2 daggers weren't of high grade, but their shape was exaggerated. When the two children saw the dagger, their eyes immediately began to shine. After they snatched the dagger, they bounced away. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. The team continued to advance, but before 5 minutes had passed, a large group of children suddenly rushed over from the road ahead. These children were all 7 or 8 years old, 8 or 9 years old. 2 of them were the children who had just taken away the dagger. "It's broken." Jiang Shualu's heart sank. The group of children immediately surrounded Xianxia and surrounded him. They hugged Xianxia's legs and hands. Some climbed onto Xianxia's back, while others simply lay on the ground and hugged Xianxia's ankles. As long as Xianxia took a step, they would be dragged onto the ground and glided. There was even a child lying on Xianxia's back, grabbing the blade with both hands and pushing Xianxia's waist with both feet, trying to pull the red dragon saber down. "I want a dagger. I want a dagger too." Xianxia's eyes widened. "Get an inch. Get lost." His voice immediately attracted the pedestrians on the road. Those pedestrians pointed at Xianxia's forehead and whispered, "If they want it, then give it to them. They will break the money and dissipate the disaster." Jiang Shulu was also helpless. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He opened his storage ring and took out 17 or 18 exquisite weapons. These were the only weapons he had, and there were no more. However, the number of children was 40 to 50, far from enough. Xianxia had no choice but to take out a few handfuls of gold coins and give them to each child. Only then did the children leave in satisfaction. Just as Xianxia was about to put the red dragon saber into his storage ring, a child who had run away earlier ran back with 2 women. The child pointed at Xianxia and said, "I want the knife on his back." Xianxia said angrily, "Didn't I just give you the dagger and the gold coins?" The child immediately ran up and hugged Xianxia's right leg. "Give me the knife, I want it." Xianxia looked at the 2 women, which meant that you didn't care. However, the 2 women didn't even look at Xianxia and were just chatting on the road ahead. Xianxia suppressed his anger and said to the child, "Get out of the way." Unexpectedly, not only did the child not leave, he also hugged Xianxia's leg and took a bite on his calf's stomach. With this mouthful, Xianxia was completely unharmed, but the child had shattered all his teeth. For a moment, the child lay on the ground and cried loudly, rolling back and forth wildly. Xianxia was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. This made a big fuss. One of the women ran over and grabbed Xianxia's arm. She also cried loudly, bullying, hitting the child. Another woman ran along the path, but soon brought a group of sturdy men over. The group of people immediately surrounded Xianxia. Xianxia closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He opened his eyes and said, "I didn't make a move. It was him who bit me and broke his teeth." How could the group of men hear him distinguish between them? Their faces were ferocious as they strode forward and punched Xianxia in the face. This punch was insignificant to Xianxia. Not even his skin distorted, and the strong man's right hand snapped. The burly man looked at Xianxia angrily and shouted, "Hand over the saber!" Xianxia was furious. "If you have the guts, come and get it yourself." The 2 sturdy men rushed forward and used their hands to pull Xianxia's red dragon saber. However, this saber was absorbed on their backs with astral chi. No matter how hard they tried, they could not catch it. "You have violated the iron law." A strong man pointed at Xianxia and said angrily. Xianxia said, "I didn't fight back. It was you who broke your own hand by hitting me. No, you can't leave today." The broken-handed strong man pulled the man and formed a large circle, no longer allowing the caravan to take half a step forward. This scene made it very difficult for Xue Lu and the members of the tour group. Xianxia chuckled. He took out the red dragon saber and threw it on the ground. "I remember your face. You want my saber? I hope you don't regret it." He glanced at Jiang Shualu and said, "Let's go." Along the way, everyone was silent. No one dared to talk to Xianxia. They could tell that Xianxia's expression was very ugly. The island of exile is like this. There are all kinds of goods. You don't know who would suddenly jump out to give you something that caught you off guard. "Your saber," Jiang Shualu carefully said. She knew that the saber was very important to Xiangnan, because Xiangnan always carried it and never took it off. In 3 days I will take it back myself. There is no need to mention this matter. Xiangnan said indifferently. The northeast region was very large. In addition, the streets were chaotic and difficult to travel. At this speed, it would take 1 day and night to reach the location of the Deadeye. The place where the Deadeye lived was far away from the depths of the northeast region. The convoy was running under the lead of the demonic beasts. Although it could not run at full speed, it was still considered good. At noon, the convoy entered a downtown area. Take a look. Xuelu came to Xiangnan's side and said, "There are many good things in the island of exile. More than half of my father's collection is from here. As long as you have the eyesight, you can make a fortune." The knives were filled with vicious people. They had robbed countless things from all over the world. Many treasures were not even recognizable to them. There were many stalls on both sides of the street. There were also shops on several floors. There were shops selling spirit herbs, spirit pills, weapons, various kinds of or materials, and even the calligraphy, paintings, and decorations that scholars and elegant scholars liked. Xiangnan was also interested. He squatted down on a stall and looked. The things on the stall were in a mess. There was everything. There were even a few broken stones that he had picked up from the roadside to fill them up. The exiled islanders themselves knew that there were a large number of unidentifiable treasures on the island. Perhaps they would be bought by someone at a low price, so most of the things they sold were fake goods that could scare people. Either. The vendor picked up a broken stone and weighed it twice in his hand. "This is the 9 spirits heavenly fire stone. It was created by the fall of a meteorite from the outer heavens," he said. "Have you heard of the war on the island of exile 60 years ago? How many people died? They were all here to steal this stone. I think little brother is kind. I'll give you a friendship price. Take away 1 billion gold coins." Xiangnan shook his head. This guy was simply lying. It was just a broken pebble. He actually dared to call it a 9-spirit heavenly fire stone. Moreover, what the hell was a 9-spirit heavenly fire stone? I've never heard of such a thing. Seeing that there was nothing good to do at the stall, he went to the next stall. This kind of thing depended entirely on luck. Sometimes, if one was lucky, they would be able to pick up a slip. Otherwise, they might not be able to encounter a treasure within 3 to 5 months. Xiangnan had a unique condition, and that was his lightning photoelectric eye. There was always a flash of lightning in his eyes, and he could clearly see those things. The people from the Moonlight Tour were also very curious about picking things. They weren't looking for treasures. They were looking for interesting gadgets that could be used to relieve the boredom. "This thing is good." Xiaowan giggled and looked at a small puppet dog. This puppy was very cute, running around on the ground. That puppy was only as tall as a palm. It was a puppet made from profound Tao techniques. Normally, puppets were used for combat, but this puppet was beaten into the shape of a puppy, making it impossible for women to resist. Hearing Xiao Wan's words, everyone gathered around to take a look. For a moment, everyone felt that it was incomparably miraculous. Xiangnan was still searching, but his gaze finally landed on a pitch-black rock. Even with lightning photoelectric eyes, it was hard to tell what was wrong with the stone. But Xiangnan found that it was not simple, because there were 3 strange runes carved inside the stone, especially when the stone was solid. It was very difficult to see the existence of those runes. Runic stones, Xiangnan thought to himself. He thoughtfully held the stone in his hand and played with it. Runic stones were not the names of ores, but stones that were trapped in spiritual energy by the power of runes. Mysterious Tao experts usually used spirit channeling stones to refine pills, or used them directly as ingredients for refining pills. Some spirit gemstones were extremely powerful. As long as they were held in their hands, they could increase the strength of their souls. As for treasures like these, they kept them. If they were not needed for a period of time, they would seal their spiritual energy with symbols. Xiangnan looked at the runes and thought to himself, sealing ordinary spirit ores usually only required 1 ring of runes, while sealing higher spirit energy required 2 rings. There were actually 3 rare runes inside this stone. I don't know what kind of amazing treasure it is. Either. The stall vendor approached and whispered, "This thing is called the heavenly jewel. Are you blushing when you say that?" Xianxia threw the stone on the ground and said, "A broken stone is a gem. That's because you don't know your stuff." The stall vendor curled his lips and said, 300 million gold coins for you. How about it? Xianxia pointed at his clothes. Do you think I look like a person with 300 million gold coins? I suspect that this stone is used to forge elementary-grade spirit weapons. How about this? I'll give you 200,000 gold coins. Xianxia was also lying. He had to put a name on the stone, otherwise buying wild stones would be too abnormal. The peddler did not expect that this stone would be able to forge spirit weapons. He said, 290 million. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and said, I only have 200,000. If you want to sell it, sell it. Otherwise, wait for the next rich man to buy it. Anyway, I want to buy it, but I only have this little money. You can do it yourself. The vendor scratched his chin and thought about it. This was really a pile of tricky stones he had picked up from the field. How about this? The vendor was ruthless. 298.99 million gold coins. Xianxia cupped his fists and cupped his hands. Goodbye. Sci-Fi. The vendor hurriedly caught up and pulled Xianxia's sleeves. More. 200,000 is too little. Xianxia took out a glittering memory card and said, Inside, 200,000 gold coins. If you sell it, it will be yours. If you don't sell it, I will leave. This storage card is universal all over the world. It can be exchanged directly for gold coins in the Wampoa aristocrat clan. I'll give you 5 seconds to consider it. Xiangbei, what do you want this shit for? Shuelu leaned over and frowned. Isn't it just to refine a spirit weapon? What's so great about it? I'll just give you a spirit weapon. Aya, you can't do this. The peddler was anxious. We're almost done negotiating the price. What are you doing here? Brother, 200,000 is 200,000. It's settled like this. Xianxia smiled and said, The deal is done? The vendor smiled and took the storage card. It's done. When he took the storage card, he also handed the stone to Xianxia. Then, he hurriedly tidied up the stall and laughed. That's just a broken stone. You stinking brat. You thought you picked up a treasure. But the deal has been reached. You can't go back on your word. Haha, I've earned it. I'm going to drink. The peddler snorted and pushed the card away. Shuelu put her elbow on Xianxia and blinked. How was it? Did I cooperate well? It's perfect. Xianxia put the stone into his storage ring and said, Let's go. Let's continue on our way.